The Bronco fight song, double overtime. Northville, Michigan's own Owen Michaels with the goal to propel the Broncos to the national championship game tomorrow evening in St. Louis against Cole Iserman and the Boston University Terriers.
Costa has at least got to be happy for a local kid, right? Even though it's for the his number one rival.
I would hope so.
He's got to be happy about that.
Well, would you be happy? There was a
I could be happy for individuals.
Were you happy
Yes.
for Craig Krenzel if he would have ever defeated Michigan? Did he? I assume he did. I don't know. I don't remember. Fraser, Michigan. I don't know. Ohio State.
Yeah, I don't remember. That's a while ago.
Okay.
I literally don't.
Okay. I mean, he was the first Michigan Ohio State player from here. Mike Weber. I mean,
Yeah. When they're not playing your team, sure.
Okay.
You can be happy for some local kids.
All right.
Very happy about that.
Yeah, that's right.
Krenzel QB'd the national title team, the team that Tressel,
Yeah.
in 318 days. That was, I believe, Tressel's first QB.
Probably, yeah.
Good, but I don't. I'm not up on my Ohio State.
Michigan beat them once. I think Tressel won.
I think so. All right. We have some text, by the way. Go Broncos. Poor cookies. Morning, boys. I have a 4-hour drive this morning. For the love of God, can we please have a show focused on our playoff-bound, young, exciting Pistons rather than moaning about the garbage Red Wings again? Well, that'll be coming up around 6:35. Okay?
Yeah,
So-
the Pistons?
Yes.
Yes. So stay tuned. You
And
got plenty of time.
And we did talk about the Pistons at the beginning of the show, too.
Yeah.
You know, I tell you, I gave you some quotes from P.J. Tucker and Jalen Brunson. Kate Cunningham was incredible last night.
Yeah. I'm just glad that he is back and finding his rhythm with the team before the layoff and before they get into the playoffs.
Yes, absolutely. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. We do want to mention this. The Masters, the first round took place yesterday. Justin Rose is the leader with a 67, right? He shot?
No, 65.
7
Yeah,
under
7
par.
under,
Right?
yep.
He bogeyed the last hole.
Connors and Scheffler and is it Aberg are there at -4.
Yeah, he's really good, the Swede.
Ludwig.
Really, really good. Anyway, maybe the highlight of the Masters was U.S. amateur champion Jose Luis Ballester. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, who was playing with, Justin Thomas, and I think, was it with Scotty he was playing with as well? Anyway, you know all about, the history of the Masters, if you're a golf fan, Rays Creek, and the tradition and all that stuff. Well, it seems Jose Luis had to go to the bathroom, and Rays Creek was right there. So, you know what? When a guy's got to go, a guy's got to go. And, yes, he peed in historic Race Creek. Here's his explanation. Good for him. Good for him. What are you going to do? Dock you a strike?
Obviously not embarrassing for me.
Yes. Dock you you lose a stroke, you got a 1-stroke penalty for peeing in Rays Creek.
Yeah.
Adding,
like I mentioned the other day, you don't want to take too many strokes.
Especially not in public. Yes, U.S. amateur champion Jose Luis Ballester was given a 1-stroke penalty for adding liquid to liquid. Race Creek. I like when you call it a river.
Yeah, I'm not sure where you're from, pal.
That would probably be Spain.
Yeah.
All right. It's time for news, and here's Heather.
Well, guys, you probably saw images and heard this story yesterday, last night. A New York City sightseeing helicopter broke apart in midair
Yeah.
on Thursday and then crashed upside down into the Hudson River.
Ugh.
The pilot, along with a family of 5 Spanish tourists, including 3 children, were killed. So the flight departed from a downtown heliport right around 3 p.m., and it lasted less than 18 minutes. And there's video, right, showing the crash. It shows parts of the helicopter just flying through the air before falling into the river. It's so sad. Witnesses, there are people who live in the area, said one woman said it sounded like several gunshots in a row, almost in the air. She said then she saw the helicopter splash in several pieces into the water. Another person said they saw it spinning uncontrollably with a bunch of smoke coming out of it before it slammed into the water. Now, the flight was operated by New York Helicopters, and the owner of that tour company claimed that the helicopter was on its way back to refuel before crashing, said that there was communication, that the pilot said, you know what, I gotta turn around for more gas. And then
Why would he take off if there was if they had only been up for 18 minutes?
I don't know. And this owner said that he was devastated but had no clue why the crash happened. Obviously, it is under investigation.
Yeah, I mean, if you see it some other reports just said the blades just flew off.
Well, you could see them almost in some of the still photos from videos that somebody like circled all the parts. I mean, it's devastating, just devastating. A car that was stolen from a Detroit gas station with a child inside was found in Novi. Police received a call right around 1 a.m. This was Thursday morning about this 2011 Chevy Impala that was stolen with a child in the back seat. So police obviously began to investigate, started searching for this vehicle. That's when Novi police reported that the car was involved in a crash on I-96 near Novi Road. The suspect, the driver, just left the car, fled the scene, but was later detained at a gas station and taken into custody. And they say the kid, which was a boy between the ages of 8 and 13, was fine. He was unharmed. He was checked out at a hospital just to make sure he was okay. Imagine that. I mean, I was picturing like a baby, like in a car seat.
Yeah.
You're 8 to 13 years old. The baby would have no clue.
Yeah.
A kid, I'd be petrified. My goodness. The Pistons are back in the playoffs, and tickets will go on sale this weekend. So the general public will be able to get individual game playoff tickets starting at 10 a.m. on Sunday. Tickets will be available on Ticketmaster or at pistons.com/playoffs, or you can call 313-PISTONS. And then fans can also join a pre-sale wait list if you want. And tickets will also be available at the Xfinity box office at LCA starting on Monday.
Stone, are you going?
Yes. I'll probably go to a game.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see.
Will you go as a fan or as a professional? With your media credential, or will you sit in the stands?
Depends on the price point.
If you go with your media credential, would you wear any Pistons attire?
No.
Okay, so that's where
Really?
that's how Jim feels too.
No.
Okay.
No,
See,
no.
and I feel like I would.
You're supposed to somewhat as professional as I can
I mean,
be. For
not like a big T-shirt.
No,
with
I
the-
know.
but like
Yeah, you're
a
not
nice
wearing the
shirt
foam.
with a
You're not going to
little-
take the foam finger.
No,
No.
I understand
Yes.
that. It's like if I go and I have once, like I thought about going, if I visit you ever in the Michigan press box,
Yeah.
and I'm sitting in my seats, I'm not walking in the press box with a Michigan hat or a Michigan.
Because you can
Okay.
find like
No,
nice
I just don't
looking
do
like
that.
polos with the small logo on
Right.
it, or a nice looking zip up or something.
Yeah.
But okay, all right. I guess I didn't know the rules.
There aren't. There really
They're
aren't
unwritten
rules.
No,
rules?
they're, yeah,
Unwritten
they're
rules.
unwritten rules,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
you're local media, and it's the New York Knicks. Like, come on, like
That's
it's
so-
Well, even if it's Indiana, it doesn't matter.
it doesn't matter who
Right,
you have.
I
Yeah,
know.
I mean, but okay, whatever.
Yeah.
All right, keep your eyes peeled for black bears, you guys.
Black Bears.
Yeah, they could be roaming amongst
Oh.
us, sort of. So currently, there's about 10,000 black bears that reside in Michigan's Upper Peninsula. That's quite a bit. But now there's about 2,000 that live in the Lower Peninsula as well, and they're expanding their range to the south and west, like places like Traverse City, Grand Rapids, Midland. Just
I know.
roaming, living amongst us.
Making their way down here.
And obviously, experts say, hey, you got to learn to coexist with them. But there's a key. Like, you don't want to get too friendly with these bears, and you don't want them to get
You
too
don't
friendly with
say.
you.
Yeah.
So you don't want to leave, any desired food sources out and about, because they're going to keep coming back, right? If there's tasty treats left out for them. So,
Stoney, you'll have to store your pot of honey.
yes, keep it far, far away.
Yeah. It's crazy. By the way, to answer your other question, I remember when I had season tickets for the Red Wings and during the playoff runs when the Cups in the late 90s.
Yeah.
I would wear a red dress shirt, so to
Okay.
speak, or a red polo, but it doesn't say anything with Red Wings.
Okay.
I would
incognito.
I would do
Yes.
that. Yes.
Okay, I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. You'd wear your red and white, just
Yes.
not labeled.
branded.
I go to a Lions game for Thanksgiving, even though I'll do press stuff afterwards. I wear
Yeah.
blue sweater that has nothing to do with the
Now,
Lions.
if you go to the Wings games, you could just wear your priority waist gear.
That's true. Hey, I'm a customer.
Same here.
They come every Wednesday.
Monday's here. Got us covered.
All right. Thank you very much, Heather. All right. Speaking of the Pistons, are you buying playoff tickets? Do you want to see them rest guys this weekend? Are you on that playoff train? 97 won the ticket.
Hey, you guys, Heather here. And you guys, I am so excited because I just got my brand new hot tub from Beninati Pool and Spa. And not only did they help me pick out the perfect tub that was going to be great for me and my family, and they made everything super easy, but they also came out to my house to deliver it. They used this big crane to put it up onto the deck. They installed it, and they're going to be there to help take care of all the maintenance too. They handle everything. So if you've ever thought about getting a hot tub, this is your moment. Beninati Pool and Spa is in Utica. It's next to Jimmy John's Field. Plus, they have a brand new showroom in Clinton Township right off M59 and I-94. So no matter which location you go to, you're going to be met with Beninati experts who will help give you a personalized experience and help you find the right hot tub. And if you mention my name, they're going to take $500 off your purchase just like that. Visit BeninatiPools.com or stop by Utica and Clinton Township and see why so many people, including me, love the Beninati experience.
The Pistons playoff train, ladies and gentlemen. As Heather mentioned,
That's the Stoney there. You didn't hear that first?
no, I thought it was part of the song. All right. Playoff tickets
Well done,
go on
Greg.
sale this weekend. Pistons have 2 games left after defeating the Knicks last night, 115 to 106. They finished with 2 games with the Milwaukee Bucks tonight at LCA, Fan Appreciation Night, and then they close out the season Sunday afternoon. The league, I knew Sunday every team was playing because they do it for competitive reasons. That the whole league plays.
The final day.
All 30 teams. I didn't realize they're doing it tonight, too, and there's no games, actually no NBA games tomorrow at all. So
Everybody was focused on the Frozen Four.
Oh, yeah, exactly. 248-539-9797. Few things to throw out at you. You want the Knicks, you want to play the Pacers. Is that what you want?
I want the Pacers. Just because, I think we all would agree that they have a better shot, better odds of winning a playoff series against the Knicks than the Pacers.
Based on the regular season.
Based on the regular
and
season.
matchups.
Now, I would argue that a lot of the matchups for the Pacers happened in January or previously, and they're playing much better basketball. The Pistons are right now.
So are the Pacers. The Pacers are on a heater right now.
But for selfish reasons and entertainment reasons, I would much rather play the Pacers. I think there would be a tension from the moment it tips off until the moment it's over. Whenever that is and however it ends, I think it would be a very contentious series.
Oh, yeah. I mean, not to go back, but I will. I mean, you look at, not even so much Malice at the Palace, but even before that, in that era, they had some amazing, rivalries and some physical conflicts. And this season, there were some incidents. I was at one game, and Tyrese Halliburton just mouth. He talks a lot of crap, and a lot of players do. But there is no love lost between these two teams. It'll get physical. It'll get nasty.
He's got an irritation somewhat like Reggie Miller did.
Yeah.
And it's just, I'm not going to compare him as a player to Reggie Miller,
Right.
but there's just this irritation, and it's the way he looks. It's the way his facial expressions. It's then obviously what he says.
And the fact that Troy Weaver should have drafted him instead of Killian Hayes.
I know you were all over that one.
Oh, yeah.
I remember that. Yes. But yeah, there's just there is an edge. There will be an edge to that series that you might not have. And I'm not saying it wouldn't be exciting. It wouldn't be fun with the Knicks. I just want to see that edge. I want to feel that. I want to feel all of that for the Pistons in the round one.
Well, because you still, even though the Pistons have had more success against the Knicks, you kind of think that the Knicks are still a better team as well. I don't know. I think in a playoff series, tensions can start right from the get-go. I know we talked earlier in the show how P.J. Tucker said, look, the Pistons just out-toughed us last night, and, teams don't like being out-toughed, and, Isaiah Stewart gets under everyone's skin.
Yes.
Sometimes to the detriment of his own team, as we know.
Yeah, and himself.
Yeah, and, I don't know, a series against New York, for me, would be more entertaining. And I think I'd be able to deal with a loss to New York if they don't win the series more than dealing with Indiana. I think the Pacers are
but you're
better. I'm biased because I like the guy too. I mean, I think Carlisle's a better coach than Tom Thibodeau.
Okay, although yes, but you're looking at it as you'd rather take a loss from them than the Knicks, or from the Pacers.
Mm-hmm.
I look at it from who would I rather beat,
That's true.
and I would much rather beat the Pacers.
Oh no,
along with it.
Oh, I'd much rather beat New York. Oh my God, can you imagine? And by the way, your little buddy tweeted out already.
Oh, I know.
Pistons in 7 over the Knicks.
Yeah, and I mean he did.
That is all. That's what he said at the end of his tweet. Well, if he's right, 7th game, Madison Square Garden, beating the Knicks in New York, it would be awesome. with all due respect to where the Pacers, to the fine folks of Indianapolis, beating the Knicks would be so much better.
Who doesn't love beating New York?
I know, exactly.
I do. I just there with the angst. I just want to see Halliburton cry. I just want to see him just look disheveled and just like, I can't believe we just lost to the Pistons. I want that moment more than I want to see them do it in. I mean, yes, everyone loves beating a New York team. Mm-hmm. There's no question. But there's just something about that guy. And Stoney, you're here. I knew you'd love it. There's just something about that guy.
Yeah.
And if he was on your team, if Troy Weaver had drafted him, he would endear himself to us. Right. But he's not on our team.
He's yappy. I mean, he's like Trae Young to a certain extent.
I wouldn't necessarily go that far. I don't know if I can go. I can't make that jump. But I would love to see the look on his face walking off the court, whether it happens in 5, 6, or 7. I mean, it'd be amazing if we beat him in 4. But I just want to see that look on his face. Like we just lost the first round of the playoffs to the Pistons.
We got a ticket text 248-539-9797. The Pistons have lost 3 out of 4 from the Pacers, won 3 out of 4 from the Knicks. The Pistons match up much better with the Knicks. Well,
I know the facts. I get the facts.
Yeah. What I'd love to see as far as actual basketball stuff in that game is, I would put Ausar Thompson to defend Brunson. Now you said, why would you put that? Because he's your best defensive player, number one, and he's more of a forward. As long as he doesn't fall for the ball fakes that Brunson is so good at, I think that would be a great matchup. And look, the Knicks, you can sit there and say the Pacers, I don't like this guy, I don't like that guy. In a playoff series, you'll start to hate Josh Hart.
Oh, yeah.
Karl Anthony Towns. I mean, the hate will build up. It'll be great. We haven't had this in so long. 248-539-9797. Are you buying tickets? Are you buying playoff tickets? Because the last few games at Little Caesars Arena, I was there last night. It's packed. It's loud. It's gotten that buzz again that we used to have back in the Palace. Seems like 80 years ago, but
it's been a while.
A long time ago. Joe, you're on 97, won the ticket.
Bring on the Knicks, baby. We can take them in 7 games for sure. I was at the game last night. Everybody was fired up. We are more physical. We can take these guys. I've got tickets already for the playoffs. 4 games behind the Pistons. Row 15. We're going to do it. Towns and Brunson are soft. We can take these guys. Schroeder was all over Brunson when he got in. Yeah. I like Schroeder on Brunson.
Yeah, Schroeder. Yeah, he defends him really well coming off the bench. I will never say Jalen Brunson is soft, though. Are you kidding me? The guy's a winner.
Did you watch him last night? Whining on every little push he got knocked down.
Push, yeah, but you know what?
Doing a little fake arms and pushing off.
Joe,
he's weak.
Joe, do you watch the NBA? Every single guy in the NBA thinks there's Isaiah Stewart never thinks he fouls anybody.
Right.
I mean,
I know, but Brunson and Towns are awful. Single
Towns, I'll give you, is kind of soft, and he has to prove himself.
We're going to take the Knicks.
I hope so. That's why I kind of want them.
Yeah.
But Jalen Brunson is not soft. I think he's the opposite of soft.
I wouldn't call him soft.
No.
You can call him whiny. You can call him a lot of things because everybody's going to whine about calls.
Yes, they all do.
Yeah, he's their star.
Yeah.
He's going to try and, he's going to try to work the officials by the way he acts. And
right.
Maybe he gets a call in the fourth quarter.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's what they do.
No doubt about it. 248-539-9797. Also, there are a lot of people, still haven't caught fire with the Pistons, so to speak.
Yeah.
And they'll be playing, while the Tigers are playing at the same time. It's probably the playoffs. So I can't believe this question was even created in our bullpen before the show.
Oh, I can.
Yeah. And I can't believe your answer either. I'll let you know what that's all about. Coming up next, 97 won the ticket.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to sit down with you, ask you questions, and then build a financial plan that fits your unique situation. When you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well. They volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Rick Mahorn, you heard him there. And I was watching when I got home. I said, just dribble the clock out. There's no need, even if it's probably not going to mean anything. Why bother?
Everyone's forgotten about it by this morning.
I don't know.
Except you.
No, that's me. It was a guy in the New York Post thought it was Bush League. I mean, you heard Rick Mahorn do it. I mean, look, it's
if that's going to fire up the New York Knicks.
I
wow.
understand that, but it's stupid. Okay,
unnecessary. Yes. Yeah.
Exactly. All right. Anyway, 248-539-9797. We have some ticket texts, and then I'm going to ask this question. Sounds great, John, but the Pistons are not going to beat the Pacers. Okay. He is soft, Stoney. He hasn't won anything. Perry from Detroit. Okay, national championship in basketball. I don't know. He won twice, didn't he, Greg? 2-time national champion? Yeah, I think that was pretty good. He's a hell of a player for, a second-round pick, too? Face it, you want to play Indiana so you can call it the 69 series.
Yeah, right down the road.
Mm-hmm.
And God, what's the name of that place? Oh, you can stop on your way down. Uranus.
Oh,
It's the Fudge Factory.
Oh, that's right. I remember.
It's right off of 69.
Stoney is right. I get sick of hearing about the world's most famous arena. I was there in November. It kind of sucks. That's from John in Lake Orion.
It's historical.
Plus it depends where you sit. I mean, it's like any place else. There's a buzz in that building.
If you're going to take your chopper and sit courtside,
no,
yes,
I'm not
it does matter where you sit.
Well, anywhere. That's what I said.
You and Spike Lee.
Yeah, exactly.
Courtside, sitting next to each other. Wouldn't that be a sight?
Oh boy, I'd give him crap about his faux St. John's fandom. All of a sudden, he's a St. John's guy out of nowhere. Where have you been the last 20 years, Spike? Is that definitely a Knicks or Yankee fan? I'll give him credit for that.
Yeah.
Tyler, what's up?
Hey, I would 100% take the Knicks because one thing, they're not going to see Game 7. Jalen Brunson ankle is not going to be 100% to the offseason. And they're definitely sending a message letting them know that they can't beat them with that alley-oop at the end.
I don't think it sends a
You guys
message.
have a good morning.
Thank you.
Oh, thanks. You too.
Yeah. Look, Brunson played, 29 minutes last night?
Yeah.
He's getting back in the shape.
That's why I think it's like they didn't take that as a game was like a must-win game. And so the dunk at the end is like, whatever. It's okay, it broke an unwritten rule in basketball.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I know, but it was like you said, a good word was unnecessary. All right. So the Pistons will be playing, whether it's the Knicks or the Pacers. The playoffs will begin on the road either next Saturday or Sunday.
19th or 20th.
Mm-hmm. The Detroit Tigers, who are currently in first place, will be playing the Kansas City Royals that weekend?
Yep, that'll be the Kansas City Royals will actually be a scuba start.
Ooh. At Comerica Park, and at the right now the Royals are the closest team to the Tigers. They're very close in the standings. And when the Pistons return home, I believe the Tigers will be playing the Baltimore Orioles. So let me ask you a question. And actually, Gov, you take the microphone because you posed the question. And I am just startled by this.
Okay, and this is a question, but it's also a gauge that, look, the interest in trying to talk about the Pistons is lukewarm on these airwaves. I'm wondering where fan passion's at. I try to my job's actually to try to have a barometer on this situation. And just the response we get via calls or texts or whatever is just much lighter for a team that, they got to the secondary fans got to get reignited here.
Yep.
The core's there. I'm not arguing that whatsoever. But I asked, just based on this feeling to you guys, just a question, not trying to be a hater. If the Pistons are playing a playoff game, either at home or on TV, and the Tigers are on at the same time, at home, TV, whatever, and the Tigers are kind of playing well still, what has your interest more? What are you watching first? What game are you going to? Hypothetically, April 25th, Friday night, great night. You don't have anything to worry about in the weekend. You got a home Tiger game against the Orioles, a really good team to go see play, or you got a Pistons home playoff game. Which ticket you taking?
I'm watching day 2 of the draft. No, just kidding. I can't believe that's a question.
I'm going to Baltimore. I'm going to the Tigers Baltimore game.
Are you watching on TV over the Pistons playoff game?
Yes.
Oh,
I'll
my-
watch the Tigers.
oh,
Now,
my-
everybody is going to be flipping back and forth, but my
Yeah.
what I turn to first will be the Detroit Tigers.
That's not an option. You're watching Tiger regular season baseball in
there's
April.
Yeah, death. I mean, death is not an option.
Okay,
It is.
all right.
It is Tigers or Pistons. I understand it's playoff Pistons, and I'll flip and I'll have my notification. I know you don't have the notifications, but I'll have the notifications on my phone. But I'm going to or watching Tigers first. I am enthralled in this Tigers team. I'm excited about how they've started. It's and because they have had some offense, I'm watching the Tigers.
I'm with you in. I understand. Would never argue with you if you're talking regular season. I don't want to steal the line from the great Jim Moore, but it's the playoffs. We haven't had a decent team in this sport for over a decade with a team that has a chance to win a playoff series. It's basketball, which I know a lot of people, the NBA sucks and all that. It doesn't suck in the playoffs, okay?
I agree.
And it's competitive. It's going to be, quote, hitting as much as you can do in basketball.
It'll be more physical.
as opposed to baseball, which I love baseball.
Yeah,
Don't
hopefully
get me
there's
wrong.
a lot of hitting.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I love baseball. You're talking the playoffs, though. It's like sitting there. If you're an NBA fan, are you watching the Pistons regular season in October or early November or October or the Tigers in the playoffs? No, you're watching the Tigers in the playoffs. It's the playoffs. How can you be a Detroit sports fan and not watch the team in the playoffs? I just can't fathom that in my mind, especially you who loves competition and battling.
Wow.
That's what the playoffs are.
I had no idea I was going to wake up and be so chastised this morning.
This is
You're
you
screaming at me.
I'm not at you. I'm just
Yes, you
at
are.
anybody
You-
else.
yeah,
I'm
you almost
stu-
went with the finger point
I'm
as
stunned.
well.
I'm just stunned.
I'll tune in
because
and I'll know what's going on,
Okay,
but I
but-
want to watch baseball. I've been waiting for a long time. I want to watch baseball.
You have the whole
We've
freaking
got
summer.
Yeah. And I'm ready for it now.
While I don't agree with John,
Yeah.
I agree with the sentiment of guy likes baseball. He's going to watch baseball.
Yeah.
Like it's when we rip Costa for, ooh, you're going to go to the Red Wings even though they're going to have a failed season. Guy likes watching hockey. Guy likes going to hockey games.
You know, I would never argue that if it's regular season versus regular season. Never. It's the playoffs. They're giving you something that you have begged for since I've known you,
Yeah.
and then you're just going to turn your eyes away.
I'm not going to turn my eyes away.
Sure you are.
I'll still
You can
be-
you can only watch one. You're watching the regular
Yes,
season
I
baseball
answered that
game.
question.
I
yeah.
know. So you're turning your eyes
I
away.
will have my notifications on. I'll flip over between innings
Well,
and catch what's going on.
Everybody's going to flip.
Sure.
But I'm going to flip during timeouts too. I mean, but that does. But I mean, if you can only watch one, you can't watch the other. You're like one channel. You can only get one channel.
I just enjoy baseball more.
Okay.
Stoney, he's not turning his eyes away. It's not the Ark of the Covenant.
No, I understand that. All right.
It's okay. I'll dig a little deeper when we come back.
It's the playoffs. 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. The Pistons beat the Knicks 115-106 at Little Caesars Arena. JP Bickerstaff says this is what they do. Cade Cunningham scored 36 in the effort, where his team outscored New York by 8. in the fourth quarter. The Panthers beat the Red Wings 4-1 despite Alex DeBrincat scoring the game's first goal at the 6:13 mark in the first period. Cam Talbot gave up all 4 goals while being peppered with 31 shots. The Twins lost 3 of 4 to the Royals after a 3-2 defeat yesterday. Their record just 4-9 heading into the series with the Tigers starting tonight. Western Michigan hockey defeated Denver 3-2 in double overtime to advance to the national championship tomorrow. Northville's Owen Michaels with the game-winning goal. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thank you, Jeremy. 248-539-9797. Gain my composure here. But I guess I'm not alone.
I'm sorry I shocked you this morning.
Yes, you did. You did shock me. Because you like the Pistons.
I do like the Pistons. I love the Pistons.
And you love the way the Pistons play, their style.
Yeah, their defense.
It's Jansen-esque.
Yes, they're aggressive. They're young. They are exciting to watch. They don't play the same brand of basketball. They play playoff basketball all season long. They play defense, which you won't see other teams do until they play in the playoffs. I understand that it's something that we have been begging for such a long time. I get that. The NBA lost me probably 5 or 6 years ago. And it has nothing to do with the politics of it. I just don't like the brand of basketball when you turn on the NBA that you're watching. And then compound that with the Pistons were so bad.
Well, I get it.
For so long. And I am excited. I do love the Pistons. But my second love, my first love is obviously football and the Lions. The second love is the Tigers. And it's a 1A, 1B. For me, in between the Lions and football and what the Tigers are, that was my first sports love was the Detroit Tigers.
Well, I get it.
And now that the long winter has ended, and we are watching a team that is much like the Pistons, feels like they're kind of rejuvenated. We're watching a little bit of offense. We're watching great pitching. I want to watch the Tigers, and I will monitor what's going on with the Detroit Pistons. I'll monitor the playoff series. And when I deem it necessary, I will turn over and watch the Pistons.
248-539-9797. It's not even a baseball versus basketball thing with me. It's playoffs versus very early regular season. But I was reading the ticket text. I'm not alone. And to steal something from our buddy Mike Valenti, I guess the public gov is right. I mean, there we go. We're talking Pistons. All right. Here's some ticket texts. I'm going to read this one, but this isn't part of the question. If you can watch one, I have 2 TVs. That's not the question.
Yes, I can have 2 screens as well.
So can
but I'm not going to bother with 2 screens.
Right, I get that.
Although this is the time where you probably would.
Yes, well, right,
because
exactly.
you're going to be watching on a streaming service,
right,
and then have to watch the spinning wheel as you turn over to the other service.
Yes,
watching the spinning wheel, and then by the time you get back, you're like, wait a second, they're coming out of the inning.
Definitely the Tigers, not even a question. I'd rather watch reruns of the Golden Girls than an NBA basketball game.
Ooh.
I'm watching the Pistons only because there'll be a national TV, and I'm not paying for FanDuel Sports Network.
Okay,
so that means you're not watching the Tigers either. Then,
yeah.
Guys, that's why you have the ultimate man cave. Okay, we get that. I personally am just as excited for this playoff series as I was for the Lions playoff game 2 years ago. This is officially the dawn of a new era of Pistons basketball. That's Tony in Marine City. I wouldn't go there yet, but it's really cool. Somebody says Tigers all day. The NBA is such a joke. I just don't have any interest until it actually matters. Even then, I'd still probably watch the Tigers and flip to the Pistons, Anthony and Troy.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the real thing. I forgot to bring this up. It's WrestleMania weekend, boys. It's a no-brainer. That's from Young Buck from Wyandotte. The NBA is such a joke. I just don't have any interest until it actually matters. Guys, I'm watching Tiger baseball any day, every day over the NBA. It's not necessarily the Pistons. It's just the game that the NBA produces and the broadcasts that I can't stand. The broadcasts, to me, like especially when they're on TNT, that's probably some of the best part.
Mm-hmm.
NBA is not compelling even in the playoffs. I'll disagree with that on the playoffs. Definitely disagree with you, Stoney. Playoff NBA basketball still sucks too. Okay, we haven't had it in a long time. You probably didn't watch any of it.
Well, and I think part of that is I know that this is the dawn of a new era. It's the Trajan Langdon, J.B. Bickerstaff, Cade Cunningham era of Pistons basketball. But I think there are a lot of people who were turned off so much by what the Pistons have been.
Oh, I get it.
And what the NBA is, that they're not ready to buy back into any of it, even if it is playoff basketball.
I am so with Stoney. John lost a bunch of cool points with me. That's from Carl.
Oh, break my heart.
Yeah. I'm with John. Tiger baseball is greater than any sort of basketball. We'll keep track and flip back and forth, but my TV will be majority of the time on the Tigers. Now, if the Tigers, let me ask you this. If the Tigers were not very good, it would be different, correct?
I don't know. It's such a young season so far.
Well, when they weren't good, the last time the Pistons made the playoffs, I was still kind of 50-50-ish on it because I didn't think the Pistons stood a chance against the Bucks. I mean, that was a playoff appearance by the Pistons by default.
Yes.
That's what's different this time. There is something young and growing here.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, maybe it's going to take the playoff moment first to flip this. And even I would say that to John. And I'll just equate that to what the Tigers did in Game 2 in Cleveland last year. You know, or even earlier in the playoffs. You know, everybody.
The Ibanez hit in Houston.
Yeah, you know it grabbed people. The Pistons need to have that moment to grab people.
I would rather watch the Tigers. NBA is not good anymore. The Pistons are the one hometown team I could care less about. I'm choosing the Tigers. That's from Rob at work. I'm with John. Tiger baseball over any sort of basketball. 100% Tigers. I'll check the Pistons score periodically as I have throughout the season. I've watched more Pistons games this year than I have the past decade combined. I thought I was done with the modern NBA game, but the Pistons team is truly different. They have grit. I watched the whole game last night, and I thought they just didn't have it midway through the third quarter when we were down as many as 13 points. But to their credit, they just kept fighting and came away with an impressive win. You play the games to get into the playoffs and go for a championship. But to pick the very start of a baseball season over a playoff basketball is ridiculous. It makes me wonder how much you really like the NBA. Kevin from Ann Arbor.
Well, let me tell you, I don't like the NBA. I mean,
right.
I don't.
I'm watching playoff ball primarily, but we'll definitely be switching back and forth between both games. When was the last time we had a Pistons playoff? A while ago, yes. My sports level of interest is football, hockey, baseball, basketball. I'm sure most people in Detroit feel the same way. I'm going to put a caveat in there, say most white people might feel the same way. Hot take, it seems like... Well, it's true. Am I dumb? Did I say something wrong?
No.
Hot take. It seems like this, but I will be 100% watching the Tigers over. All right. The Pistons. Let's go to the phones. Let's go to Nolan. You're on 97 on the ticket.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thank you. I'm going to be honest with John. I'm probably going to be watching the Tigers too, but it's not a Pistons thing. It's just simply an NBA thing, and I think everyone kind of stated the point already. It's just the NBA isn't as entertaining, and I'll probably turn it on once it's the fourth quarter if it's a tight game, or I might watch the whole game if it's a series deciding one. But Tigers just sparked my interest more. I'm a big baseball guy, and the NBA is just not where it's at for me. And like I said, not a Pistons thing. I love what they're doing. I support them. Going to watch the fourth quarter, like I said, but probably going to be tuning into the Tigers.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, and if it's okay, say it's Saturday the 19th. Now, I'll be.
It's Saturday the 19th.
Yeah, I'll be busy at about noon. But on my way home from Ann Arbor, I'll be listening to the Scooble start and the Tigers, and hopefully the NBA and the sports gods will
Pistons at night.
Pistons at night.
Yeah.
Right. Same thing on Sunday. It's a 1:40 start. It's a Flaherty start. And I'm hoping, and part of it is they're playing the Kansas City Royals. Mm-hmm. Right. I want to see them.
Bobby Witt Jr., baby.
I don't care about Bobby Witt Jr. I want to be able to watch them create a little bit of a lead against a division opponent.
Mm-hmm. John's inner feelings to Stoney yelling playoffs is same as Iverson saying practice. There's importance, but not as much interest. Mohammed Shelby Township. Secondary Pistons fan here checking in. I was turned on to basketball by my 82-year-old mother. I'm a huge hockey fan, but found myself tuning into the Pistons game first last night and only flipping to the Red Wings. That's from Lauren and Canton.
Well,
that's because the Red Wings are on life support.
Stoney, you brought up Bobby Witt Jr. What a homestand, by the way.
I know.
You got Tatis, Padres, Machado.
The Padres lead the West. Everyone talks about the Dodgers.
Right.
I think the Dodgers are in third.
Bobby Witt's here. And then the Orioles with Rushman and Henderson.
Yeah, you can see
all
all those prospects the Tigers could have gotten.
But don't need.
I know.
So you could have, these might have been a lot of pre-bought tickets ahead of time because these are players that people want to see.
Yeah.
So when the Pistons schedule comes out, it's going to be interesting. I mean, the Pistons will sell out. I'm not concerned about that.
No.
I mean, it could be a little more packed than usual at Comerica in April.
Because the Tigers are good. They have good interest. I don't think people are sitting there buying tickets just to see Bobby Witt Jr. as great as he is. You all sound like the afternoon show. There are a lot of Pistons love around here. I'm excited for playoff basketball.
I don't disagree that there's a lot of Pistons love around here. I love the Pistons, and I'm super excited. They have me more intrigued this year than a lot of other seasons because they don't play. They've not followed the blueprint of NBA teams. Sure, they've been able to go out and get Beasley, and they're shooting more threes. They're playing modern day basketball,
right,
with a flair of pizzazz on the defensive side.
Mm-hmm.
And so it is more fun to watch the Pistons because it's our team,
right,
but also they're playing different than other
Which
teams.
Which is part of the reason why I thought you would choose the Pistons over the Tigers. That's why. And not just a regular, NBA team. I'm kind of with Stoney. I actually prefer baseball over basketball, but playoffs over any regular season except for the NFL because there's only 17 games. That's pretty much the way I feel. Anybody picking April baseball over playoff basketball when the basketball team has been in the basement of the league for a decade really needs to reevaluate their priorities. Playoffs is greater than regular season regardless of which team is in the playoffs.
I'm not going to argue which is greater.
Right.
I'm just going to tell you what I'm going to be watching.
I 100% agree with John. I stopped watching basketball when they were allowed to take 6 steps and all they do is shoot threes. That's from Frank. The Tigers all day and twice on Sunday. The NBA is garbage. I'm happy the Pistons are in the playoffs, yes, but not going to watch 1 second of the NBA playoffs.
Well, and part of it is that it's funny that you had mentioned the traveling, the extra steps that they get to take. Did you see the Luka game the other night against Dallas? The reverse layup that he had?
Yeah.
I mean, did he take 5 steps, 6 steps before it went in? And everybody's like, oh, look at that. It shouldn't even have counted.
Euro steps. Come on, it's Euro steps.
Yeah, there's about 4 Euro steps in there.
Can Stoney really criticize viewing habits when he splits allegiances between Michigan State become football and basketball?
Yeah, there's a question. All right, yes. Okay, at the end of the season,
I admit it's weird.
Michigan football is playing, but your friend, your pal, Tom Izzo, is coaching a basketball game. What are you watching?
Oh, I'm watching Michigan football. Football means more. And Michigan football is like my favorite thing, them and the Lions.
Mm-hmm.
Well, answer the question.
Okay.
Stoney, your cardiologist just had a heart attack listening to you get all worked up. You're not a young man anymore. You can't get that overheated or something that Jansen says. That's from Z in Commerce. And finally, what is Colin watching? Lions all 22 from the Commanders game? What would Colin watch?
I have not seen him watch a Pistons game.
Ever?
Well, no, I have, obviously, a long time ago.
Long time ago, yeah.
I don't know.
All right. Coming up at 7:35, my mock draft 1.0. It might be the only one. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, a personal injury of any sort is, in fact, personal. Injury attorney David Femininio has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who have been injured. David is also dedicated to ensuring that you get all the medical care that you need to put your life back together after an accident. You need an attorney who's going to make it personal, and that attorney is David Femininio. So if you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell him to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
248-539-9797. We have some very interesting ticket texts.
Well, before we get there, I have a question. I just want to throw it out there for you, and you can think about it while you read the ticket text.
Okay.
Thursday, April the 24th at 8 o'clock, Mr. Football Fan. Are you going to be watching the first round of the NBA draft, as we will be broadcasting on Twitch?
NFL draft.
NFL draft, yes. What did I say?
NBA.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, you got me all mixed up. Of the NFL draft or a Pistons playoff game?
It's a great question. But you know me, John. I love my football, but I also like action. So I'm going to watch Pistons playoff basketball, and somebody will tell me who they pick. I mean, you talk about getting your notifications.
Yeah.
I mean, to sitting there, oh my God, I got to watch. How many steps is Goodell taking?
That's not it. It's the picks.
I know. Well, you can get the. I don't know. Okay.
You're not going to get notifications.
Right. I'll flip on and see if they're about to pick. I don't have to watch 15 minutes in between, 10 minutes in between.
Okay.
How about that? I love the draft.
Hey, you do you.
I know. Yeah. I know. All right, here's some more ticket texts. NBA, not bothering anymore. Tigers on the big screen, Pistons on the phone. Oh, yeah, we know that's what a lot of people are going to do.
Yeah, but they're basically saying, he or she is saying, that they would rather watch the Tigers.
Okay. Baseball's a dead sport. The game's boring, and basketball will always be better. It's not close. We finally have a good team and a great player in Cade Cunningham. It's Pistons. That's from Ryan. I have an Old English D tattooed on my arm, and I'll be watching the Pistons. Let's go, boys. Thank you, Stoney. It's a white thing. Stoney is the best. LOL. The sports tier list probably is different across demographics. Exactly. White person here. Basketball is number one for me. The NBA isn't as bad as you all make it sound, and it's obvious that you haven't been watching the Pistons this year. I totally agree with you, sir.
I would agree that the Pistons are different than the rest of the NBA, but the NBA is bad.
NBA is a bunch of, I'm not going to use this expression, liberals that bows down to China. No thanks. Give me the Tigers all day. That's from Sean, the mailman. And finally, we agree with Jansen, the Proud Boys. All right, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Chris in Oxford. You're a 97, won the ticket.
Good morning, guys. Good morning, Heather. Go Green.
Go White.
I've got a major dilemma because I'm a season ticket holder to the Tigers. I've got Tiger tickets for two of the Padre games on the 23rd and 24th.
Oh.
So I called down and talked to my usher friends at LCA because I used to work there. The first Pistons game is supposed to be the 23rd or 24th.
Right.
So I'm hoping I can go to both games on the same day because I'm more excited to go to the Pistons playoff game. But I got tickets to the Tigers already.
Yeah, well, if you have the tickets, I understand that. That would be really cool if one of them is the afternoon and one of them is at night and they're all downtown. And you know what I'm looking forward to, seriously?
There's a good chance on the 23rd, if that happens, that'll be the case because the NBA is not going to play a midweek game during the day.
Right, exactly.
So you could go, which we will be as a show, down there at Tiger Stadium against the San Diego Padres on the 23rd, and we could make the trip over the LCA.
You'll be at Tiger Stadium. Everybody else in the show will be at Comerica Park.
Yes. Okay, Tiger. Yes. Whatever.
I know.
You know what? That's across the moment. I want to slap you.
All right, it's time for Heather.
Well, 6 people were killed when a tour helicopter crashed into the Hudson River on Thursday afternoon. 5 of the victims have been identified as a Spanish family, including 3 children aged 4, 5, and 11 years old. The pilot was also killed in the crash. The crash took place less than 18 minutes after it began, which is the whole thing is so tragic. Witnesses of this crash recall seeing the helicopter basically break apart in midair before it just plummeted, nosedived into the water. It kind of crashed upside down in the videos I've seen. The cause of the crash is still under investigation. The pilot was reportedly warned that he needed to turn back to refuel just moments before the crash. I don't know.
There's
That's
a
all
lot
I've
of
got.
details
I don't
we don't know.
Yes,
Yeah.
there is an aviation lawyer and a former helicopter pilot for the Marine Corps who says he has seen the video and he says the crash suggests catastrophic mechanical failure. I think we could all agree with that.
Yeah.
And he also believes that there was just nothing this pilot could have done, that there was no chance to save
Right.
this helicopter.
Well, then you got to look at the maintenance records and the history of the aircraft
this
and all
was
of
the
that.
sixth
Yeah.
flight that helicopter took that day. So it wasn't, but again,
Yeah.
how
Can you imagine being the people that were on the fifth and knowing that they were that close?
Oh my gosh.
It's just
so
it's
tragic.
so
It's
tragic.
so sad.
Yeah.
A man accused of fatally shooting a Good Samaritan on Christmas Eve in Oxford is now facing harsher penalties. So Oakland County prosecutor Karen McDonald announced her decision on Thursday to charge Malik Webb with or as a super habitual offender. McDonald says that this designation means that if convicted, he could be sentenced to a mandatory minimum of 25 years because of his multiple convictions in the past. I mean, this story, again, is so tragic. He's already been charged with 1 count of felony murder, 3 counts of assault with intent to murder. The list goes on and on and on. This was after he gunned down this woman who stopped to help him when he crashed his car into a ditch.
Yeah.
You remember this story?
Yeah.
Oh, just awful. So glad to know he is facing, for
Yes,
sure, a harsher
maximum,
penalty.
yes.
I didn't hear about this story, but I can understand where these parents are coming from. Parents in the L'Anse Creuse Public School District are furious that a teenage homicide suspect was allowed to attend classes for months before he was actually arrested earlier this year.
What?
So, yeah, several parents have said that school administrators should have informed them about the safety risks associated with the student so that they could have decided whether they wanted to continue sending their kid to the school or not.
Yeah.
There's a 16-year-old currently being held in the Wayne County Jail after he was charged in this fatal shooting of another teen in Detroit. He's being tried as an adult, is facing life in prison. The incident, this
It
murder,
was allowed to go to school.
took place on February 16th of 2024. And then it says he was taken into custody at the high school on April 1st. So that whole time he had been in school, parents just believed that the superintendent or other administrators should have let the community know about the student. They could have left the student's name out, maybe not even shared every single detail, but they
Right.
should have known that this was going on. And I can understand that
Yeah.
for sure. Over 1 million gallons of raw sewage was dumped in a Macomb County drain, and officials are accusing Oakland County of being responsible. So in a press release from Public Works Commissioner Candace Miller, she says that the county claims 1.2 million gallons of raw sewage was dumped in the Red Run drain, along with 820 million gallons of this minimally treated sewage. And she says in this release that staff found all sorts of disgusting things in the brush along there. Condoms, tampons, sanitary wipes, just nasty stuff. And she believes that, yeah, while this is all here in this brush, most likely some of it is going further out into, Lake St. Clair and other areas. So that's pretty nasty. And she says she has talked to Oakland County about this numerous times and said, hey, you need to fix this problem. Here's what you can do. And nothing has changed. So gross.
All right. Thank you, Heather.
You're welcome.
All right. Coming up next, mock draft 1.0. Hey, tomorrow, a lot of us will be at Planet Fitness. John will be there. Rico will be there. Yes. Planet Fitness. You have a chance to win tomorrow $10,000. It's a dance contest. We have the 10 finalists that people have sent in videos for. They're still going to draw for one more finalist. I know John's going to be breakdancing in front of everybody. That's at the Planet Fitness in Novi.
Yeah, preparing for my Olympic debut.
That's right. Come out tomorrow around 10 o'clock. It's going to be a lot of fun. And as you know, Planet Fitness is the best. Right now, they got great deals going on right now. $1 down, $15 a month. And let me tell you something. What it does for me when I go to the one in West Bloomfield, tomorrow I'm going to the one in Novi, makes me feel good physically, mentally. I get on the elliptical. I get on the bike, and it just does so much. I'll put on the AirPods and listen to this show, other shows, and have a wonderful time. Right now, you can get the Black Card membership, too, just $24.99 a month. And it's awesome because you recover with hydro massage and other great amenities, and You can go to any of the 2,500 or so clubs all over the country. When I'm in Florida or in Philly, I go to the Planet Fitness because I'm a Black Card member. All right. Find your nearest club. Join today in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness. We are less than 2 weeks away from the NFL draft, 2 weeks from yesterday. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for my mock draft 1.0. Tennessee Titans, no surprise, first pick of the draft, Miami quarterback Cam Ward. This is when the draft starts getting interesting. The Cleveland Browns, they have lots of needs. They take the best player available, and that's Abdul Carter, the edge from Penn State. They do have a quarterback problem, but you put him up with Myles Garrett, and wow. This might be the first surprise of the draft. The New York Giants, they have tons of needs too, but they go with defensive tackle Mason Graham from Michigan. I could just imagine him being a stud in New York for 10 years at least. And right now, you got Burns on one side of him, Thibodeau on the other. That is pretty damn impressive. Fourth pick goes to the New England Patriots, and ding, 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 we have a trade. The Las Vegas Raiders will get the fourth pick in the draft from the New England Patriots. The Patriots will receive the sixth pick and the 68th. Now, the Raiders will also get 144. It matches up on the chart. And the Raiders take Travis Hunter, defensive back, wide receiver from Colorado. Nothing says Vegas better than Travis Hunter, right? With the fifth pick, and the Jaguars are pissed. They wanted Mason Graham, so they'll take the best defensive player available, Jalen Walker from Georgia. The Patriots with that pick from the Raiders, Armand Bembou, offensive tackle from Missouri. They have lots of problems on the offensive line. They couldn't decide which one to take because there are two tackles sitting right there. And the Jets are the same dilemma, same division. They'll go with the guy with the short arms, Will Campbell, the offensive tackle from LSU. The Carolina Panthers, last in the NFL in points allowed. They need help on the defense. J.C. Horn always gets hurt, right?
Yeah.
They select cornerback, who gets hurt a little bit too.
A little bit.
Will Johnson from the University of Michigan. The New Orleans Saints, they have a new coach. He's Kellen Moore. He's a quarterback. He's going to go for his quarterback. Shedeur Sanders goes to New Orleans.
Wonder what Dion thinks about that.
I know. With the 10th pick of the draft, Ben Johnson's first pick as head coach of the Chicago Bears. He knows how important an offensive line is, but he also knows how important having two really good running backs are. They have DeAndre Swift, and they select Ashton Jonty from Boise State.
That's interesting to see what the Bears are going to do at 10 because
Yes.
they do have.
There's a lot of
they've
things they
addressed
can
the
do.
offensive line,
Yes.
but they have a left tackle problem.
Yes, they do. So I thought they might go there, but the 49ers will say thank you very much. Everybody thinks the 49ers need help in the defense, which they do, but Trent Williams is getting long in the tooth, right, John?
Yes, he is.
So they go offensive tackle from the Ohio State University, Josh Simmons. The Dallas Cowboys, they lost Dowdle. They got Miles Sanders, but he's, I think, washed up. They need a running back. 12, it worked for Jahmyr Gibbs. Marion Hampton, running back, North Carolina. People love him.
Yeah, probably the quietest pick of the first round, but maybe one of the most impactful picks of the first round.
Kind of like Jahmyr Gibbs, if you think about it. With the 13th pick, the Miami Dolphins, they have lots of needs on defense. They take a guy who is kind of a workout warrior, but everybody seems he's all over the field. He's safety Nick Amanawari from South Carolina. With the 14th pick in the draft, their number one need is tight end. The question is, which tight end will they take? The Indianapolis Colts break the heart of Jim Harbaugh and take Colston Loveland out of the University of Michigan. With the 15th pick in the draft, the number one edge rusher is still available in a lot of people's minds. It's the number one need of the Atlanta Falcons. So they select Mike Green from Marshall. The Arizona Cardinals, still not a very good team. I'm not a big fan of quarterback Kyler Murray. I know you're not either, John.
Nope.
But they could really use another wide receiver to team up with Marvin Harrison. And they go to Terrell McMillan, the wide receiver from Arizona. At 17, the Cincinnati Bengals. Oh, bing, 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 bing. We have a trade. The Los Angeles Chargers have moved up, and they take tight end Tyler Warren from Penn State. It was their number one need. He wanted Loveland, but he didn't want to take a chance, and he wouldn't get a tight end. So Harbaugh trades up. The Bengals received pick 22, pick 86, and pick 209.
Couldn't trade up to 14?
No, couldn't trade up to 14. The 18th pick goes to the Seattle Seahawks. They need lots of help everywhere. They have, Sam Darnold. Not very mobile, is he?
No, he's not.
They need an offensive lineman. Tyler Booker, the guard from Alabama.
It's a good fit.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers. To me, when you think of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, you think defense. Todd Bowles, defensive guy. Larry Foote is there. Shamar Stewart, edge rusher, Texas A&M. The Denver Broncos. Bo Nix did a really nice job as a rookie. Better than most people thought. Cortland Sutton's a good receiver. They need another one. Emeka Egbuka, wide receiver, Ohio State. The Pittsburgh Steelers. Will they go quarterback here? They could definitely use one. There's no doubt about it while they wait for Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron,
exactly. The Pittsburgh Steelers, though, Cam Hayward, he's getting up there in age.
Long in the tooth.
They need a replacement. Anybody say Steelers more than Kenneth Grant from the University of Michigan?
Be a good fit for him.
Yes. All right, the Bengals with the pick when they traded down from the Chargers, they need lots of help across the defensive line because they don't know idea what's going to happen with Trey Hendrickson yet, right? Derek Harmon from Oregon. And that might break the heart of some Lion fans.
Oh, yeah, certainly will.
The Green Bay Packers, they need help at cornerback because who knows what the hell's going on with Jair Alexander. They take Jahadi Barron from Texas. The Minnesota Vikings, they only have 4 picks in this draft.
Yeah.
They have a young quarterback.
Yes, they do.
They need to protect him.
They like to throw the ball downfield to their best receiver.
So they go offensive line, Gray Zabel from North Dakota State.
You broke my heart.
I know. The Vikings need him. What can I tell you?
They don't move up. They've got a history of trading with the Vikings.
I know they do. They do. And the Vikings only have 4 picks, so that's actually something to think about.
Yeah.
The Texans at 25. They traded Laramie Tunsil, so they need help on that offensive line. They stay in state. Kelvin Banks, guard from Texas. The Los Angeles Rams, their most glaring need is an off-ball linebacker. The best one still on the board is Jahad Campbell out of Alabama. The Baltimore Ravens, you never know what they're going to do. They could always use another wide receiver, although Flowers played really good. Their defense has been their problem. Hard to believe because when you think of the Ravens, you always think of defense. They're going defensive line. Walter Nolan from Ole Miss. The Detroit Lions are on the clock.
Where do they go? They
got some calls from my hometown about maybe trading down. But Brad Holmes says, no, I don't know. You're too good. I'm not going to help you anymore. The Detroit Lions select edge rusher, because that's their number one need, from the University of Georgia, Mikael Williams.
Got your guy.
Yeah, he's there. It was either going to be him who goes next, or this guy who's going to go next to the Washington Commanders, who could also use edge help because Fowler left. He was their leading, edge guy with sacks. They go Donovan Izuriaku. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Izuriaku.
Close enough.
From Boston College. The Buffalo Bills, they need help in the secondary. They go to the University of Kentucky and take West Bloomfield Laker Maxwell Hairston. At 31, the Kansas City Chiefs offensive line's a mess. They lost Joe Thune. Josh Connerly Jr., offensive tackle from Oregon. And what closes up a first round more than this pick being so cliche? The Philadelphia Eagles taking a need from the University of Georgia. They lost C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Malachi Starks, safety from Georgia. That is my NFL Mock Draft 1.0. Your reaction coming up next. 97.1 The Ticket.
And that snow we had over the last couple of days starting to melt this weekend. Things are going to warm up, and that grass is going to start greening up. I promise you, we all know it's going to happen. You want the best lawn on your street, you got to give Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service a call, 888-GET-GREEN, or on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. For a limited time, purchase a full lawn program. You're going to get free grub control, but you got to mention my name along with 97.1 The Ticket. If you don't like crabgrass, and nobody does, you don't want to see it in the summer. If you see it, it's too late. You got to fix it now. That first application is the most important. They're going to make sure to take care of it now. They're going to take care of every single problem that you have without even bringing it up to you. They're going to make sure that they fix it. They're going to use fewer chemicals and environmentally sound practice and custom tailor a solution specifically for your yard and your home. It's been locally owned and operated for over 35 years, so keep your money local, and go with Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. 888-GET-GREEN or naturalwaylawn.com. Both ways you can get a hold of them. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way.
Wings lose 4-1. Western Michigan in double overtime defeats Denver, the defending champions, to go to the championship game where they'll take on Boston University. Jim Costa in St. Louis watching.
Yes.
School he hates the most. Possibly
No
win a
question.
national championship, and their best player at BU, at least one of them, his last name is Iserman,
Yes.
spelled differently.
No,
yes.
but pronounced the same.
Pronounced
Yes.
the same. Exactly.
Enjoy, Mr. Costa.
All right, so go ahead, throw your darts. What do you think of the mock draft?
I mean, not a whole lot of darts. I think it's very well thought out and very reasonable. The Jaguars at 5. I know that they are hoping to get Mason Graham at 5 because they need a defensive tackle. They signed Eric Armstead last year.
Right.
Didn't really work out. And they've already got Josh Hines Allen and Trayvon Walker
Yeah.
on
And
the edge.
And they're debating about, or I don't know if they signed Trayvon to the 5-year extension, or they're thinking about it. Or
They would have picked him up. Was it last? No, I guess
No,
it would be
same year as Hutch, yeah.
So they'd have to pick it up. I think they'll pick up the 5th-year option just to have that flexibility. But
Yeah, that's one of the ones you're right. I when looking back, said, well, maybe it could have gone. But Derek Harmon, who was the next, I think, best tackle available.
yeah, he's not a top 5
Right.
talent. So are they going to go best available? Are they going to go team need?
Right. That's why I thought best available was
Sure.
him. But
The Bears with Ashton Genty. I know a lot of people have mocked him there. They have a massive left tackle problem. They've addressed every single position up front. They drafted a first-round right tackle, last year or the year before, and
Last
they went
year, I
out
believe.
and got Joe Thuney. They signed a center, the one from Atlanta.
Right.
And they also have Jonah Jackson, which I still think they have a right guard problem. But it'll be interesting because my logic on this is Ashton Genty the best this year? Yes, there's no question. Would he add a lot to Ben Johnson and what he could do? Sure. But if they can't run the ball, if they can't protect Caleb Williams, I think they go offensive line this year at 10, depending on who's available. And Josh Simmons is still available in your mock draft.
And if they could have probably traded down, and then Dallas might have taken Genty instead of
Right.
Hampton.
So my theory on this is, are they going to get a better tackle at 10 this year, thinking that maybe next year they'll be picking 14 or 15? They could get their running back next year. I don't know that there's a talent like Ashton Genty next year, but I just think that they address the offensive line.
Yeah, they probably will. I just looked at Ben Johnson with the possibility of toys.
Oh, sure. But I think one thing that he knows and he understands because he saw it here, it's how they built it here.
Right.
First draft, you address the offensive line. I do actually like the pick of McMillan, the wide receiver from Arizona. He's got unbelievable hands. He is a pass catcher. And pairing him up with Marvin Harrison and giving Kyler Murray as many weapons as possible. They gave Kyler Murray that big contract. You got to give him weapons. The interesting story is going to be what Jim Harbaugh does. If there's a Michigan guy on the roster or available at that point.
That's why I had him trading up, because I had the chances. Well, who knows? But the Colts might take Warren, so Loveland will be available.
Right. But do they need to trade up to get him, or will he be there they're picking at 22,
Yes.
I believe.
Yes.
Steelers at 21. And the only guy that I don't think you had in the first round that I do think ends up going in the first because he had such a great combine, and there's a lot of people that are looking at his film, Jackson Dart.
Yeah.
I could see him going to Pittsburgh, and I could still see them trying to, convince Aaron to be their quarterback. If they do, Jackson Dart, he's a project, but they would have him for 5 years, and they could do the same thing that, with Aaron Rodgers that Green Bay did, and that's draft for a couple years down the road and hopefully develop him. I don't know that Mikael Williams is available at 28, and it'll be interesting, and I brought it up during the draft.
Right.
They do have a history of trading with the Minnesota Vikings.
Yes, they do. TJ Hawkinson's trade
would be about as high as I think they would want to go, and it just so happens that that's where you have Gray Zabel going. If he's the best guy left on Brad Holmes' board, I wouldn't be surprised for them to go up and get him.
No matter who it is. That's Brad Holmes, and everybody always, it's so easy for us fans. Oh, we should trade down and get more picks. it always seems, at least for the Lions, they do it the opposite. They trade up a lot.
They do in the first round.
Yes.
And they have, obviously, with Manu and Broderick Martin, they've traded up to get guys that they
traded
think.
Up J-Mo, they traded up for. They
Yeah.
traded down, obviously, with the Jahmyr Gibbs pick.
Correct.
So they look, Brad Holmes, he's a maestro at the draft.
And
at least
here's
early
why
on.
it's been normally we do a lot of mock draft leading up to, but
Right.
when you're picking 28,
Yeah.
it's
Who's there? I mean, there's going to be surprises along the way.
there'll be surprises, and it's going to be if you end up getting a run on quarterbacks, if you get a run on offensive linemen or defensive tackles, it'll push some of those other guys further down the draft board. Is one of those guys that gets pushed down the draft board a guy that Brad Holmes says, okay, we need an edge, we need an offensive lineman. That's the best available. We need to go up and get them. I think it's going to be interesting to see how Brad handles it this year because they did that with Terrion Arnold last year.
Right. And look, you're also going to need offensive line depth at tackle because Decker's not,
He's no spring chicken.
Exactly. So I was thinking about maybe Connerly there, but I still think, my need, which doesn't always correlate with Brad Holmes' thinking. It's not always about needs. It's best available player.
Right. But they can manufacture that by trading up and say, oh, well, he was the best available. Plus,
Right.
it attends to a need.
Yes, indeed. All right. Our telephone number, by the way, is 248-539-9797. Now, we give out the number right now because we want you. We're going to have a little fun on this Friday.
Mm-hmm.
We want you to either text, but I prefer calls because I like talking to people. And I like presentations. We want your favorite dad jokes. John and I are both dads. Gov's a dad. Greg's a dad. Obviously, Heather's not a dad. She's a mom.
I am not.
No. We could have some mom jokes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we want your favorite dad jokes. 248-539-9797.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. The Pistons won the season series against the Knicks thanks to a 115-106 victory. 3-1 the season tally. Ron Holland on the W. Detroit had 6 scorers in double figures. New York had a 13-point lead at the half, but the Pistons held them to 35% from the field in the second. Justin Rose is your Masters leader after day 1. The first group of golfers just teed off to begin round 2. Rose will get it started at 8:52 this morning. The Red Wings were defeated by the Panthers 4-1. Detroit is 8 points back at the last wildcard spot, which is 4 games remaining for them and Montreal. Ex-Steelers quarterback and current Fox Sports analyst Terry Bradshaw lent a hand to passengers that were trapped for an hour on a flight from Dallas to Pittsburgh. According to Rick Sayer, the plane door was stuck, and Bradshaw helped force it open. Former Tiger pitcher Spencer Turnbull is still without a deal. John Heyman reported that he's currently throwing for teams in search of one. He pitched for the Phillies last season after 6 years with Detroit. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 248-539-9797. It's a Friday. Just did our mock draft. We're going to talk about the Pistons coming up at 8:35. Whether you are, on the Piston train, woo, so to speak. I think my last train was better, actually. The last train sound imitation.
Yes.
I'll leave it at that. 248-539-9797. But it's Friday. I decided, my last day with you, this stint.
This
little stint. I'll be with Rico all next week. So we'll do a little Dad Joke Friday.
Mm-hmm.
Dad jokes are great. So we want you to come up with, because John, what I miss the most about being here every morning,
Our time together.
is making you laugh. Or just you laughing. You laugh, it's not necessarily me, but you like to laugh.
I do.
And I think that's really important. So, John, I have a question for you.
Please ask.
Where do pirates get their hooks?
I don't know.
Secondhand stores.
Cindy orders a lot of stuff from Amazon, doesn't she?
Yeah.
As a lot of people do. I ordered a chicken and an egg
Oh, yeah?
from Amazon. Yeah, I'll let you know.
Yeah. Which one came first?
Yeah.
John, did you know, do you know French fries, they weren't cooked in France. They were cooked in Greece. All right, let's go to the phones. 248-539-9797. Let's start it off.
Oh my god.
Oh, let's go to the
Steve, what's going on, Steve?
What's up, guys? Great show. Thanks for being on, and thanks for letting me lend my years of fatherhood into your show.
Oh, please do.
Quick joke. What do you call a deer with no eyes?
Deer with no eyes. I don't know.
A no idea. What do you call a fish with no eyes?
A no-eyed fish.
Nope.
What?
It has no eyes. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
I like that.
Oh, yeah.
All right, John in Flat Rock, what's up?
Well, why are they called pirates?
I don't know.
They just are.
He went with the mic drop.
I know.
Heather, I
Yeah.
want to include you in this as
Okay.
well. And, we talk a little bit about Taylor Swift.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Why didn't the vampire attack Taylor Swift?
Because she has bad blood.
She has bad blood.
Oh.
It's not as funny when somebody gets it.
I know.
It's a baby computer calls father.
I don't know.
Data.
Data. Yes. Well, hey, astronauts, you know what their favorite key on the keyboard is?
Space bar.
Space bar.
All right. Let's go to Nick. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Nick?
Morning, guys. What's going on?
How's it going?
Doing good. Did you guys hear about the burglar that stole all the toilets from the police department?
No.
Police say they got nothing to go on.
Did you hear Apple is got a new venture? They might be selling cars. And I was interested a little bit until I heard that they wouldn't support Windows.
But they would support Mack trucks. Tommy, what's up?
Hey, good morning, guys, and Heather.
Good morning.
Hey, you heard about the man with 5 penises, right?
No, please do tell.
Oh, yeah, I think.
He said his pants fit like a glove.
Yeah. I knew that one. You like that one. Thank you very much. All right, I got some text ones here, too, before we go back to the phones. Did you hear about a company that makes yardsticks?
No.
They won't be making them any longer. That's from Tony in a truck. As far as all these dad jokes, somebody says make sure you guys keep this in a database.
Yes.
How do you know when the moon isn't hungry?
When it's full.
Correct.
Yes.
The real joke is the Tigers playing on Apple TV tonight. Brett Monroe. They are, actually.
They are, yes. You won't have to watch FanDuel.
Yeah. Why do ducks have feathers?
I don't know.
To hide their butt quacks. What do you get when you cross a bird and a lawnmower?
Bird and a lawnmower. I don't know.
Shredded tweet. What do you call an angry carrot?
I don't know.
A A steamed vegetable. That's from Wayne in a work truck. Mm-hmm. What do you call a cow with no legs?
It's got to be, I don't know.
Ground beef.
Ground beef.
That's
there you go.
That's his 9-year-old or her 9-year-old. I accidentally drank holy water with my laxative.
Oh, boy.
I'm about to start a religious movement. Very good. I like that. John in Chesterfield, you're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Yeah, what do you call a teacher that never farts in public?
Oh.
A teacher that never farts in public. I don't know. What do you call him?
A private tutor.
Oh, Lord. Let's go to Craig. What's up, Craig?
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good, thank you.
I got two quick ones for you.
Okay.
Have you heard the pizza joke?
No.
No, it's too cheesy for you. I couldn't tell you.
Okay.
And then the other one, what's the big difference between a crocodile and an alligator? One you see now in a while, and one you see later.
Aha.
Yes.
See you later, Croc. See you later, alligator. After a while, crocodile. Any excuse for me to sing is a good day. Matt, what's up?
Wanted to ask you, what's a pirate's favorite letter?
R.
You're thinking to be R, but it's always going to be the C.
Got us. That's good. I like that. That's very good.
Yeah, must have heard the last one.
I
Got us
know.
on that one. Yeah, we yeah. Hook, line, and sinker.
Yes, indeed. Christine, good morning.
Good morning. I have a mom joke.
Okay, please.
If athletes get athlete's foot, what do astronauts get? Mistletoe.
I
like that's a
yeah,
good one.
Thank you, Mom.
Yeah, appreciate that. 248-539-9797. We'll get into the Pistons a little bit, but right now it's Dad Joke
Hey,
Friday.
How do you make a waterbed bouncier?
I don't know, John.
Add spring water.
I have one joke. One joke I know. It's the only joke I've gotten. It's a kid's joke. How do you make a Kleenex dance?
Oh, put a little boogie in it.
Yeah, it's the only one I know.
That's a go-to.
I got the approval for this one? Okay.
No, you got to say it now.
Yes. You just have.
Oh, boy.
Oh, gosh.
Why doesn't Justin Bieber shop at the Sports Authority?
I don't know. Why?
He likes dicks better.
Talk about the store.
Yeah,
Dick's Sporting Goods.
exactly. I would have picked somebody else besides Justin Bieber,
but little inside family joke. Whenever we talk about going to the Dick's Sporting Goods store, we always got to talk about which one is bigger. Well, let's go to the big one.
They have wood bats there.
Torpedoes. Greg, what's up?
This is right up your alley, Stoney. Did you hear about the woman with no eyelids who went to the circumcision doctor? She asked him if he could make some eyelids out of the extra pieces. The doctor said no. She said, why not? Doctor replied, you'll be cockeyed.
All right, let's. Where am I going? I'm going to number 8. Casper, you're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey there, everybody. What do you call it when Batman skips out on church? Christian Bale.
Oh, that's good. I like that. I like that one. Thanks for the call. 248-539-9797. John, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Oh, excuse me, Peter. What's up, Peter?
Hi, guys. How are you? I got a question for you. Why couldn't Zelensky get off the toilet?
Oh, boy. Why couldn't Zelensky get off the toilet?
I don't know, Peter. Why?
Because he couldn't stop Putin. Thanks, guys. Have a good morning.
You too.
Lord, let's take one more before we break. John, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Did I screw that up again? God.
No, that's all right. That's
No,
good.
that's
So
all
move on to the next one.
All right, we'll do it when we come back. 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch football, basketball, baseball, hockey. It doesn't matter. It's at Stadium Swim. Located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience absolutely built for us, the sports fan. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of the massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
The Pistons win last night, defeating the New York Knickerbockers. They came from 13 down. They outscored them in the second half by 15. We'll talk about the Pistons coming up next. Would you rather them play the Pacers or the Knicks? And there are people, including one in the studio, who would actually watch this instead of the Pistons playoffs. And we'll get to that coming up at 8:35. But it is a Dad Joke Friday. It's not an every Friday on this show, I don't think, but, what the hell?
Yeah.
I decided, let's have a little fun.
Mm-hmm.
I got one here for John.
Okay.
What's the difference between light and hard?
Oh, boy. I'm not sure.
It's easier to fall asleep with a light on.
Still thinking about that one, Heather?
Yeah.
Well, not an issue you'll have to deal with. Yeah. You want to fall asleep with a...
Oh, yeah, got it.
All right, we got some texts. We got some calls. Here we
I
go.
wouldn't know, John.
Why couldn't the lifeguard save the hippie drowning in the ocean? He was too far out, man. What has two knees and swims? A two-knee fish. Why did the Scarecrow get an award?
Why?
He was outstanding in his field.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
That one.
Did you hear that the Red Wings Zamboni driver was missing?
Oh, no.
Police are hoping he resurfaces. It's from Liam in a car. I'm looking to cook some alligator tonight, but all I have is a crock pot. Did you hear about the Happy Roman? He's a gladiator. Why don't you take a bath with Pokemon, John?
I don't know why I would.
Because he will Pikachu. Why don't cannibals eat clowns? Because they taste funny. I don't know why that made me laugh so much.
He's got tears in his eyes.
That's really funny.
He's crying.
Oh, God. How do you make a Kleenex dance? Oh, we did that one.
Yeah.
That's the only joke That's the only one I got.
Why didn't the skeleton go on a roller coaster? It didn't have the guts. All right, let's go to the phones. Let's go to John. What's going on, John?
Well, did you hear about the pharmacy that got broken into and all the Viagra was stolen?
No.
Yeah, police are looking for a hardened criminal.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. AJ, you're a 97 the ticket.
Hey, morning, guys.
Morning.
So what is blue and not so heavy?
What is
light blue?
Ah.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Get that? Pat, you're on 97 the ticket.
Hey, guys, I remember telling this joke probably 45 years ago when I was in 6th grade.
Uh-huh.
And Mr. Bird either grabbed me by the back of the neck or a head of hair. Can't remember which it was, but what did one leg say to the other leg? Shorty's growing a beard.
Oh, my
God. if girls with big boobs work at Hooters, where do girls with one leg work?
I don't know. I should know.
IHOP.
Yeah, I know. I used to not like facial hair. Then it grew on me.
Dennis, you're a 97 the ticket.
Hi, guys. How you doing?
Wonderful.
Good. What did the drummer call his baby girls? A 1, and a 1, and a 2.
That is okay. James, you're on 97 on the ticket.
Oh my God, you guys got to post these on the site, man. That's hilarious. What do you get when you cross a donkey and an onion?
A crying ass?
A piece of ass that brings tears to your eyes.
Oh, it's close.
Go Tigers.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go to Kylie. You're on 97 on the ticket.
Good morning.
Good morning.
What did the janitor say when he came out of the closet? Supplies!
Supplies. All right, you got time for one more. All right, one more here. Let's go to Sean. You're on 97 on the ticket.
Hey, good morning, everyone. How many South Americans does it take to screw in a light bulb? A Brazilian.
I'm going through my mind. Chile, Argentina, Brazil. Oh, that's good. All right, way to go, people. That was very good. We
Thank you for
appreciate
making
that.
our Friday.
Yes, making us laugh. All right, here's Heather and news.
Oh, my goodness. A lot of eye rolls from this one over here.
Yes, the mom eye roll is what
Which
makes
is-
some of them so good.
Which is what dad jokes are, right?
Right, yes.
They're dumb,
Yes,
but good.
yes.
This is kind of a great story. When the Detroit Tigers played their first game at Comerica Park this season, a beloved bar in Corktown received a really big surprise. There was a sign that was stolen from Nemo's during the Tigers' 84 World Series run, and it was just brought back almost 41 years later.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
The sign was stolen on my day of birth after Game 4 of that World Series,
wow.
October 13th, 1984.
You were born the day they won the World Series?
I was. Well, they didn't win that day.
Oh.
Didn't it go to Game 5?
Yeah.
So I want. This was
Yeah.
Game 4. This
Oh,
was Game
okay.
4 when it was stolen. It was a simple sign, welcoming fans either before the game or after the game. And this guy just came into the bar, and the manager says her name is Sandy Simmons, that walked in, came up to the bar, and laid it right there, bringing it back. So he brought back the sign and a letter, and they've got that on display. So kind of a fun, I don't know, kind of cool. I think it's a cool story.
It is.
Something silly. Listen to this. A high school baseball player in New Mexico was arrested after allegedly peeing in an opposing team's water jug. Ugh, right? Repulsive. This 16-year-old JV player is facing 15 counts of battery over the incident. Apparently, this teen did confess to investigators that he did it to be funny. He wasn't trying to get retaliation or revenge. Apparently, something between these two teams was going on. It was filmed, put on Snapchat. So that is really how this kid got in trouble. I'm sure if it hadn't been posted online, it might have just
right.
Nobody would have even known anything. But anyway, the entire JV team had to be suspended for this investigation, and no word yet on if they're playing again or not. But disgusting. That's really, really gross. A Dearborn man is facing attempted murder charges after being accused of setting fire to a Garden City massage parlor. Police said the suspect had been charged with 2 counts of assault with intent to murder, 2 counts of arson, 2 counts of unlawful imprisonment, and 2 counts of assault with intent to do great bodily harm. The fire was actually started late Monday night at the Acura Care Massage and Spa on Middle Belt. There were 2 women inside at the time. They were treated at the scene for minor injuries and smoke inhalation. They did go to the hospital for further treatment. The fire really caused a ton of damage to that particular business, but also nearby businesses as well. And police say right now it's unclear what the suspect's motive was. You probably heard this tragic news. A sightseeing helicopter plunged into the Hudson River on Thursday. Turning a family outing that was supposed to be, a fun sightseeing event over Manhattan skyline into just a pure tragedy. All 6 people on board, including 3 children, were killed. Witnesses say it appeared that the helicopter broke apart in midair before spiraling and basically flipping and crashing near the New Jersey shoreline upside down. The crash remains under investigation. Some positive news quickly. It's going to be a weekend without any major storm systems rolling through Michigan. This is great. We can expect some sun, maybe a little bit of light winds, but warmer temperatures, which is great news. There could be some on and off precipitation on Saturday night, more into Monday, but otherwise, great day today, great day tomorrow. Morning temps will still be kind of chilly, but mid to upper 50s, even into the 60s on Sunday. So
it's that time of year you get the clear skies at night and all the heat escapes. It's cool in the morning, but the studio window right now, the sun is starting to shine.
I'm excited.
Setting up for a good weekend.
Let's go.
Absolutely. Hey, guys, what do you get when you cross a rabbit with an anesthesiologist?
Oh, I don't know.
The Ether Bunny. All right. Coming up next, the Pistons are in the playoffs. Tickets go on sale shortly, and we want to know, who do you want to play? The Knicks, the Pacers? Are you on this Piston playoff train, or are you like somebody in this studio who'd rather watch something else than Pistons basketball? Pistons playoff basketball. 97 won the ticket. You know, it's a big moment when Mark Champion calls out the holy mackerel, and they win 115-106. Pistons will be taking on the Knicks or the Pacers in the playoff. Oh, by the way, I got a text from Dave Burkett.
Oh.
Lions. Maybe some news. Let's see. Oh, why can't you hear a pterodactyl go to the bathroom?
A pterodactyl.
Pterodactyl.
It's a pterodactyl.
Well, yes.
Is that the joke?
Thank you. That's the joke. Because the P is silent.
Oh.
That's amazing.
Thank you, Dave.
I went to the doctor the other day. He told me I was going deaf. It was really hard to hear the news.
I took my kid to the doctor the other day. You know the pterodactyl?
What would you say if you read this? Why can't you hear a pterodactyl go to the bathroom? P-T-E-R-O.
I know, but it's pterodactyl.
I know what it is, but I thought I didn't know it was spelled.
Do you?
I know what a pterodactyl is. It's a dinosaur.
But did you know it was spelled with a P?
No.
Oh, that's it.
No.
A pterodactyl.
Did you know it was spelled with a P?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I just heard Lindbergh made it, I guess. I don't know. All right. On to more
productive conversations.
Yes, exactly. Oh, that is so embarrassing, Michael. All right. Playoff tickets go on sale, I think, over the weekend. Sunday. A, are you going? That's number one. Number two, who do you want to see them play, the Knicks or the Pacers? And number three, and this is a question that we discussed in the bullpen before the show. And I got to say,
it's an easy answer.
A little stunned by the response that I got from one John Jansen. But let's say the Pistons are playing a playoff game. Same time the Detroit Tigers are playing a regular season baseball game in late April.
All right, April 21. Okay. It's a 6:40 first pitch or the 22nd, either day. 6:40 first pitch against the San Diego Padres.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a playoff game for the Detroit Pistons.
Let's say it's 7 o'clock, so the times match.
Mm-hmm. Who are you watching? It was an easy answer for me.
It's the Pistons. It's the playoffs. The Pistons have sucked for so long. We have a team that people love. They play hard. They play defense. They're the what a lot of people don't like about the NBA. It's the playoffs. I'll watch playoffs in any sport over early regular season anything, even probably football too. But it's the playoffs. This is a team that epitomizes pretty much everything that you believe in, John. Play hard, tough, competitive, all that great stuff. So it's got to be the Pistons, right?
Nope.
No?
I will have the Detroit Tigers on the TV, and I will monitor what's going on in the Pistons game. I'm excited for the Pistons to be in the playoffs. I think it's great. I'm excited the Pistons play an unusual brand of basketball for today's NBA. They actually play defense throughout the course of the year. They're aggressive. They're attacking. They attack the rim. Yes, they can shoot threes, which is why they're finally in the playoffs, because they're playing modern-day basketball. All of that's great. I couldn't care less about the NBA, and I am excited for the Pistons to be there, but my first sports love was the Detroit Tigers. And it holds to this day. I want to see the Tigers play, especially with the way that they've started the season. I'm excited about them. And those games right there, you're probably talking about a Jackson Jobe start. It's probably the 22nd. If he's starting, I'm definitely watching.
Ooh, Jackson Jobe, April 22nd, as opposed to Game 2 of the NBA playoffs? Really? Suppose the Pistons steal a game at the Garden. Can go up 2-0.
That's great.
Oh, my Lord. What's the matter with our society?
They steal a game at the Garden. They go up 2-0. They stole 2 of them.
Yeah, it'd be great. 248-539-9797. I don't get it. Maybe it's just me.
You don't have to.
I know. I'm not telling you what you have to do. I'm just surprised that you don't love this team to watch enough to watch them in the playoffs over another team that you love's early regular season.
I just want to see what the Tigers are doing. I will monitor. I'll have my notifications. I can flip over between innings. And if the Tigers, and even before that, if it's the 19th or the 20th, now it's a little bit harder to have that conflict because those are day games for the Tigers. But that's the Royals.
We don't have to have exact dates. But would you rather watch?
Well, this is the range where they'll be playing.
Would you rather watch a Tiger regular season game or the Pistons in the playoffs?
That's right.
In the first round. That's the question.
I'll start with the Tigers. Monitor the Pistons game, and if it deems a channel change at some point, I may change the channel. Check out what's going on. I know that you're going to have a coronary over there thinking that I am watching a regular season April Detroit Tigers game.
Right.
But I guess you won't be invited to the viewing party then. Because if you came over to my house and I had the Tigers on, you would lose your mind, wouldn't you?
I'd be stunned. I'd be stunned if you invited me to your house, but that's a whole story. That's never happened. Anyway.
Well, I've never been to your humble abode.
I know. 248-539-9797.
I don't have the key pass. The moat has always been up anytime I've been at the gate. Mr. Stone!
Actually, Cindy controls the moat, not me.
Oh, I have no idea. I have no question.
I know.
No question.
Absolutely. But I understand that NBA basketball in this town and for some parts of this country has lost a lot of its appeal for a variety of reasons. I'm not blind to it. But this is different, man. This isn't just a bunch of guys chucking up shots. This is a team that just plays, to use a former Piston coach cliche, plays the right way. The way that John Jansen would play, the way that you would coach your team to play.
I've just described that, and I am excited about it. The NBA lost me 5 or 6 years ago for no other reason than I just don't like watching how they play right now. I don't like watching that, they only have to take one dribble from half court and take 5, 6, 7 steps, and there's a layup, or they just kick the ball. Even if they have a layup, they kick the ball out for a three-pointer. I just don't like the brand of basketball that is the NBA right now. And I know the Pistons don't play that same brand. They're much more aggressive. They play defense. They play, from end line to end line.
I think the playoffs are a little different. I don't think you're going to see Boston chuck up 63s or whatever during a playoff. I don't know. I could be wrong. I don't love that part either. But playoff basketball is a little different. It's a lot more competitive.
Part of it may also be, I know that if things get really exciting with the Pistons, like I don't have to be in the bubble. I can be, get the updates. But I can record it and I can go back and watch it from the beginning.
Yeah, we all can do that too. Yeah,
I know,
get that.
But you couldn't do that 10 years ago.
Right.
And so you would have to make that choice. Now I don't have to make that choice. I can watch the entire game when I choose to.
248-539-9797. Here's some ticket texts. I'm all aboard on the Pistons. I'm with you, Stoney. Playoffs cannot beat regular season baseball game with over 100 games left. It'll be about 120 games left. The Tigers should beat the Orioles anyway. Go Pistons. They should have had the Pistons on the radio over the Wings last night. That's Gary in Detroit. That is a contractual thing that's before the season. Who has priorities? Screw the NBA. That sport is a dumpster fire. I don't give a crap if our team is in it or not until they make changes in the sport. Of course it's the playoffs. You don't watch a damn baseball game in April when there's 162 of them anyway. And baseball isn't even real right now anyway.
Well, it is real.
I have no idea about what.
It is real.
Yeah.
These games do matter.
Yes. Everyone's saying they'd rather watch an early April Tiger game over a Pistons playoff game because the NBA isn't entertaining, as if baseball is the most boring sport to watch on TV. Puts you to sleep, literally. Thanks for another classic Stoney moment. Let's go PT Tigers. Let's go Tigers. Gilly at work.
PT.
Yes, exactly.
It's Tigers with a
Patigers.
Patigers.
Thank you for butchering that.
I know.
I mean,
how did he say it?
Patigers.
Pterodactyl.
Pterodactyl. Yeah.
Patua Tunga Pataya Loa.
Yeah. 248-539 to 9797. Me? Oh, it's time for Planet. Oh, I read it wrong. I thought it was 9:45. Hey, tomorrow we will be at Planet Fitness. Fitness. In Novi, you can win $10,000. That's right. We're taking one more contestant for the dance contest. John and I will be coaching. Rico and others will be judging. It's going to be a lot of fun, and Planet Fitness is the best, as you know. I go to the one in West Bloomfield a lot and work out on the elliptical, the recumbent bike, all that stuff. They got great deals going for you right now. Just $1 down, $15 a month. That's right. $1 down, $15 a month. They got new ones in Detroit, the one in Corktown. They got new equipment like the squat hacks. I can't speak right now. Trainers, if you want a trainer, they have them at Planet Fitness for free. You want the Black Card membership where you can go to any Planet Fitness place in over 2,600 locations around the country. I've gone to the one in Florida and Philly when I'm there. You do that too. Planet Fitness, it's the best. Find your nearest club. Join today in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. We have some ticket text because I believe that watching the Pistons in the playoffs should pretty obviously take priority of watching an April Tigers regular season game. And John Jansen disagrees, which upsets me.
Oh, I'm sorry to upset you on a Friday morning, especially after we've had some good laughs.
Yes, we have. We've had a lot of good laughs.
But I'm more intrigued, and some of it is my hopes and dreams for this Tiger team, and I have hopes and dreams for the Pistons as well. But I am tuned in to every Tigers start, whether it's on the radio, it's on TV. It's kind of right at this point for me. It's almost must listen, must watch.
Before we get back to that,
get another joke?
No.
Oh,
well, it'll make you laugh though.
Oh, okay. I'm ready.
Stoney's pterodactyl was his Des Moines moment.
It's just Desmodays.
Stoney didn't know how to spell pterodactyl because they were still being discovered when he was in school.
Yeah. What did they look like in flight?
Good morning. Can you please do an entire segment by adding a P to every word you say? Nothing will beat that on a Friday morning. Thank you, Stoney. That's from Pal. It's Al. Pterodactyl is just as good as Hyperbole. That's from Terry back in the day. NBA basketball has gone downhill drastically, especially since they allow the traveling, the LeBron James flops. It's not basketball anymore. It's just throw the ball up. There's no defense. There is in the playoffs, though. That's my point. Playoff basketball is a little different. It's a lot different. Now, look, I think playoff hockey is the greatest thing in the world, but playoff hockey is different than regular season hockey, too. It's just everything gets ramped up. That's my argument. It's nothing to do with what sport is better, baseball or basketball. It's irrelevant. To me, it's the playoffs. That's why, to me, I'm stunned that it doesn't take precedent for you. All right, here's some others. In the NBA playoffs, you only need to watch the last 5 minutes of the game. It also happens to take about 45 minutes for those 5 minutes to expire. That's Neil from Carlton. John's answer saying he wants to watch the Tigers is the most white person, lame-ass answer ever. April baseball makes as much sense as the corpse that ran our country the last 4 years. Of course, I'm watching Piston basketball games. I'm going to keep my mouth shut. This is an easy... All right, maybe I won't. No, I will. I will. I'll just be the guy that wanted to take Jackie Robinson books from the library, and then I got gutted into bringing them back. This is an easy one. I'm with Stoney. Pistons playoffs for sure. Even though I'm a bigger Tiger fan than I'm a Piston fan, playoffs take precedent.
Come on, you got to want to watch the Tigers.
That's right. I'm with Pajan. No, I'm going to do what that listener said. I might switch to the Pistons if it's close in the fourth. I'm 100% with you, Stoney. You watch. If the Pistons win a few games in the playoffs, these fans will wake up and it'll totally change their tune. I'll take any playoff game over a 1-of-162 game season. That's from Alex. Now, if it's in late September and the Tigers have to win to make the playoffs, that's a different argument. Tigers are my number one Detroit team. Pistons are 3 or 4. Easy decision. Pistons playoffs. That's from Sid in Ann Arbor. What did the cop say to the baseball player that peed in the opponent's water cooler? You're in big trouble. Stoney would watch the baseball game instead of the Pistons if Patarik Skubal was pitching. Okay, John.
Yes, sir.
All kidding aside, who do you want to play? The Pacers or the Phoenix?
That's the Knicks.
The Knicks.
If we're pronouncing every letter, we're gonna go against the. I have changed. I went from wanting the Pacers to the Knicks, but I want to play the Pacers, And I want to play him because I think from start to finish, it's going to be like the tenor of that series is going to be completely different than the Knicks. I know there's going to be a level of excitement. There's going to be a level of intensity that we haven't seen here in a decade. Mm-hmm. It's going to be a level of intensity that we didn't see all season long. And I think these Pistons are ready for the playoffs because they've been playing that way. It's their brand of basketball. It's not like they have to flip a switch and say, oh, let's play defense now. They're already doing that.
Right.
And I know 3-1 in the series against the Knicks during the season, and it's 1-3 in their series against the Pacers. I want to see the Pacers. That would just be me personally. But I won't be watching anyway.
I know. I mean, suppose, Isaiah Stewart elbows your boy Tyrese Halliburton. You'll be getting an alert on that. You won't be able to watch it live.
I can go back and watch it.
I know. I said you won't be watching it live. You'll be watching like a mundane ground ball to Colt Keith, hoping he doesn't bobble the ball.
Whoa, that's an oxymoron.
Boy, there's excitement for you.
Yeah, an oxymoron, a mundane ground ball to Colt Keith. I mean, they're all exciting at this point.
That's a good point. To me, I'd rather play the Pacers because I think
you were going to do it again.
No, I'd rather play the Knicks because I think it'd be more interesting.
What, do you want the Knicks just because you think it's the better chance to get to round two? Which I understand that theory, that argument.
I do, which it goes. Look,
win
a
series,
but the Knicks are a better team, and it's about matchups. And while Brunson and Towns and Bridges hasn't been playing that great, but they're good. And I see the Pistons being able to match up better with them. I don't know. I could be completely off base on that. I mean, Siakam's really good, obviously. They got a lot of really good players on that team, and Indiana too. And look, the Pacers, it'll be a physical, it'll be some dirty, but so will the Knicks games. They'll be great. It's going to be great entertainment.
Is that Pascal Siakam?
Yes, Pascal Siakam. Absolutely. He's related to line defensive lineman Josh Pascal. All right. Coming up next, Augusta. Is it the bucket list of all bucket list events? 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Western Michigan moving on to the Hockey National Championship for the first time in history. It was a fun night for Northville product Owen Michaels. The call via ESPN. The Pistons also took down the Knicks for the third consecutive time this season, 115-106. Tobias Harris returned after 3 games on the shelf. He was one of 6 players that scored double figures. Kate Cunningham led all scorers with 36 points as well. Michigan native Spencer Schwellenbach made his major league debut last season for the Braves and pitched well, logging a .335 ERA. He's taken it to a different level in his 3 starts this year with a sub-.5 ERA, including 6 innings of 1-run ball yesterday. MLB.com calls him a Cy Young candidate. The Tigers were off yesterday, but will hit the field again tonight at Target Field against the Twins. Right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 7:45. Veteran quarterback Joe Flacco is heading back to the Cleveland Browns. He's inked a $4 million deal that can reach $13 million with incentives. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thank you, Jeremy. 248-539-9797. A few quick texts. I'd watch the Mud Hens BP before I'd watch Game 7 of the NBA Finals. It's not John's fault. That's what the new NBA has been terrible for 10 years. The Pistons have done to our fandom. That's from Christoph in Fenton. What did the battery say to the bag of chips?
I don't know.
Hi, I am ever ready. Are you Frito-Lay? The last time the NBA product was interesting, pterodactyls flew the sky. Okay, today, round 2 of the Masters has begun. And I was lucky enough to go to one round a few years ago, and it is what everybody says it is. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. TV does not do it justice as far as, the elevations, walking up the hills and things like that. It's great. It is, for me, the ultimate bucket list item. So I checked that off my list, but I still have others.
Mm-hmm.
John, what is your ultimate bucket list item? I know it's not the Masters.
No, it's not the Masters. Masters would be there. I'm not a huge golf fan, and I take my shots at the game of golf and golfers, but because there is so much history involved, and it is such, I don't doubt that it's one of the most beautiful environments to watch a sporting event, that, and with all the history, it is on my bucket list. Because I was introduced to the game of tennis through my daughter and my wife, I've always wanted to go to Wimbledon.
That's next for me.
Yeah, and to me, just to be able to see everything that goes on around it, not just obviously you go for the competition. You want to be able to see that. You want to be at center court, but there's so much else going on that I have learned about, and to see these players play and how they just to see it on the grass, I think would be amazing. And so that would be probably number one. I have checked off a couple on my list.
Have you ever been to the U.S. Open, Flushing Meadow?
No, I haven't.
That's pretty cool, too.
Oh, I've to
done
be
that.
at one of these events, and I say Wimbledon because it's, to me, it's probably and I'm not an expert on this, it's the tennis version of the Masters for golf. It's the Super Bowl of it. And I told the kids, I was trying to describe to the kids last night why the Masters is so awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And I was talking about the history, but I said it's really the Super Bowl of it. It's the start of the season, but
right.
And they're like, well, why do they do that at the beginning? I'm like, well, it's the tradition of it. It's
the first major.
Right, it's the first major. The other, what would be a close second, and might get a chance to do this before I would ever get a chance to go to Wimbledon, would be to see the Olympics. And since it's coming to the U.S. in 28, I want to be out in L.A. and I want to experience people coming from all around the world. I want to experience some of the sports that we don't necessarily talk about. In fact, almost none of them all the time. But to have the ability to go see all of those different events. And I believe that they are playing football in the Rose Bowl. And so I want to go. I would love to go see what that looks like from a spectator's version.
You've played in the Rose Bowl, yeah, that's cool.
And obviously called a game there a couple of years ago. So now I want to be able to see it there and see the setting and the history that would be made in that as well.
Maybe you can do that. Call Joe Odyssey. Maybe you can do your show from there.
Oh, that would be yeah,
absolutely.
You got his number?
No, I got blocked.
Yeah, but the couple that that I have seen. The Kentucky Derby. I went to the Kentucky Derby
I haven't done that yet.
I don't know. I guess it would have been 18 or I think it was 2018. It was raining cats and dogs, but it was still so cool to see.
Is that the one? What Orb won?
I don't even know who won. It doesn't matter. I wasn't there for the horse race, and I was there for the people watching and the experience of being there.
You bet on it, right?
No. I don't do. It's not kind of my thing. But
I understand. But you're the Kentucky Derby. You put $2 on a horse,
right? But when you go up to bet on the horses, there's so many different ways, and the terminology. I had no idea. It was a foreign language to me, so I wasn't gonna do something that I had no idea what I was doing. I'm not steeped in tradition of
who were you there
sports
with?
Gambling. I was there. It was a bachelor party for a friend, and it just like. I wanted to see. I was on the infield, and I got a chance to look up, and you can't even see the horses.
2018, you said?
Yeah, I think it was 18. Yeah,
Layla Ali was the Grand Marshal.
Oh, okay. And the other one was the Daytona 500. You want to talk about a week-long party? That was unbelievable. because I think it was Bike Week that led up to it, or it was week after. I can't remember. Some of these events, it's about watching those that are involved in it and those that are that they have their own traditions of going. Because I'm sure you saw people that go to the Masters and they dress a certain way, they act a certain way. The patrons, not the fans, the patrons.
Yeah.
And it was the same thing at the Kentucky Derby. It was the same thing at the Daytona 500.
Did you get dressed at the Kentucky Derby with?
I wore a sport coat. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Good. Obviously, people wouldn't do that at the Daytona 500.
No, it'd be a little bit warm.
Not only that, it'd be. But both people were wearing T-shirts there, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
All
But that was what was unique about the Kentucky Derby. There were people that were there, had made their own shirts, cut off sleeves. They were doing their own thing, and the hats. And then you had women dressed to the nines. You had guys in top hats. You had such a wide array of individuals and how they wanted to attend the Kentucky Derby.
You were there at 18. Justify won. Ended up going on to win a Triple Crown. Pretty impressive. You got to see a part of history, John.
Yeah, part of history.
Yeah.
Trust me, I saw a lot that weekend. Yes, cool.
The one I still have, and people are amazed that I haven't done it yet.
What's that?
Lambeau.
Oh, you haven't been to Lambeau?
Nope.
Oh, you got to go. You going to go for the draft? No, you'll be here.
No, I'll be here. I'm not going to Lambeau.
Well, yeah, it's Pistons playoff games. Can't miss those.
Well, yeah. I mean, plus, I want to go to a football game.
Right.
I don't want to go to the
Lambeau,
draft.
Yeah. So 248-539-9797. Outside of the four major sports that we cover, football, basketball, baseball, hockey, what are some of the other events that are bucket list items that you want to go to? You checked one off with the Masters.
Mm-hmm.
You and I both want to go to Wimbledon. I want to go to the Olympics.
So obviously, Masters is high on my list. And I would want it to be Sunday and probably
the final.
Well,
day.
it's weird. I had a choice between Saturday or Sunday because I won a raffle. I was lucky enough to win. And I chose Saturday because Sunday, the final day, I didn't want to be like on one part of the course, one
All
hole
the
and
action was somewhere else.
Yeah. So for the last day, I want to watch. I love the way go from when you're at home, you get to watch everything.
Look, you're taking a risk, and
yes.
I'd want to be on the back nine. I take the risk that it might be somebody blowing out the tournament by 4 shots or something.
That's
like
the
that.
Second
but
nine.
I'd also say that if I open myself up for some potential classic Masters Sunday drama,
right?
It's just I know where the pin locations are.
Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy. But mine is. I'm interested to see what you guys think. Running with the Bulls.
Oh yeah, I want to go there. Would you ever do it?
There was a former life I would have done it in.
Yeah,
not so much.
Not as fleet of foot anymore.
Yeah.
When I was roommates with Mitch went and wrote about it. He did the whole thing.
Wait, he ran with them?
Yep.
Well, he was so down low they couldn't hit him.
They just went over top of him. Sorry, Mitch.
Yeah, he did it. He did he did the Iditarod. I remember that. He did a lot of that.
Oh, the Iditarod would be cool too.
It would be cool.
Literally.
It would be
exactly.
Yeah, it would be
It'd
actually
cold.
really cold.
Yes.
There's your dad joke.
Was Mitch the one pulling the sled?
Oh, God.
248-539-9797. Is there a football venue, John, that you've never been to that you would?
I would like to go see a game down at Tiger Stadium, LSU.
LSU at night?
Yeah, I want to see that at night. I would love to see a game at Tuscaloosa.
You should have gone with Mike when Mike went.
Yeah. That'd be an experience.
Oh my.
There'd be a camera on that
one. That'd be a Netflix special.
Yeah. I want to go to Tuscaloosa and see a game there. I've not been there. I want to see campus. Drove by it one time, but never had a chance to stop. So, yeah, there's plenty of college football venues that I would love to be able to go to and watch a game in or call a game in.
Mm-hmm.
But in the NFL, I think so obviously newer stadiums,
right?
Since I played, and
plus there's nothing. Is there any iconic stadiums in the NFL left besides Lambeau? No.
I don't know that they're. No, I mean everybody wants the bigger, better.
Yeah. There's nothing. There's no iconic stadium in the NFL besides Arrowhead. Maybe that's about it.
The Coliseum. I'll say that, the Coliseum, but we're actually playing USC this year out there.
Oh.
So I'll get a chance to check that one off.
I covered a Lions-Raiders game when the Raiders.
Yeah. So
the Rusty Hildre year.
Yeah. I never got a chance to play Oakland in Oakland.
Right.
And which
you
is
never
very
will.
hard now.
Yeah.
For many reasons.
Yes, exactly. 248-539-9797. We'll take your calls, your texts. What's that one venue event that's on your bucket list that you really have to go to? 97 the ticket.
Well, there's few things that go better than Surfside and the Tigers on a really nice day, but Surfside iced tea and vodka on the golf course is up there. After Augusta, it's golf season, and there's no better drink to enjoy out on the golf course. It's light and refreshing. It's made with premium vodka and real brewed tea. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. Cheers to hitting the fairway, and cheers to Surfside, a proud partner of the Detroit Tigers. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
248-539-9797. Yeah, the Wings lose 4-1 last night to the Florida Panthers. And yes, the only way the Wings make the playoffs is if they win every game. And there's, 4 left, I believe?
Yeah.
And Montreal loses the rest of their games.
In regulation.
And everything has to be in regulation.
Mm-hmm.
And the other part is there are other teams in between, like Columbus would have to lose out too. So, I mean,
it's a long shot to say the least.
I will say this. I don't talk about them real quickly because they're not worth breath right now. Todd McClellan, I give him credit, man. He doesn't mince words. There's a lot of stuff he's not going to call out players by name, but here's what he had to say after the game.
He doesn't sound happy.
No, and there's going to be, if it's up to him, it's going to be a little different roster, I'm sure. And he's not going to. I'll give him credit. I don't think he should be calling out players publicly right now. It's a very disappointing end to a season. But that said, we have the Pistons in the playoffs. We have the Tigers playing good baseball. We have the NFL draft coming up, and I have my mock draft coming up in about 9 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful. We're also talking about what's the best bucket list item that you haven't been to, that you want to go to, a sporting event, not one of the big four, or if there's a venue in the big four that you really. I was fortunate, like we talked about, you wanted to go to LSU, especially at night. I have been between the hedges in Georgia for a game.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool. I like that. All right, here we go. In terms of unique, snooty, bougie events, Augusta has nothing on Wimbledon. That's on my bucket list, Adam in Brighton. Let me guess. John's bucket list would be some random lake that's known for bass fishing tournaments. That's from Tom in Flat Rock.
Yeah, that's participation.
Number 1 on my sports bucket list, the Monaco Grand Prix. Going to Monaco, probably.
Sure,
cool, I guess.
Yeah.
Bristol Motor Speedway for the night race for NASCAR. Mine would be the World Cup Finals anywhere. Tony in Ferndale. Oh, it is coming here.
Mm-hmm.
Was Mateen Cleaves with Mitch at the running of the Bulls and I did it right? No, it was Jason Richardson, wasn't it? The one he wrote about? He got in trouble.
Yeah, I think it was Richardson.
Yeah.
At the game, but then Mateen and the whole Fab Five book and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. Any Formula One race, you have to go be there for all 3 days. Practice sessions, qualifying, and race day. It's a great experience. Chris in Denver. Remember when I first moved here?
Yeah.
The Detroit Grand Prix was Formula One. The guys like Alain Prost and what are those guys?
Ayrton Senna.
Ayrton Senna, and they used to bitch all the time. Oh, because the roads are too bumpy.
Well, they were right.
They were. Fix the damn roads.
Welcome to every election sense.
The Detroit out there where these foreigners are talking bad about our city and they don't even drive Americans, Tony.
The 100-meter finals at the Olympics. That'd be pretty cool.
Fastest man.
I got to tell you guys.
And woman.
Guess I have removed one from my list in the last couple years or so.
Oh.
Okay, each of you take one guess.
Indy 500.
No. Think about a sport that's changed.
A sport that's changed. They've all changed.
Because you were talking about college football earlier and going to LSU with Mike.
South Bend, Notre Dame.
I don't know. Omaha.
The SEC championship game was always on my list. I always wanted to be a part of that one time when you had two teams playing for a playoff spot to get in, or, even if it was 4-team playoff, it had so much more weight than it does now.
Mm-hmm.
And I just don't, I'm kind of like, I missed my chance. I just always thought it would be great to be in Atlanta, be an SEC country, and soak in two fan bases without a rooting interest, really.
Does going to the Rose Bowl?
That's still on my list.
Changed?
Yeah, but it's got to be a Jan 1 Rose Bowl. It's got to be 5 o'clock with the sun setting.
Does Michigan have to play?
No.
Okay. Just curious. All right, 248-539-9797. Mock draft coming up around 9:35. Right now, it's time for news, and here's Heather.
Just 2 years after closing Rose's Fine Food and Wine, the owner has decided to reopen her restaurant on Detroit's East Side, hopefully this spring. Molly Mitchell says she plans to serve breakfast and lunch, including a lot of farm fresh dishes, pastries, and breads. And she's hoping to be able to offer the space at night to aspiring restaurant owners and pop-up chefs for different things. So that's kind of cool. I've never been there. Did you know of this restaurant, John? Rose's?
Yeah. So Rose's is, we used to order cakes there all the time. And I think we had the news story. I put it in the news when she decided to close the shop. Loved it down on Jefferson. And I can't wait for this to open back up. Some of the best birthday cakes I have ever had.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, cool. So it wasn't closed for that long. She actually put it up for sale in 2022. Couldn't find the right owner, so she stayed open until 2023 and took a little break. She said she was just feeling exhausted, depleted, for all different reasons why she closed down, but she is ready to go again. So
I can't wait. I was very excited. And before I sent this one to you guys, I sent it to Lisa because she's excited as well.
Cool. The Monroe County Sheriff's Office is urging residents to be smart when it comes to squirt guns, to water guns. So the advice comes as high school seniors continue to play Senior Assassins. It's a game that I never played when I was in school. It wasn't a thing, but it's basically where students stalk each other with water guns, right? And then try to just obviously soak them. But the office is saying that it's common during this time that they get calls reporting suspicious activity that turn out just to be students playing this game. And the sheriff's office is also asking students to be cautious when it comes to playing the game because they say that hiding in the dark with something that could be mistaken as a real gun is, quote, a recipe for disaster. Students, of course, are asked not to trespass, also asked to use brightly colored water guns, and that if they are approached by a police officer, they should not run or hide, but just explain what they're up to.
Yes.
Did you guys, was this a thing for like your daughters? Was this?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's like by certain areas that do it, but I graduated a long time ago. So.
My daughter's high school, they do that.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And I mean,
fun.
the risk is it's even if it's bright colored at night, it's shapes
right.
that police officers are seeing. So, don't run.
Just, yes, be aware. The number of people in the U.S. who never want to have children has doubled over the last 2 decades. According to researchers at Michigan State University, the percentage of non-parents who don't want children grew from 14% in 2002 to 29% in 2023. Not that shocking. I mean, because the birth rates have gone down. They also found that during the same time frame, non-parents who plan to have children in the future dropped from 79% to 59%. Sometime this week, we were talking about the price of raising a child and how that has gone up specifically in child care.
Sure.
So I can understand that.
It's all those eggs.
Yeah. Listen to this. There's a guy in China showed up at the ER. I've been having these stories lately. He had a really bad cough, says he couldn't get it to go away. He tried cough syrup, cough medicine, didn't help. His eyes were also really bloodshot as well. So they did some scans and they found a mass in his lower right lung, but it wasn't lung cancer. It turned out that he had a serious fungal infection in his lungs. And
I bet he was a fun guy.
But you want to know how he got this fungus?
He was in the Wuhan lab?
No. No, he wasn't. He was sniffing his own dirty socks. No joke.
What, just to see if they were clean or still wearable?
He said he admitted that he'd gotten into a habit of smelling his socks after work right before he tossed them in the laundry. So he basically...
Was he rating the stench? Like,
I don't know why he did it, but that's what he was doing. And he developed this type of fungus.
Wow.
And they tested his socks and they found the same fungus on his socks that he had on his lungs.
This is what happens when you don't wash
disgusting.
your feet in the shower.
My feet are fungus free. They don't stink, and I'm not smelling them. Even if they did have a fungus, I would not be smelling my own dirty socks. That's
There's a
gross.
fungus among us.
Not here.
Not a sniffer.
Not here. Police in Kentucky recently arrested a naked man for walking on the highway. After receiving multiple concern calls, police tracked this guy down. They asked him, "Hey, dude, what are you up to?" You know what he told him? This is not a dad joke. But he told him that he was going to get some pants. And they said, well, sorry, you didn't find him soon enough. He was charged with indecent exposure, public intoxication, and disorderly conduct.
Why was the naked guy walking down the road? I don't know. He was going to get some pants.
It's a real story.
All right. Thank you very much, Heather. All right. Coming up next. Joe Flacco just signed with the Cleveland Browns. Will this affect Mock Draft 1.0? 97 won the ticket.
All right, here we go. 98-98 FanDuel Jansen. Let me get my timer. Apologize. During the NBA play-in tournament, FanDuel is giving all new customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. All you have to do is join FanDuel today, and you're going to get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. And it's, anything from three-pointers to steals to assists. FanDuel has so many ways to bet your favorite player props. Plus, after the game tips off, you can even combine your live prop bets into a same-game parlay, put down a little for a chance to win big. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit to get in on the NBA play-in tournament action. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now a trouble. Bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All righty. And this is 98-97. You can hit the jackpot when you bet the NBA on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because with FanDuel's Downtown Jackpot, you have the chance to win a share of $1 million in bonus bets. All you have to do is place a bet on a player made threes using your exclusive profit boost. And if your player has the most threes on the night, you're going to win a share of $1 million in bonus bets. They shoot and you score. It's just that simple. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit to get in on the action. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit to enter the $1 million downtown jackpot and make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct pick. Bonus issued is now a trouble. Bonus bets that expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. 98-99. Don't miss your chance to bet all the clutch shots and legendary performances with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel is the best place to find all your favorite player props, and now you can make a heads-up play with player performance trends. That means whether you want to bet on a player to score 30 points or put up a triple-double, you can check out the latest stats and see who's hot without leaving the app. Plus, after the game tips off, you can even combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for putting down a little and a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, playoff time is the perfect time to join. You're going to get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to join today and make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now in trouble. Bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Guessing that worked. Hey, if your furnace or AC isn't getting the job done, because we're in between both right now, do what I did and call the team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Mastercraft have 24/7 emergency service, so you never have to be very long without, and they back that work with a 5-year warranty. Now through April the 15th, buy a new furnace or AC and get half off of installation. They've also got generators in stock ready to install, so call to schedule your free in-home estimate, or you can check them out online at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
Okay, this is the exact same script, I think, but I'm going to do it again. I'm going to do it 2 ways, once with my name, once without, just in case. Here we go. Hey, it's Heather. Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees, guaranteed for 3 years. Because at Verizon, they got you. Visit your local Verizon store today. Oh, no. Hold on. I'm seeing something different. 1 second. Pause all this. I do see something very, very different here. They wanted to say at your local store in Detroit today. It's different from what they sent me. Hold on. Okay, sorry. We're going to do that all over because I see the difference now. Okay, here we go. Hey, it's Heather. Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees, guaranteed for 3 years. Because at Verizon, they got you. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit today. $20 monthly promo. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months. This is, I hate these. Here we go again. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line. Never mind. Let's do this later. Let me read this. Hold on.
248-539-9797. We'll take any reaction to mock draft 1.0.
Uh-huh.
So, John?
So I'm not going to pick it apart very much. I think it was well thought out, well put together. A lot of needs addressed for a lot of these teams. It'll be interesting. It's always that question, right? Did teams draft for team need or best available? And at the top of the draft, it's usually best available unless it's a quarterback. But if Mason Graham is off the board, which I wouldn't be surprised to see him go to the Giants at 3.
Yeah, most people would probably have them select Travis Hunter as far because it's available in my draft. There are some people that think Travis Hunter would fit in with the Browns because they need wide receivers and he can play both. But they have so many problems, the Browns, that I just think they take the best player.
I would agree.
To me, Abdul Carter, pair him up with
the
Myles
best in the draft.
You pair him up with Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
And Jim Schwartz, correct me if I'm wrong, is not a blitzing defensive coordinator.
No, he wants his guys to be able to win one-on-one matchups up front, which obviously we know Myles can. But to get to 5, if Mason Graham's off the board, I just wonder if Jacksonville goes with an edge defender because they got Trayvon Walker, Josh Hines-Allen. The Bears, which is always kind of curious to us here in Detroit, what are they going to do at 10? Ashton Genty has been mocked to them in almost every single mock draft. So I don't know if there's, common knowledge that they're just going to go with Ashton Genty at that point. But I think the one thing that I always wonder about Ben Johnson is how much did he learn in Detroit about having to have that offensive line? Obviously, it's top of mind because they've addressed the interior of that offensive line.
Mm-hmm.
They addressed the right tackle last draft. I wouldn't be surprised to see them go with the left tackle. That way they'd be pretty well set up for the next 5 or 6 years.
So let me ask you this: of all of the tackles that would be available under this scenario, do you like Josh Simmons? Who do you like? Because there's not. I mean, because Will Campbell, barring a trade up, because Campbell and the kid from Missouri, Bemboog, they're already been taken there.
Yes. So I mean, you have the next one that's probably off the board, going right after them to the Niners, Josh Simmons.
Right.
So again, it goes to, do they want to address the line? And I mean, I think everybody, at least Bears fans, are hoping that they're not drafting in the top 10 next year. Could you get a high quality tackle in next year's draft if you're drafting 15 or 16, or would you be able to get your running back at that point, 15 or 16 next year? That again, projections, and it's more of a Ryan Poles issue. You go down the list. The only one that I'm curious about is, and it's more of a player than it is where they end up going, Jackson Dart. Coming out of the combine, got a lot of love for being, throwing the ball. Everybody's looking at his film. How much was he held back at Ole Miss? How much more is there for him to develop into an NFL quarterback? If the Steelers are still waiting on Aaron as of next Thursday, even if they sign him, he's not going to be there for 5 years.
No.
So do they want to try and take a stab at their next franchise quarterback that needs time to develop?
Correct. So if you have Rodgers there, though, don't you want to maybe, hypothetically, he agrees.
Is it a go-for-it move?
Rodgers is a go-for-it move, but why wouldn't you get somebody who can impact the team immediately? I know that's not necessarily the Steeler way, so to speak.
Right. So I mean, that's going to be the big question, as will be answered in just a couple of weeks.
Yes. As far as the Michigan guys go, I got obviously Graham going number 3. Probably the Giants under the scenario if Ward and Carter get taken first before they pick. Travis Hunter makes sense there too. Although they went wide receiver last year,
Yeah.
With Neighbors, but they can always use a cornerback too, and the Hunter does both.
Well, yeah,
I just think you're putting Mason Graham in the middle when you have Brian Burns and Thibodeau on the other side. Man.
Oh, man, it'd be a formidable front. There's no question about it. They may not be able to score, but it's going to be hard to score on them. Will Johnson going at 8. He's been mocked everywhere from 8's about as high as I've seen him.
Yeah.
To 25, 26, just because of the questions about his availability,
Right.
his durability.
Mm-hmm.
If you're drafting a Will Johnson and you got 17 games, regular season games, then you're hoping to make a couple of extra games at the end of the season. What's the cutoff? What do you want to actually know that he, obviously, yes, all of the games, but if you feel like you can get 13 games a season out of him, 14 games, are you drafting him at 8, or are you taking somebody where they have that availability trait is a huge asset?
Yeah,
especially when you're taking somebody in the first round.
Right, and look, their defense was pretty porous, but you raised a good question. But they'll know through the advanced scouting and all the things that they NFL teams go, whether Will Johnson was really, really hurt or
Right.
was making business decisions, was being Nick Bosa.
I don't necessarily know that matters much to NFL teams anymore, because
Okay.
it hasn't mattered before. Guys
Right.
make business decisions about bowl games all the time,
Right.
and we've seen other guys. You mentioned Bosa, that made that business decision in week 1 or 2 of the college football season.
Well, Will Johnson might have made his in week 6. Whenever
Right.
his last game was. I don't remember.
What they're going to have to understand is how much of that was the business decision, or how much of it was I'm uncomfortable and I don't want to play uncomfortable, versus on the other side of the spectrum, I was legitimately hurt, couldn't go on the field.
Right.
Because if it's just, I don't like to play uncomfortable, that raises a much bigger concern. I don't know the answer to those questions. They'll be talking to doctors. Obviously, the agents will try and sell them on one storyline, and it's going to come down to Will Johnson. How does he answer those questions, and what do the medical tests show?
As far as the other guy, Colston Loveland, I have him going to Indianapolis at 14.
That's a great fit.
It's a really good fit. Now, they will have to decide based on my mock whether they like him better or Warren for
Warren.
Penn State. Who do you like better? Who can do more?
I
know you.
Tyler Warren could do more, but if you're looking for a pass-catching tight end,
Yeah.
then I think you go with Colston Loveland.
Yes. It's funny because that is in most, the research I saw, that's their number one need, and same thing with the Chargers.
Yeah.
So that's why I had the Chargers, once Loveland was gone, Chargers trading up to make sure they get Tyler Warren.
I think Tyler Warren is a very unique individual with a unique skill set, and I'm really curious as to how he will be used at the next level.
Carson Anderson coming up next. Gator is here. How are you, sir?
I'm doing just fine, thank you.
Good.
Thank you. Happy with Western Michigan taking care of business last night.
Uh-huh.
That was pretty
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
Yeah, playing for a national championship.
Yeah, Pistons taking care of business. That was pretty great.
Yeah. I'm going to ask
those Mud Hens. They were good. They got a.
How's Jace Young still hitting down there?
I didn't see what he did last night. He may have had a hit, at least a hit, and he's been hitting over 300.
Yeah.
That's a good start for him.
Let me ask you the question I asked John. I don't know if you were listening, but push comes to shove. If the Tigers are playing a regular season game in April 21st, 22nd, and the Pistons are playing a playoff game at the same time, and you really can only pay attention to one, you can still follow the other via phone or whatever. Which are you watching?
Playoffs.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Not this
I
guy.
love baseball. Baseball.
Me too.
is
I'm with you.
My
But
second
if-
love behind football. It's right there with football, but
It's the playoffs.
But it's the playoffs, man. I mean, we gotta root this team on. We had maybe a matchup, a preview of the matchup last night.
Yeah.
Pistons handle themselves just fine. I tell you, I think this is a real team. It's a real team to be reckoned with. And the exciting thing is that they're going to get better because they are so young.
Yeah.
My only disappointment that I can see coming down the line is that I'm not sure how many more years Tobias Harris is going to be as solid as he is. I think he's an unsung hero for this team. I think he's a guy that when they signed him, got a general sigh and eye roll from Detroit Piston fans. Like, oh, we've seen this before. Why are we doing this? And I'm like, well, give it a second, because this is one of these veteran players you bring back to the mix who knows how to win and is so integral to this team's overall success because of what he is. He is so steady, having him out of the lineup was not good for this team.
It's funny.
Having him back in is great.
I was not a huge fan, but I didn't mind because I thought they needed the veteran leadership. And where he always fails, I pay a little closer attention than most with the Sixers, was in the playoffs. He would just come up, and I said, well, we don't have to worry about the playoffs anyway.
And now we do.
Now we do. So hopefully Tobias Harris playoffs will not be.
Yeah, but that's
Tobias
all going to be
Harris
on Trajan Langdon, right? Tobias Harris is going to have an expiration date.
Yes.
And when that
exactly.
date comes, who does he have ready to fill a similar role?
But I like it right now because this guy is just, he's 15 points every night. You can just mark it down, and he's just solid. He had this. It's fun to watch him post up, and fun to watch. It's not just him. It's NBA players when they do this. They have like this sort of hop that they do. They like hop like a rabbit with both feet, and it's like they take up like 7 feet with each hop step, and that's just backing somebody down. It's incredible to me to watch that. Then he hits it.
It's even more impressive. It's even more impressive when none of them dribble.
Right.
Dribbling is optional.
Yeah, right.
What do you guys got going today?
Well, it was obviously yesterday's a highly underrated sports day, and we're going to put a call out to a number of fan bases. One in particular, I'm excited. I have a challenge for you. A challenge for you, Western Michigan grads.
Ooh. You going to break down my mock draft, Gator?
We will talk about the fact that you hand out your mock draft, yes.
Because you guys do mock drafts, so I figured you might have a copy of
Here's
mine.
a copy. You want me to autograph that for you?
Everybody does mock drafts.
This is 2025.
I know.
It's the big misnomer in the station. People think we're the show that does the mock drafts. I think the afternoon show has warmed up to the mock draft like nobody's business.
Have they?
Oh yeah, they do it quite a bit. They like to say
Yes,
they
for their
don't, but
football
they do
for
it.
their football today.
Whatever they do it for,
Yes.
they do it a ton.
Yeah, I know.
We'll talk some Lions too.
Have a wonderful weekend, John. It was great being with you for these 2 days. I'm with
Pleasure was all mine.
with Rico next week. 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. After a 5-1 homestand, the Tigers are back in the field today against the Minnesota Twins. Outfielder Brewer Hicklin has been sent down to Toledo after a short 2-day call-up. MLI beat writer Evan Woodbury speculating that this will mark the return of Gleyber Torres. Torres sustained a left oblique injury after just 2 games with his new team. Reese Olson will make the start for Detroit. In 2 starts, he's given up 6 earned runs. The Twins are out to just a 4-9 start after losing 3 of 4 to the Royals. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 7:45. Day 2 of the Masters is ongoing. Justin Rose shot a -7 to lead day 1. Hideki Matsuyama and Bryson DeChambeau are getting ready to tee off in just about 15 minutes. The Red Wings will look to shake off a rough 4-1 loss to the Panthers yesterday. They're at the Lightning tonight. Face off at 7. That's head coach Todd McClellan. Pregame at 6:45 over on WWJ. Michigan hockey was added another NHL pick to their roster via the transfer portal. Jaden Perron is heading to Ann Arbor after a pair of years at North Dakota. He's the younger brother of former wing David Perron. Ex-Steelers quarterback and current Fox Sports analyst Terry Bradshaw lent a hand to passengers that were trapped for an hour on a flight from Dallas to Pittsburgh. According to Rick Sayer, the plane door was stuck, and Bradshaw helped force it open. Former Tiger pitcher Spencer Turnbull is still without a deal. John Heyman reported he's currently throwing for teams in search of one. He pitched for the Phillies last season after 6 years with the Tigers. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right. Happy Friday, everybody. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Good to be with you. And man, yesterday's an underrated sports day. It is maybe it's properly rated. I don't know. I just realized that there was so much to take in. And the Tigers even had the day off. But between the Masters and the Frozen Four and a Piston game last night and It was a lot going on.
Yeah, it's
Scott
professional hockey too.
There was a lot going on yesterday in the world of sports. How are you today?
I'm all right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Anything exciting?
Not terribly. No.
No.
Just was nonstop last night watching stuff, and then it all kind of came to a close. I chose not to watch the Penn State BU semifinal game
Because it started at 10 p.m.
Yeah, it was well after 10. I think by the time it got going, I'm like, I just was going to try to go to bed a little bit earlier last night. So
Yeah.
So I didn't watch it, and I didn't see BU win it 3-1. But I saw this morning the stat that's their 50th tournament win. They're the first team in college hockey history to reach 50 tournament wins.
God.
And that's a program, right? You talk about blue bloods, and
That's a blue blood of college hockey.
And Denver has become that as well with all the national championships they've won in the last 10 years.
Two of the last three natties has Denver.
But
they're done because of the Broncos.
You're damn right they are.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, did you watch that game?
I watched when I remember. I didn't even know it was on. I thought it was on today. So I'm watching the Red Wings last night, and they made mention of it that it was going to overtime. I'm like, oh, it's on? Wait a minute. And so I'm sure they'd love that giant tune out of the Red Wings and tune in to see the college hockey game.
Do you think it was a giant tune out?
Maybe that's stretching it a bit, but yeah, it was a tune-out factor, though. I definitely flipped and did not flip back to the Wings until the hockey game was. I saw most of the overtime, the first overtime, flip back to the Wings, and then flip back to the hockey game, the college hockey game, and I just missed the goal. So I saw them celebrating on the ice, and the announcers talking about it. I don't know if they're going to challenge us or not. Why would you challenge? There's nothing to challenge.
Western dominated the first two periods of that game. Like, they dominated. It was like the Red Wing game the other night. They were up 2-0 though instead of 1-0 that the Red Wings were up on Montreal. But the shots were like 32 to 11 or something, and the game looked like the shots should be. And then Western got a goal. Or excuse me, BU got a goal to make it 2-1 and then scored an ugly goal late. I mean, puck in the crease. Nobody knows where it is. I don't even know if the guy scored it, just stuck his stick in there and forked it into the net. But ties the game at 2. Go to overtime, and in the second overtime, Owen Michaels snapped off the game winner, top shelf. The goalie, Hampton Slakinski, was very good. I think he's 19 years old, and I just couldn't get over, like, Frozen 4, overtime, every shot, 19-year-old kid. These kids got a clock weights like you and I would never understand. Like, that's an amazing amount of pressure for a goalie in overtime. And that's always been the case in hockey, right? You get into overtimes of game 7s. How do these goalies, seasons on the line, save everything? Even the most rudimentary puck throw at the net from the blue line has to be terrifying. It's terrifying for the fan base, but the goalies they go out and do their thing, and this kid was doing it at 19. But, Gator.
How about Bump?
Alex Bump.
Bump all over the ice.
Yep. The kid that scored Western's first goal, it was only his second goal of the year. Like,
that's a thrill.
That's your outlier. Stepping up and making a play. So now Western will play for a national championship against, as you put it, a college hockey blue blood, the Boston University Terriers. And go Western.
I do like the name.
The Terriers?
Yeah, because it's a breed, the Boston Terrier. So I think that's kind of, as a
Instead
dog
of just
lover,
the
I guess
dogs?
I can enjoy it. Yeah,
Is that any different from bulldogs? Isn't a bulldog a breed?
Well, but it's the first part of it. It's not just terrier. It's the Boston Terrier is a dog you can get.
Oh,
so it's not like a Georgia bulldog. You know what I mean?
Yes. There's no such thing as an actual Georgia bulldog.
Well,
It's not a breed.
No offense to Uga, you know.
Okay, look.
You know me. I don't want to offend the dogs.
So I just had an observation, and I don't want Western fans to feel disrespected, but like Western wins the game and the band breaks out into the fight song. Gator, I'd like you to hum a line from the Western fight song.
We're close to Kalamazoo. We love our hockey. We love our brew. Maybe a bit too much. Maybe we're all too clutch. Victory, victory, onward for the Broncos of WMU.
I knew it. Little did I know you knew it.
Don't ask me to do that ever again.
I seriously want a proud Western fan to call up and sing us the fight song. Somebody, some Western fan out there, your team is playing for the Division I national championship. You have to be fired up. Call up and sing us your fight song. Do you think we can get one Western fan to do that?
Yes.
You do?
Yes. They're a proud group.
What
They're
about
all
Hoffman?
over the place.
What about Hoffman? Do you think we can get Hoffman to
Hoffman doesn't know that. Hoffman's got no clue.
We have a friend, a Western guy. Anyway.
Trust me, there will be plenty of Western people calling up to sing the fight song today.
You think?
Well, they're still drunk.
That's a good point. All right, let's see what you got. 248-539-9797. Pistons with a big win. Tigers back at it today. We've got a Lions, some late draft buzz we want to get into. It's not that late, but some recent draft buzz. All that coming up here on Carson Anderson on a Friday here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, you trust CGC for top quality Connecticut water systems. Now trust them with your plumbing too. April showers bring flooded basements. Keep yours dry with a CGC water treatment and plumbing service right now. Save 10% off on a new Zoller sump pump. Need backflow testing? CGC's got you covered. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. Remember, if you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. Call your authorized independent Connecticut dealer today at 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. Feedback coming in. I was looking down here. We're actually getting Western Michigan feedback. Redwing2244 on Twitch says, most Western Michigan hockey fans watching their first Western Michigan hockey game of the year last night. Kai-Tech says, all I know is the Denver goalie kept this team in the game. Western should have been winning 8-0.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Hellborn Elfchild says, fight Broncos, fight with all your might. They teach you it at the first orientation. Then you go to one football game a year and mumble most of it.
I'm sorry, what was it? Hellborn Elfchild?
Yeah.
That's something.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Carol. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Carol.
Hi, former Bronco athlete myself.
There we go. All
I
right,
got
what
the song
sport?
For you.
What sport?
Well, it was before scholarships, and I actually played 5 sports at Western Michigan University.
Come on.
Hold
Let's
on.
go, Carol.
What do we got here?
LFG.
What was on the resume?
4 years of basketball, 3 years of field hockey, 2 years of indoor and outdoor track, and a year of golf, and a year of softball.
Wow.
Incredible.
Just well-rounded.
Incredible. So
Look
wait,
at you.
basketball, field
All right.
hockey, golf, softball, and what did I miss?
Track and field.
Track and field. All right. What was your best?
Probably softball, but they didn't have it when I first got there, so field hockey probably.
You started the program.
Even though I played 4 years of basketball, so.
Gotcha. Awesome. All right. So you know the words to the Western fight song.
You bet.
All right.
Yeah, it's called
Ready?
the Carol fight song is what it is. But
Let's go.
let's
Yeah,
go.
that's
Let's
right.
go. Let's
No,
hear it.
I don't think so.
Here we go.
All right. Fight on for Western. Take the ball, make a score, win the game. Onward for the brown and gold. Pushing back, bring us fame. Fight on for Western. Over one, over all, we will reign. Fight, Broncos, fight. Fight with all your might. Western win this game.
Wow. Wow. Did you sing it Western as well? Carol, you can carry
you
a
mean
tune.
like in a choir?
Yes,
No.
you can
High
carry a
school I
tune.
did.
So in
High school I did.
Yeah,
theory,
you did.
In theory, what we were looking for, you gave us some of. You gave us the fight song. The problem is what we were hoping to get out of this is someone who can't sing trying to sing, and you can sing.
Yes.
You sabotage because
Like you
you
said,
actually could carry a
well-rounded.
tune.
Yeah, I taught and coached. I coached for almost 39 years and taught for 33 years.
Wow. All right. So did you like how vested are you in this Frozen 4 team?
Oh, well, I watch any Western game that I can find. I've been at a couple of softball games this spring. So just a true Bronco, I guess you could say.
Sounds like you should be making your way down to St. Louis tonight.
Yeah. Yeah, make the roadie.
Well, yeah.
You should make the roadie.
All right, well, congratulations, Carol. You're awesome.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. She could sing. That was good.
Well, she listed off her resume, guys.
Yeah,
so, is that surprising, Doug?
Like we just got.
She did all that, and she's also leading the choir.
We got an all-timer right there.
That was that's got to be a Hall of Famer right there.
One would imagine.
I mean,
So
has to be.
it's actually part of the song where you say, "Take the ball."
Yes.
Was it make the score?
I don't
Win the
know if
game?
do they change it up for the hockey team?
No, that's just one fight song, Doug.
I got to tell you, it was funny is I had a good friend in high school that went to Western, and after 1 year he came back and I said to him, "Do you know your fight song?" And he said, "Yeah." I said, "How's it go?" And I'm just going to say I'm going to use the word stuff to replace another word that starts with S. And he said, it's like, go Western, some stuff. That's all he said. That's all, like, he didn't know anything. But that was always our joke. Whenever Western came up, everybody in our group would yell, go Western, some stuff. But he didn't know the words. But congratulations to the Broncos. And you know what's cool? I actually think it's very cool that they get BU. Penn State, an up-and-coming program, it would have been a kind of, I'm not going to say 2 underdogs, but I want them to take out Boston University in the worst way. They will have the building behind them.
This is true.
Yeah. And I bet there's a lot of Western fans making that roadie. 248-539-9797. Congrats to our Bronco fans out there. So the Pistons beat the Knicks last night. And game had a little edge to it. And were the Knicks trying to send a message? Maybe. I don't know. They didn't play everybody, so I don't know how much you can do that. And the Pistons sent a message right back, I think. What do you make of it, Gator, and everyone, as we might be preparing for a Pistons-Knicks postseason series? What do you make of it late in a game when one team basically white flags it and the other team throws an alley-oop? And I don't know if it's a big deal or not. I don't know if there's going to be bad blood because of it or not. The way the game went makes me think that these are two opponents that are, I feel like everybody wants to keep the Pistons down. I feel like everybody wants to send the message that the Pistons, you're not there yet. I think Indiana wanted to do it. I think the Knicks wanted to do it. And not from a lineup standpoint. I mean, they sat out Josh Hart and OJ Anunoby, but they didn't play. But I think these veteran teams want to keep, like there was a New York Post headline. I was reading the stuff in New York today about it. They referred to the Pistons as the pesky Pistons.
Yes.
And I don't feel like the veteran established good teams want to accept that the Pistons are good. Now, they just won the season series against the Knicks. I'm going to be really intrigued to see what Vegas has to say about a Pistons-Knicks series, which, by the way, isn't written in stone. It still seems probable, but it's not written in stone.
No, Pistons could win the last 2 games of the year and be faced off against Indiana.
They could.
Because they played Milwaukee both games.
The Pistons bottomed out at 11-17 back on December 19th. Since that time, a large sample size, the Knicks are 33-20. The Pistons are 33-19. So they've been playing comparable basketball to this Knicks team. They've beat this Knicks team. But playoff basketball is a different animal. It's a different animal. And we like to say that the Pistons are too young and inexperienced to know they're not supposed to play the way that they play for 48 minutes every night for 82 games. And I hope they never grow up and learn that you're not supposed to do this. But what happens when you get to the playoffs and everybody else is there's no load management. There's gas in the tank and the pedal's down. Like is everything that the Pistons have done in the regular season going to be rendered irrelevant when somebody goes when the other teams play scorched earth basketball?
Well, I like the makeup of this team an awful lot. I think it's a great mix of veterans and younger players and a budding superstar. You know, Cade Cunningham is, yes, he's a younger player, but he's also in his 4th season in the league. So he is this budding superstar. Comes in, has 36 points last night. You know, they're starting to ramp up his minutes. He played 35 minutes last night. He led this team. Cade Cunningham is so cool and calm with his demeanor. It's like he's been in the league forever. So I'm really curious to see. It's not even curiosity. It's like I'm expecting to see Cade be this cool, calm performer in the playoffs because that's who he is. The other guys, you know, getting their first taste as well with Cade, but they're you know, whether it's Jalen Duren or Asar Thompson or Ron Holland, these other younger guys, I think they follow his lead. And this is just a different feel of a team. It is a team that you feel like this is okay, getting in on the bottom level of a company that's going to just skyrocket.
Mm-hmm.
That's what this team is. And then they've got enough of the savvy veterans, guys like Tobias or
Hardaway. Think he's important?
I think he's vitally important. Tim Hardaway Jr. and Malik Beasley, these guys come in and they know exactly what they're doing. And I know Stoney was telling me during the break that the knock on Tobias in Philadelphia was he wasn't a playoff performer. Well, I think Tobias has provided such a steady influence on this team.
Yeah.
And you saw him last night. I mean, he's got a little feistiness to him too. I think he's got something to prove, and he's on a team that is an exciting team to be part of. So I I'm not terribly concerned about the lack of experience with a lot of these younger players, or can they keep the pedal down and when other teams have the pedal down. I think this team has been so prickly to play against, as the writer said, pesky.
Yeah.
They are that team. And that style of play is necessary when you get to the playoffs. And the Pistons already play at that level. So teams have to play to their level. And it can be suffocating at times. I mean, just look at Isaiah Stewart last night. He fouled out, played 22 minutes of the game, and if you look at his stat sheet, it looks like he didn't do anything. But defensively, he was important to that team. He had 1 rebound, he had 1 assist. He didn't score. He only took 1 shot, and he had, like I said, the 6 fouls. But he was important. Him just being on the court is important. He's got a presence about him. And I dare say that I think that's the last time you'll see him go scoreless in a game for a long time. This guy is an important piece of this team. He helps to set the tone defensively, and that's what it's about. This team playing defense, this team playing tough, this team getting up in your face and answering the bell.
Okay. Does the regular season matter? Does the regular season series against the Knicks matter? Does the fact that these two teams have virtually identical records since the middle of December matter? Does the result in last night's game matter? Does that dunk at the end matter? Like, what matters? Because the Pistons very well could end up playing this Knicks team, and you always try and predict the future based upon what we've learned, and what we've learned is the season series, the recent play, but it really comes down to whether or not any of this stuff projects into the postseason. Because you can make a case the Pistons should be favored if they play the Knicks. I won't. But you could if you chose to. And I'll be really interested to see what Vegas has to say about a possible Piston-Knicks series. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley. It's my favorite place to go. If you want to watch a game, if you're not going to be at the game, the next best thing is to be watching the game at a place like 24 Seconds. It's amazing. The food's awesome. The atmosphere is fantastic, and they've got amazing specials. And the best wings in town, frankly. UFC 314, that's this Saturday night. Volkanovski taking on Lopez, and you got Chandler taking on Pimblett. There is no cover, but you want to get there early because the place always fills up very nicely for the UFC events. And then for all the Detroit baseball games at 24, you get $4 bottles of Miller Lite and Coors Light. Also, they got great specials during Detroit basketball and Detroit hockey, and for Detroit basketball playoff games as well. Trivia is on Thursday nights at 8 o'clock, and they're also open for lunch on Thursdays and Fridays. And start making your plans to be at the 24 Seconds fantastic pro football draft day party they have. That's coming up on Thursday, April 24th at 7 o'clock. They always have great drink specials, and they have plenty of giveaways, too. It's just a lot of fun to be there. And if you need any event catered, let 24 Seconds do all the work for you. That way you can just hang out with your friends and your coworkers or whoever it is that you're having a party with. And let them do all the work. It's a great place to get that done. Awesome food, great service. Check out all the specials and happenings at 24secondsbar.com and grab a taste of the action for yourself. And my favorite place to go, 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in downtown Berkeley.
Is there something amazingly ironic that Rick Mulhorn is telling somebody not to do it?
I like it. It's spicy. Now it's spicy whether you play Indiana or if you play New York. It's
one of
spicy.
the greatest instigators that has ever donned a Piston jersey says don't do it.
He was a regulator. I don't know if he was an instigator.
Yeah.
He didn't need to instigate. Nobody wanted
but there was a lot of don't do it moments in his career. Don't do it, Rick. Don't do it. So great. You know what? Dare we say, young Rick has grown up. He's trying to be more mature.
Well, you see, in the Malice at the Palace, you saw he was trying to be peacemaker during that stuff.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing is I don't know if it matters or not. I paid close attention to the Knicks bench. Afterwards, Karl Anthony Towns spent a lot of time with an official, but quite frankly, I think that was about how that game was officiated because you could see the Pistons blocked a lot of shots. On a number of occasions, I thought, oh, he just got fouled. And they didn't call it. So maybe he was just venting after the game. Probably had nothing to do with the dunk. But the Knicks hadn't totally white flagged it. Like,
dude, it was a chippy game. This could happen. It's okay. It's all right. Mm-hmm. You know, if you're not going to play defense, you're just going to let it go and dribble it out. Okay, all right. You know, clock's running low.
It was 10-9, 8-7, and the Pistons were up 7 points.
Here we go.
It didn't look like the Knicks were going to foul.
I mean, he just lobbed it. It wasn't his fault that he happened to lob it in the direction of Jalen Duren, who grabbed it out of midair, and he just came down with it. It's not his fault. He just came down with it with his hands over on the rim. It's just a happenstance.
Then whose fault is it?
It's just happenstance.
It just happened randomly. It was a random series of events.
Duren was getting some exercise, going to jump in the air at the same time. Like I said, he lobbed it. He wasn't spotting up to shoot.
Listen to this guy.
So, first of all, it was completely unnecessary.
100%.
Number one,
100%.
I want to get that out of the way. But number two, it only matters if it matters. And what I mean by that is, like, if I'm on the other side, I never let that stuff never bothered me if I was on the receiving end of this stuff. You know what I mean? The game's over. I don't care what you do personally. But if you do care, then it matters to you. So if the Knicks care, then they think that dunk mattered. But if they don't care, it's whatever, and the media will make it bigger than what it is.
Why? You know, in this day and age, I tend to think in college sports, this stuff matters way more than professional sports. And I don't know that the Knicks, like, if the Knicks play the Pistons in the first round, I'm pretty sure the Knicks are pretty motivated to win. But, you know, the idea that this is going to put them over the top, it's not. Okay, it's not going to put them over the top. It's only going to have them talking more mess when things are going well for them.
And
there was plenty of back and forth last night as it was.
Exactly. Oh, yeah. That's what. Yeah, I mean that game was kind of going in that direction. I mean maybe a different type.
I mean Schroeder standing over the guy, and then the guy standing over Schroeder.
Yeah, so that's the way the game was going. I mean, if those two things didn't happen in that game, maybe that dunk doesn't happen. But I think that was the game last night. I don't think it carries over.
That dunk happened emphatically.
I don't think it carries over unless the Knicks wanted to, and I don't think they do because it's just the playoff basketball is different anyways, and they're trying to win.
So back to the original question, and this is where does any of this regular season data matter? Does the fact that they've had the same record since the middle of December matter? Does the fact that the Pistons won the season series matter? Does the fact that the Pistons won a chippy game last night when the Knicks didn't have everybody playing? Does that matter?
I think I can have it both. I'm going to try to have it both ways here.
Okay, let's hear it.
I think it matters for the Pistons. I don't think it matters to the Knicks. I think the Knicks are a battle-tested team. They've been to the postseason. So these kind of bumps in the road, if anything, maybe it gives the Knicks a little bit of motivation, just a little bit. And if you're looking for any motivation going into the playoffs, then you can find it, right? But for the Pistons, it does matter because they need to have the confidence because you know the coach is going to tell them, this is we're going to the playoffs, right? Everything's on the line in the playoffs. You can't take plays off. And this is why we play as hard as we do during the regular season. This is why these games mattered to us. It mattered last night that they went out and beat the Knicks on the home court at the end of the season. It mattered. It mattered to us, and let's take care of this. And I think that they can go into it with a confidence knowing that they can absolutely hang with the number 3 seed or the number 4 seed, whoever it is.
Well,
we'll figure it out in a couple weeks here, but this is a team that's ready to go for the playoffs.
It's not a hopeless situation. Look, I mean, the East is considered a 2-team battle, Cleveland and Boston. And I'm going to guess that most of the basketball world looks forward to an Eastern Conference Finals between Cleveland and Boston, unless there can be a party crasher. Now, the party crasher, I think the Knicks, being a New York team, is an easy team for the rest of the world to root against. I think the Pistons, as a young up-and-comer, I feel like this is a chance for them to get more on the map to the casual, like the fan that isn't a hardcore NBA fan. And obviously, there's Piston fans in this town that are locked in with this squad, but it's on the national scale. I mean, Shaq said 2 weeks ago that he's not even watching the Pistons. Now 2 weeks later, I think he picked him to win a series and called. What did he say? Did he say Malik Beasley is a 6th man of the year? I'm like, dude, you were not watching 2 weeks ago.
But he's watching now
publicly. So, and look, not everybody needs to get on board with our story. It doesn't like we know what that TNT crew's about. They're about sheer entertainment, and you know, I don't really personally take it. It doesn't matter to me, but at the end of the day, people are going to start paying attention to this team. People are going to have to.
Last night, Charles Barkley said, "Looks like we're headed back to Auburn Hills."
Did he?
Yes.
Did he?
Yes.
He actually said that. We
Yeah,
were joking about that.
No,
they were going to reference the Palace. They actually did.
No, they don't care. You just said it. That show is sheer entertainment, and they are entertaining. Don't get me wrong. I laugh a lot of stuff that Barkley, and Shaq, and Kenny and Ernie do, but they're not experts, man. They aren't. They provide entertainment. They do obviously know about the game because they played it. Yeah. But Shaq, like you said, man, he said he wasn't watch. He don't even watch the Pistons. I don't care. And then 2 weeks later, they're gonna win a series. What? In 2 weeks, you picked that up, Shaq?
It's all right. So Barkley's got a couple weeks to figure out they're playing in Detroit. I like it.
He's gonna be sitting out at an empty parking lot.
Just gonna add to that Chuck GPT commercial, which is hysterical.
Which one's that?
I forget what the commercial's for, which is awful because it means that the advertising isn't necessarily working.
Yeah.
That's where Chuck is all excited. Hey, the smartest guy I know. And it goes, Chuck GPT. And it's this little like speaker that has the head of Charles Barkley. So it's AI assisted.
Okay.
And it asks it what things does Charles Barkley need to work on. And it goes thousands of results come up. And Chuck goes, uh-oh. And it starts to rattle off all the different things that Charles Barkley's deficient. It's hysterical.
Well, I have to pay more attention.
And he grabs it and he starts to throw it into the trash can, and he misses it. And then it says free throw shooting.
Wow.
It lists a whole bunch of things he's not good at.
Kang, have you seen this commercial?
Yes, I'm familiar with it. Yeah.
All right. I gotta pay attention. Mike in Sterling Heights here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, fellas, how's it going?
Good.
Listen, last night, I got the NBA Network, so I can listen to all the games. So I was basically watching Detroit, and I said, hold on, let me see what these New York guys are saying their commentators are saying about the game.
Mm-hmm.
So as the game was getting more and more physical, they started off saying that these scrappy Pistons are for real. But they did think that it was officiated a little bit lopsided. Now, I love what I saw from these Pistons. But come playoff time, and I think at the end of the game, to me, it seemed like Cade was like, F you guys. I ain't scared of you punks. Yeah, I'm doing it. Because if you were watching the game, fellas, every time Big Body was going down low and getting his, Cade came back down and said, okay, you think you the only one can do this? I'm taking it deep to the hole. I had never seen Cade just relentlessly take jokers down low and put them in a basket like he did last night. So, having said that, it's going to be a great series, but we haven't seen the best of the Knicks yet. They are playoff tough. I love what the Pistons are doing, but I can't wait. I hope they're 3-6, baby, because it's going to be on, and it depends on who the referees are, because they let them play last night.
Well, look, I was reading stuff out of New York today that said this is an example of playoff basketball, and the Knicks might not have liked it, but this is how playoff games get whistled, and I guess I certainly hope so. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, swing into the biggest golf event of the year with FanDuel, where every putt and Drive can bring you closer to victory because right now all customers can get a profit boost every round of the first major. Boost your winnings on anything from outright winners to round leaders to tourney matchups and so much more. Here's the thing about with the profit boost, you can play a favorite. Usually there's not great return on a favorite, but with a profit boost, you can make it a little better. And so it makes it more attractive to play the favorites. But that's how I see it. FanDuel is your go-to for betting Augusta. Tee off with a variety of bet types, live bets, tournament drama unfolds. Don't wait. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to download FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, and swing for some green at Augusta. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. The opt-in is required. Don't forget to do that. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions do apply, including any token expiration and maximum wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Got a
Hell
bunch
yeah,
of feedback.
you do. Come on.
JB Bickerstaff. We got a bunch of feedback here. And We will get to it momentarily. I just want to offer up, I will offer this up without comment, but we have bottomed out. We have absolutely bottomed out here in studio. Kang, this is an all-time low with Gator updating me on what's going on in the minor leagues.
Oh, come on.
He just gave me a exit velocity for a prospect for the Royals.
Yeah, but it's impressive.
Yeah, but do you think I care?
I mean, I thought you cared about college baseball and what those players, what they're going to do when they move on.
And is he in college baseball?
Well, no, he was drafted by Kansas City.
He's giving me Royals exit velocities, minor league exit velocities.
It was 120.9 miles per hour. Only 5 players in the StatCast era have hit the ball harder. And he's not even at the major leagues yet. 121 miles an hour effectively off the bat.
It's part of the charm of Gator is updating me what's going on in extended spring training and what's going on in West Michigan and Erie. It's part of the charm of working with you. Now I'm getting Royals exit velocities, Royals minor league exit velocities.
It was just somebody came across Twitter. I was like, wow, that's impressive. I thought you might find it impressive too. Apparently it's on your I don't give a rip list.
Well, I guess compared to the rest of what you offer up, yes, comparatively speaking, the rip is not.
For me to say that Josue Briseño is on like a 5-game hitting streak.
Would I prefer that?
Yeah.
1,000 times out of 1,000.
Max Clark didn't play last night, scheduled day off.
Yeah.
So I didn't really fully believe Gator had thrown in the towel with the Wings. Now I do. No, seriously. Now I do. Now I'm like, all right, he really did give up on the Wings. He's going deep, man.
He is going deep.
Yeah, it's like, it's over for the Wings, Gator. I'm sorry.
All right, feedback.
Still waiting for those tweets to come out.
Feedback, variety of topics. Scott in Farmington says, I went to Western Michigan, and I don't even know their fight song. Next text, as painful as it is to say, the Wings' losses are actually very important. They could realistically have a top 7 pick in the draft if they keep losing, which is crazy when they had a realistic shot at the playoffs a few days ago. Just goes to show how close the NHL standings are. That's from Alex in a car. Well, it would actually be some sort of justice, the sports universe, the pendulum swinging back, if the Red Wings improved their lottery chances and actually won a lottery. They have moved out. They had been in the category of having a 0% chance of having the number 1 overall pick. They now have a 3% chance of having the number 1 overall pick. So getting there. And if they get to the top 7, by the way, they'll have a 6.5% chance of getting the number 1 overall pick.
Well, with just a few games left, 4 games left, it's done, right? I mean, they'd have to win out, and Montreal would have to lose out, and other teams also would have to lose games that they're in between them.
I think it's probably more relevant to talk about draft positioning.
Yeah, exactly. So that being the case, there's things they can do to help. I don't know if it's insured, if you want to call it tanking or not, but they've got a couple of unrestricted free agents that I don't think we need to see play anymore. Do you need to see Craig Smith or Tyler Mott play anymore?
No, and you know, I mean, the problem with this is we can sit here and we can talk about it, but the NHL draft lottery, we know who's going to win. The San Antonio Spurs. 248-539-9797. Mike in Saline says, good morning. Schroeder has become a difference maker. He plays outstanding defense, and perhaps more importantly, he gives the Pistons a veteran ball handler who can also score when Cade catches his breath, potentially huge for a playoff run. What an incredible pickup. I'm still amazed how that deal went down. We loved it at the time.
Great pickup.
And he was clutch down the stretch yesterday. And yeah, having a veteran like him is very helpful. Unnamed texter, Western fans don't exist when their football team went undefeated and had a top 5 draft pick. I don't think they exist for such a niche sport like college hockey. Unnamed texter, who's probably a Central fan. Those pretty boy Knicks are scared of Detroit. Cade owns New York. Stones in 4. That's from Kyle at work.
Oh, okay.
Western is riding the wave of the incorrect logo. That's from Scott. Yes, Western, they put the old Western horse head on the ice and had to correct it and put the newer version. They're strikingly similar. The difference is basically, a brown outline of the logo replaced by a gold outline.
It's completely disrespectful.
Yeah. Well, you can play that card if you want.
Oh, I think they should.
248-539-9797. Underrated Sports Day yesterday. John is next on 97.1. Hello, John.
Hey, guys. Thanks for the time.
Sure.
I think there's a lot of disrespect going on to the Western program. You guys are doing a great job, but the way the media has represented the success of this program, acting like this is all new and this is a first for Western Michigan hockey. This has been an outstanding hockey program for over 15 years. You guys go back and take a look at Jeff Blashill being the head coach and all the success he had. Andy Murray, a former NHL coach who was very successful at Western Michigan. This is a program that has continued to put top-notch players in the NHL for years.
Well, John, to be fair to those members of the media, it is factually their first trip to the Frozen Four.
No, absolutely. But they don't mention that whatsoever about how good the program has been consistent.
Well, you're right. To an extent, you're right. It's a solid hockey program without question. This is, Western's been on. They've been up there for a while now, and even before they've got alumni that people care about that played way back when.
With Danny DeKaiser, Mike Eastwood. There's a lot of players in the NHL right now, whether it's Paul Cotter. But this is a good program, and it has been for a long time. I just wish that was getting a little bit more attention as opposed to this is a first.
Okay. Well, I mean, we can only be responsible for.
You're ready to say hook 'em, aren't you?
No, I mean, they're turning it into a story that has mass appeal. Like, look at this team. I think he's getting offended at something that is being.
We've always been good.
It's
but because we're Western Michigan, we don't get a fair shake when it comes to pairwise.
Okay, don't start with that.
Well, I think that's where they're going to go. If you're a Western fan, you want to be recognized.
You do, and that's fine. You've got the floor. It's your moment. You're getting hailed for accomplishing something the program has never accomplished before. I don't know that he should be getting mad because he wants more attention. I
think you should embrace it.
I think you should embrace it.
It's awesome.
It is.
And when you get to an overtime situation,
dude,
it's heartbreaker. Obviously, if you lose, it's devastating, and you weren't on the devastating side of it.
Yep,
you were on the oh my god, this is awesome side of it. And please, God, enjoy it going to the finals.
They have played, I think it's 3 double overtime games in their last 6 games, and they have won them all. All right, that is something. That is something. 2-4-8, and 2 of them came against Denver. One in the conference championship game, and then this one in the postseason. 248-539-9797. Regarding the dunk at the end of the game, that dunk was super unsportsmanlike, but I don't care. I loved it. That's from an unnamed texter. End of the Piston game last night, up 7. Knicks had pretty much white flagged it. 10-9, 8-7, 6-5-4, and then Cade throws an unnecessary lob to Jalen Duren, who emphatically throws it down, and totally unnecessary. And as this says, this texter said, super unsportsmanlike. You hope that doesn't come back to haunt them, that the Knicks take great umbrage, and for some reason that lights a fire. It's Carson Anderson. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Yes, Western's in the Frozen Four. They're in the national championship game, and they take on college hockey blue blood Boston University. Pistons, Knicks. Does anything that's happened so far matters? Because if it matters, Pistons are in a great shape to take on the Knicks, if they do get the Knicks, which is still probable. But if it doesn't matter, tell us why. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Builders First Source. It was a short 2-day run for the Tigers outfielder Brewer Hicklin in the big leagues. Could this mark the return of second baseman Gleyber Torres? MLive beat writer Evan Woodbury is guessing so. Torres has not played since Game 2 against the Dodgers. After an oblique strain, landed on the injured list. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 7:45. Lions defensive lineman Aiden Hutchinson joined the Thursday at the Masters podcast. He says he feels good. The Red Wings skate against the Lightning tonight in Tampa. That broadcast can be heard right here on 97.1, or over on WWJ, at 6:45. The Masters, day 2 underway right now in Augusta. Justin Rose is your leader at 7 under. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, talking a lot about what happened last night. Congratulations to Western Michigan playing for a national championship on Saturday night. We had a Bronco fan call up and sing the fight song. Unfortunately, it wasn't what we were looking for. We were looking for somebody who was hysterically bad. Carol called up, and she killed it.
Is there a strong possibility Carol is in the Western Michigan University Sports Hall of Fame?
I mean, she played 5 sports.
5 sports. 4 years of basketball. It was like 3 years of field hockey and track and field, golf, and was it soccer? Was that the other one?
No, it was field hockey, track and field, softball, basketball, golf.
Gotcha. Yeah. Softball was
could be.
Impressive.
Yeah.
Just impressive.
Very impressive. But I will search the Western Hall of Fame. Great. They're done by alphabetical by last.
Oh, great.
Yeah. Okay, whatever. I've probably spent too much time on this already, but Carol was awesome. And look, Western's become a great story that I think everybody can get on board, except for Central Fan, which is hysterical. You know Costa?
Yeah.
Central Michigan Gym?
Yeah.
He'd been planning on going to this Frozen Four for years.
I know.
And the idea that Central Michigan Gym might have to watch Western win the national championship is beyond hysterical.
I imagine that he'll be donning some burgundy.
Do you think he will have the gall to wear CMU gear?
Yes. Actually, I don't know. I don't see Jim doesn't wear CMU gear here.
Oh, I think this one's going to be interesting.
Text him and find out.
Yeah, maybe.
What's like one of the worst things you had to do with your in-laws, Doug, ever?
Great question.
I mean, he is Central guy, and he's got to go with his in-laws to watch Western try to win it all.
I got in the middle of a church dust-up with the in-laws.
Church, Doug, not being respectful.
No, it was about when church started, and we were trying to get the mother-in-law out the door on time, which was not her strength. She had a lot of strengths, and my father-in-law was getting irritated, and I ended up in the car with the father-in-law, and there was some venting on the way to church. It was an Easter. It was an Easter Sunday.
Yeah. Anniversary coming up.
Yeah. No, it was all. It was a funny story when it was all said and done. But
it wasn't one of those.
It wasn't. Okay. No, it was fine.
Good.
Yep.
I just thought I'd put out a bad signal to Jim just to call in because I think there's lots to ask Jim.
Okay.
I think this is an interesting decision he made.
Yeah.
To go ahead of time.
Yeah. Now I'll say this. Just as a pure party, the Frozen Four is a great party. There was a writer back in the day, John Barkin, who threw a big party, the Barkin Bash, which was it was over the top, out of control. And I went to a few Barkin Bashes, and they were May he rest in peace. The Bark and Bash was awesome, but I imagine the party's still great. So
I'm guessing Jim didn't make this choice.
Didn't make the choice. What do you mean?
To go to the Frozen Four?
I think. Well, his in-laws always go every year, right?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I think the wife said we're going.
We did a good job. We've got.
He could kind of confirm it.
We've got Jim Costa, which we were just talking about how hysterical it is that Central Michigan Jim might have to watch Western win a national championship. Probably not your ideal scenario.
No, Doug, we got these tickets before we knew who was going to the Final Four, and it's just my luck. Western Michigan's on the edge of a championship.
Yeah. So, in real, first let's start with this. Did you bring any Central gear with you?
No, I thought that would be a bit extreme. I was just rooting for everybody else, and we'll be rooting for Boston on Saturday.
Yeah, my man. That's how it works. You got this healthy hatred for the other university. It's the rivalry, man. I got it.
Go Terriers.
Wow.
So, are you there now?
I'm actually walking because, again, my bad luck. I missed the continental breakfast, so I'm walking to get breakfast right now. But yeah, I'm in St. Louis.
Right.
Okay, so did you go to the game last night? The games
Yeah,
last
we
night?
were at both games yesterday. Yeah, both of them.
How did this come about? It was your in-laws that go every year?
Yeah, my father-in-law and one of his good friends have gone, 20 years now to the Frozen Four. And it's actually my first time being here. Kind of cool. It's like a celebration of college hockey. People wear jerseys from Minnesota, Wisconsin. I've seen Wolverine jerseys, Spartan jerseys. It's a cool event. I just hate that this is my introduction to it.
It's 100% true that everybody, it feels like a good percentage, 40%, 60% wear a college hockey jersey, regardless of whether or not your team is there or not, to the Frozen Four.
Yes.
Yeah.
So your father-in-law got you into this, and he's been going for 20 years, you say. Where did he go to school? Does he have an allegiance for college hockey, or how did this begin?
He went to Grand Valley. My wife's family's from the west side of the state, and the other friend they're here with is a Western grad. So everybody's having a great time. And I might add, Western fans are the loudest, the most in volume. They travel. They showed out. So as you can picture it, that game's in double OT. Everyone's on pins and needles. They score the goal. Everybody stands and cheers, and I'm sad guy with confetti falling on his head.
Well, I hope you find a way to enjoy yourself either way. You stayed for the second game, too?
Oh, yeah, we were there for the second game. I needed to know who I was pulling for on Saturday.
Okay, and what do you think of BU's chances?
I got the 6'5" Ivan Drago Russian goalie, so I'm putting a lot of hope in that.
Mm-hmm.
They got a couple of the Hudson brothers. They're related to Lane Hudson, who plays for Montreal.
Right.
They got Cole Iserman, so there's a chance for an Iserman to let down the state of Michigan on Saturday night. So
wow.
I'm doing my research.
Okay, and did you have any interaction with any random Western fans?
Oh, yeah, a couple listeners. We got listeners out here that have come up and, made sure to give me a hard time. So, yeah we're having a spirited conversation every now and then.
Is it good-natured at least, or is it in your face?
Oh, yeah. That's what I tell you. Hockey fans at their core are good people. So nothing's been over the top or anything like that.
Okay. Well, enjoy yourself, and you'll be there Saturday night to root on your Terriers.
Before you guys let me go, we got to get the Frozen Four back to Detroit. Can you guys do what you can do to push that? Because it's been too long since we've had one.
I was at the last one.
2010.
Yeah, Michigan State was
It was at
involved.
Ford
Wisconsin
Field.
was there. Yeah, I was there.
I went to a game at that Frozen Four in Ford Field. Future dates, I'm just looking it up because next year's in Vegas.
We were supposed to get 2020 COVID. It got canceled. We've had it only one time since 1990.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know they're
we'll
on
get
it.
on that.
They are definitely working hard to get an event
Beach
like
Gnaw?
that.
Get after it, Beach Gnaw. Cool. Well, yeah, I completely agree with you. Yeah, if we can handle it. We support hockey.
Of course we can.
Yeah.
Of course we can.
All right, my man. Enjoy.
All right, take care, guys.
Yeah,
We'll see you next week.
There he is.
Sad guy with confetti falling on him.
That's pretty funny. We don't even have a regional in our state. 26, 27, or 28.
That seems weird,
that's
right?
BS.
Yeah, we've got, LCA is a perfect place for that.
In fact, boy, little Midwest love. there is no regional in the Midwest next year.
Well, the Midwest does have the Frozen Four this year.
I mean, I guess, yeah, St. Louis. But no regional next year, the year after, or the year after.
Where are the Frozen Fours?
Frozen Fours are St. Louis, Las Vegas, Washington, D.C., Chicago.
So they get a Frozen Four anyway. But
What?
it's Chicago.
Yeah,
Well, it's
Chicago,
not Detroit, but yeah.
No, I just, we didn't have a regional this year, and we don't have any for the next 3 years. I liked them a lot more when they were on campus sites. Nobody cares.
Vegas, though. That could be
Well,
fun.
Vegas could be fun for hosting anything, sure. 248-539-9797. Bunch of Piston feedback coming in. We will get to that straight ahead here on Carson Anderson. Hey, you know the guys at Michigan Auto Law. They're the ones that specialize only in auto and truck accidents, Steve and his crew, and they are reliable when it comes to this. That's why they have the largest auto accident settlement, largest truck accident settlement. They also take on fewer cases than any other law firm. They take on fewer on purpose. It means they have more time for your case, and it's a formula that leads to faster and larger settlements for their clients. And they'll call you back within 24 hours. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. We have open lines. I thought it was interesting what Aiden Hutchinson had to say there. If you missed it in the update, we'll get to it a little bit more in depth today at 11:32. Tons of feedback to get caught up on, and we do appreciate everybody who listens to the show and sounds off on their favorite topics, whatever they may be. And that includes Western Michigan hockey fans and Piston fans who sent us a bunch of feedback today. Here's one, and I want to know, you know how we talk about thing, not a thing? Is this a real thing or not a thing?
Right.
Is this something to be fired up about or concerned about, or is this just
a big old nothing taco?
A big old nothing taco, yeah. Tell me if this is a something taco or a nothing taco. You ready?
All right, I love tacos.
Unnamed texter writes, unfortunately for us, the league will never allow the Pistons to win a series against New York. A Boston-New York second-round matchup is more valuable to the league than competitive integrity. Gator, a something taco or a nothing taco?
I want to say it's a nothing taco, and yet the way that things have happened in the league, there have been some strange things. I know that you want to have an embargo on the whole Luka thing, but that's strange. I feel like that's league generated.
You think the league had something to do with Luka ending up in LA?
I do. I don't think that you just. I mean, why? I mean, how do you can't explain the lack of return on Dallas's part in that trade without somebody coming in and saying, "Hey, how about doing this?
Yeah,
better for the league." You know, the fact that certain teams always win the lottery.
San Antonio. Why would they care that San Antonio?
I don't know, but they do.
Okay, here's why it's a nothing taco. Last year in the second round of the playoffs, the Knicks played the 6th seed Indiana Pacers. The winner advanced to play the Celtics in the Eastern Conference Final. Who won the series? Indiana. So 1 year ago, they had a chance to fix a series and send the Knicks and the Celtics into a Eastern Conference Final matchup, and they didn't.
Well, I don't have the ability in my mind to go back to that series. Remember what happened? Was it a tight series? Was it just obvious
that one
team
game
was?
Series.
Did the final game, were there some missed calls or not?
The Pacers won by 21 in New York to close out the Knicks.
So it feels like even the refs couldn't help that one out.
Kang, is this a something taco or a nothing taco that the league will not allow Detroit to deny them a Boston-New York second-round matchup?
Come on.
I'm sorry, Gator. First of all, as far as the Luka thing, I've already gone full-blown conspiracy. You know that. I mean, days after that trade, I couldn't get over it, and I went into full conspiracy mode is why that trade happened.
Mm-hmm.
As far as the Knicks bias and the Pistons thing, it's a nothing taco because of this. If anything, it's more anti-Detroit. It's not pro-Knicks, okay? The pro-Knicks thing that everyone kind of believes in and has for a while, they've sucked forever. It's never like if they're trying to help the Knicks, they're doing a terrible job at it. And I think it's because they know the New York market loves basketball, so they don't even have to try to get them to be good. They sell out MSG every night anyways.
We gave you the frozen envelope.
Yeah.
What more do you want?
And that's it. Like, and nothing's happened for them since then. So I think if anything, it may be more anti-Detroit, but it's definitely not pro-Knicks. And then you mentioned last year, Doug, that the Pacers beat the Knicks. I called it a month or so ago that I didn't think the Pistons were getting out of the first round. I'll stand by that now, but they have the absolutely ability to beat the Knicks. This isn't one of those, hey, they're 8th seed. Let's just get 4 practice games in for the higher seed. No, the Knicks are going to go through something here if it's the Knicks, and it's going to be tough. And I could definitely see the Pistons winning.
More feedback coming in. In a season series against the Knicks, you could see Jalen Duren and Isaiah Stewart really getting into Karl Anthony Towns' head. If they can do that in the playoffs, I think there's a real chance to upset the Knicks. I think, look, when the game ended last night, on the FanDuel broadcast, they showed Karl Anthony Towns well after the game ended, speaking to the officials. Like, he was not happy at all.
He did that at the end of one of the timeouts, too, as well. Like, he would always go over and talk to the refs about how I think he was getting played by Stu and Duren and anything physical. He didn't like it.
Yeah. Yep. And I think it was, let me see if I can find this quote. And I think it's the New York Post.
Some head games, huh?
It's from PJ Tucker of the Knicks on last night's game. They just out-toughed us. They did the whole fourth quarter. We kept it close, but they just out-toughed us. That's something we got to address. Obviously, not having OG or not having Hart, getting those guys back will help. I just feel that down in the trenches like that in the playoffs this year, they're not calling nothing. They're letting a lot of stuff go right now. Okay, and that's well. I mean, is that telling you that the Knicks already are interpreting that the Pistons are playing playoff style basketball? And if this is how it's going to be officiated, it's not Detroit that has to adjust. It's the Knicks that have to adjust.
Well, yeah, I think there's part of that. I think he's given a lot of respect to Detroit for their style of play, which is interesting because Tucker's the player that stood over Schroeder later in the game. But yeah, I think it's actually respectful. Like we got to get back to that level. That's what we have to. We have to play with grit and determination and play a harder style of basketball. Mm-hmm. And oh, by the way, refs have a little help, is what he's saying. So there's a little bit of wah with that.
Feedback. That alley-oop is a moment that will be shown in a documentary someday as a turning point or key moment. That's from an unnamed texter.
Nah, this team's not going to stick together long enough where that's going to matter.
What, the Pistons?
The Knicks.
Oh. Well, he's saying it a documentary about the Pistons.
Oh, about the Pistons?
Yeah, it'll be shown as a key moment.
You think you think that's a key moment or turning point or anything like that?
Nope. But
I don't either.
Because
you did text us immediately afterwards. Guys, is this going to be a thing?
Yes, but I don't think it's a turning point for the organization. The turning point for the organization happened in December. And they would have to say what it was, which maybe they have, and I missed it.
They just kind of started clicking, I guess, yeah. But then they had an injury, and they were able to overcome that.
This was an emphatic exclamation point on the butt whooping that's to come.
Oh, boy.
If the Pistons...
let me ask you this before you get to the next text.
Sure.
With the way they played last night, does this solidify for you one way or the other who you'd rather face, Indiana or New York?
No, it makes me excited for both.
Exactly.
That made me realize that this next series can be just as intense as what I anticipated an Indiana series would be like.
I think last night's performance and the result has me thinking about the playoffs, so I'm just going to sit back and enjoy it. Mm-hmm. Kang, did it do anything for you last night, one way or the other?
No, I wanted the Knicks because I just feel they have a better chance to beat the Knicks than they do the Pacers. But this does add fuel to the flame. I mean, they're definitely going to play it up on all the national media stuff. Like, if it's finalized, like it's going to be Pistons-Knicks, I think they do show that dunk more than once. Just, hey, look at this is the last time they played.
Yep.
Look, I got Chippy. Look at Schroeder standing over Brunson. Oh, look at Tucker standing over Schroeder. Oh, look at this unnecessary alley-oop dunk at the end of the game.
You think those guys, did anybody ask him about it afterwards? I didn't see any quotes from players about that because it'd be like, hey, man.
I think you play that dunk and then you play Rick Mahorn going, don't do it.
Do you got that readily available?
The Rick Mahorn sound.
It is so
the final call of the game.
Stinking funny that it's Rick Mahorn saying don't do it. And Rick could see it coming. All right, this is noted bad boy and regulator Rick Mahorn, who had plenty of don't do it moments in his career. Listen to what he had to say about the alley-oop in the end. Rick thinks it's something.
Yes, it does, Mark Champion. Yes, it does.
Man. Pretty entertaining that it's Rick. If this Piston team had a healthy Jaden Ivey, I believe they'd be a threat to make the conference finals. I really hope they have him embrace the six-man role next year. It just makes too much sense to do that. We go into scoring droughts when Cade has to rest, and Ivey would be perfect to lead the second unit. Mike in Waterford says, maybe it's just me, but watch the look Cade has towards the end of that game. He had that killer Kobe-like look even after they won. The playoffs are going to be Cade's coming out party to the national media and fan base. He's going to hit a whole new gear.
You know, the first text there you read about Jaden Ivey coming back and thinking about next year. Can you imagine having Ivey, Beasley, and Ron Holland coming off the bench, along with Isaiah Stewart for that matter. I mean, that because the starting five last night didn't include any of those guys in the starting five.
I like it.
I mean, that's a serious rotation you can go through. That's 9 players before you start getting into, the Schröders of the world as well, and which we haven't included. And it's exciting. This is an exciting team.
I've been a little bit surprised by an off-season storyline and wonder how much attention we should give said storyline as it pertains to the Lions. We'll get to that today at 11:32. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Anderson, during the update there, it was a cut played from a podcast down at the Masters. I have to give credit where credit's due. I don't know who had the podcast, but Aiden Hutchinson was interviewed and was asked about his health. This surprised me how much of an off-season storyline this has become with our listeners. And so I'm like, okay, we've missed the boat. There is concern with some Lions fans about the health of Aiden Hutchinson, the long-term health of Aiden Hutchinson. Now, when I heard clean break, I was like, awesome. Word.
Great news.
Yep. But others.
I mean, if it's going to be a broken leg, you want it to be a clean break.
And guys come back from that all the time, in my experience. Now, what we discovered, though, is that there is concern.
Mm-hmm.
Fans have concerns. So every time we get a health update, we want to play it for you because we either alleviate your fears or whatever. Here's Aiden Hutchinson recently I was down at the Masters, actually, talking about his health. Okay. So I don't know if this helps Lions fans, right? Is the video emerged last week of him running and doing some change of direction stuff. Now you hear that.
Pain-free.
Yeah. Are we good? Should we feel good?
I hope we're good.
We're good here, right?
I hope we're good.
You know, I mean, we had the update last week or a couple weeks ago. We've had video emerge of him running, and we've had this now with the very latest. And I guess as I look at this thing, I think the Super Bowl dream of having him back, if the Lions made the Super Bowl, that was his goal, to get back for the Super Bowl, and then video emerged where there was no way he was playing in the Super Bowl, and that was clear. He still had a limp weeks after the Super Bowl. Maybe that gave people a perspective. Oh my God, he's way behind schedule.
Right.
When the truth is, it was an unrealistic goal to get back when he said he was trying to.
Well, and is it the same thing with Piston fans right now with Jaden Ivey? Because now he's been given
Cleared
the
for
permission
basketball
cleared
activity.
Basketball activities. They're going to have another update in 2 weeks. So he's literally able to practice with the team to go through what would seem to be full workouts with the team.
Mm-hmm.
He's been with them for a while, just kind of shooting around and stuff, but now he's able to participate in practices. So it's the same type of thing with him. They don't expect him for the first round of the playoffs, but maybe, just maybe, if you get to the end of a long series in the first round, or if you get to if you win that series, is he available in the second round? Maybe, but it's a similar thing, isn't it? Because it's a 4 to 6 month timeline, and he did that right at New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
4 months is the end of April.
At this point, I look at any contribution from Ivy as a bonus. I don't have huge expectations, but.
No, and there's a big part of me that just says, don't push it. Just continue on about your rehab. You'll be back with this team probably next season, as opposed to this postseason. I don't want him to push it, because this does seem like, I know the timelines are 4 to 6 months, but if the timeline is, if you look at that and adhere to it strictly, that's the end of April would be when he's ready to start to go.
Right. So
I would be a little concerned about that, and just saying, all right, let's just take it easy here. But if he's ready to go, if he's medically cleared, if the doctors say no, he's good to go, and if there's no pain and there's no swelling or anything like that, or there's no setbacks, then full steam ahead.
Let's go to Dylan. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Dylan.
Hi. I just want to talk about Hutch. A lot of fans are saying that they're worried about his injury and everything. I think he's going to be just fine. There's really no harder worker than Aiden Hutchinson. He wants to be on the field just as much as anybody else, if not more than anybody else. So he's going to do whatever it takes for him to be 100% to get back on that field and be another game changer that he was.
Yeah, there's no doubt that he's got all the things that you would want in your professional athlete when it comes to intangibles and work ethic and all that. I mean, you can't work your way. I mean, I suppose you can do a little bit, but I when it comes to rehabilitating, you have to, you're a little bit you're a little bit at the mercy of how quickly your body is healing.
Exactly. You just have to listen to your body. That's all you can really do.
Yeah. So I'm glad you're not worried. I hope others also are not worried. And, he sounded good there. Sounded like he was cool. We shall see. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97 won a ticket. We have an update on one of the favorite storylines here at the Carson Anderson program, and that is the fact that Kang's youngest daughter actively does not like him and trolls him on a regular basis.
That's so rough.
It is rough, but I don't know if I've heard anything more cold than a 3-year-old who, when he says to her, "I love you," she says back, "I love mommy."
Yeah, it's not even mommy more. It's "I love mommy," which completely shuts out Kang.
Yep.
Absolutely. Looks me dead in the eye and says this.
There is. She has a circle. Mommy is inside the circle, and Kang is outside the circle.
Yeah, nowhere to be seen.
And there's no misinterpretation of this.
No.
And we have an update.
Oh, she went elite level last night as well. Again.
So it's no improvement.
No, I don't even know if this might be worse. We're all watching TV in the living room. My wife and the 2 girls are on the couch together, and I'm sitting on the love seat, separate area, but in the living room watching. Mm-hmm. Out of nowhere, the 3-year-old turns to me and goes, "Daddy, you're sitting by yourself." I go, "What?" And I go to my wife. I go, "Jackie, did you hear this?"
Wow.
She goes,
"Come on, man."
Yeah. She's like, "I don't know why she does this to you. I mean, I'm like nothing but nice to her. I'm overly nice, actually, at this point." I mean, thank you for pointing that out, dear.
Oh, my God.
What the F, man?
I think that's more cold-hearted. Well, maybe it seems more cold-hearted because you already have the baseline that, "I love mommy." And then follow that up with, "Hey, Daddy." And you're like, "Oh, here we go. An opportunity to interact with the younger one." Yes, sweetie. What's up? What's going on? You're sitting by yourself. Did you then say, would you like to sit with Daddy?
Oh, I know. I don't even want to invite that rejection. Like, I know it's going to happen, That's a quick no.
That's amazing.
I was so stunned. I was like, geez. Well, I don't know. I just didn't expect it. It was out of nowhere.
Here's the thing that I keep thinking of is at that age, I swear I was like a hero to my kids.
Oh,
they probably didn't love me any more than when they were that small. And then they became teenagers.
And then at that age, I became a hero to those kids.
And when they were teenagers, they felt worse about me. Your daughter is starting with a baseline of not liking you. And when she gets to be a teenager, look out. Like, lock the door at night, my friend.
Did she laugh?
Yeah. She knows what she's doing.
What? Like, what did you say
She's
after
like, that's
that?
hysterical. He's lonely. Look at him, that lonely bastard sitting over there by himself.
Look at that loser.
Yeah, right?
Did you get up and leave?
No, I asked my wife for help. I was like, "Hey, a little help over here, man."
Was there a correction?
I'm shook.
Was there an education? What happened?
Oh
here?
yeah, she tried to talk to her. "Hey, you don't say it to Daddy. Why don't you? I'm gonna go sit next to Daddy," type thing. Everyone over here. And
wow.
No.
Man. Did your oldest daughter acknowledge?
No, she's the other way. She loves me. I can tell.
Yeah.
She's told me before. Maybe this is a reverse thing, Doug. How you said they didn't like you later on, and when they became teenagers.
Maybe when she's a teenager, she's gonna love you.
Yeah.
Yeah. You keep thinking that.
Man, that is cold.
Cold, man.
That is so cold. Ice cold. Dude. Stone cold.
I feel for you, my man. Wow. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Check out these spring savings at Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Lease a new 2025 Chevy Equinox LT for just $289 a month for 36 months with $19.99 down. $289. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM employee discount and lease in the household. 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends at the end of the month. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. It's happened to a couple in Michigan. Has it ever been an issue for you? We'll get to that in the noon hour. I got some draft buzz. Get to the Tigers as they are back at it tonight in division for the first time. Second time, rather. They beat the White Sox. They are still in the division. They just kind of have their place in the division locked up. Let's go to Lisa in Birmingham. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hello, Lisa.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
Just wanted to address a couple things. With Hutch, I'm a nurse, and I do think that as far as his rehab assignment goes, it's going to be he's working very hard at it. It's the timeline for 4 to 6 months is probably more of a average person who's going to sit at a desk, and work on the computer 4 to 6 months. But for a professional athlete, he might actually be a little bit ahead of the curve. And I think for people to be worried at this point is maybe a little preemptive.
People. There's certain. I don't really blame people for being concerned that things are going too smooth, too smooth for the Lions, and they have to be doomed because they always were in the past.
Yeah, and they let Zadarius Smith go, which would have been a nice bookend. So I think the concern in general might be growing, but for my part, I think we've got some time left. It's till the fall before things actually come to fruition, and this might just turn out all right. And that's what I'm hoping for, and I think he's doing his best. But as far as Kane goes, I gotta tell him a little bit of support because the girls can be cold. I have 3 sons and 1 daughter. And my daughter, I'm the type of mom, you're home from college. Let me wash your clothes. You need more Pop-Tarts. You need, some toilet bowl cleaner. I'm there for you.
Right.
Fill your gas tank before you go back to Central. She comes home and goes to a party from an old elementary school classmate blocks away from our house. Blocks away. We don't even know she's there. She goes back to Central. Later on, she comes home another time, and I find a ticket stub from, I want to say, movies or something, and in her clothes when I'm washing them. And I said, you were home? You were home this weekend? Oh, I was at a party at Brittany's, and it was just a party, and I'm like, here we think she's 3 hours away. And she's 6
just
blocks
down the street
away.
and ignoring
there.
mom and dad.
Does not care.
Never even, and I'm like, she's here. Kill the fatted calf. It's a prodigal daughter. Buy her everything she wants. Let's do her laundry. And she doesn't even stop by.
Wow.
Wow.
That's cold. That's cold.
Yeah. So he shouldn't feel,
He shouldn't feel bad because he's got 15 more years before that even comes.
He should get used to it. Is what you're saying? He should get used to this.
As someone who knows Lisa, she doesn't like you.
It comes back around. It does come back around because now once they're married, once they see how hard it is to make the money that you've made for her to support her in the style to which she's become accustomed. And she sees how supportive you've been and how hard it is to do the same for your kids. It comes back around.
Well, it's a wonderful story, Lisa, and Kang just needs to deal with this for the next 22 to 25 years. What I'm taking away from this. So,
this screams to me in Lisa's situation.
What's that?
Daughter's got a boyfriend.
Could be, yeah.
And that's what happens.
Yep.
I knew friends of mine, perhaps even people really close to you that you may know, maybe yourself, that can take over. I had a roommate of mine who was going to school at North Carolina and came back up to Michigan State, was at Michigan State for like a full week. None of us knew. And we're like, dude, you're here? He's like, yeah, but I'm leaving tomorrow. Well, when'd you get here? Like last week. What the hell?
Well,
women.
Yeah.
Girlfriend. That's what occupied the time.
These relationships. Yeah. No, I hear you.
That's not Kang's situation right now. It's just sheer hatred.
If she has a boyfriend, I might be really pissed.
Yeah, well. She will eventually, my friend. She will eventually. Okay. Tigers at Minnesota today. Reese Olson taking them out against David Festa, who's making his first appearance of the season for the Twins. This division is Detroit, Cleveland, Minnesota, Kansas City. And then there's also the White Sox. I got a feedback from a wise listener last week who said, beat the Yankees for show, beat the Twins for dough. And there's some truth to that, right? These in-division games and series you want to be good at. And so, yes, it was cool beating the Yankees. But these things mean more. So they open up a important series, early season series at Minnesota. Tonight, Gator, your thoughts?
Well, first of all, I think it's an interesting way to look at it, and I agree. The division games mean way more. Mm-hmm. You've got a 3-game series that begins tonight in Minnesota against 3 right-handed pitchers. That's who's scheduled to start for the Twins. One of the starters hasn't even pitched yet this season, so we got that going for him. It's time. It's time for guys to start looking really potent at the plate. Guys like Riley Green, Colt Keith, Kerry Carpenter. That here's your opportunity. You got right-handed pitching you're going to face. Crush it. Absolutely get out there and crush it.
Yep.
I'm curious with Gleyber Torres likely to be called up, but that it'd be official. Apparently he flew out with the team, and they've already sent Brewer down that that he'll be in the lineup at some point. I mean, it's a right-handed pitcher, so Torres is a right-handed hitter. Is he a switcher or just right-handed? I think he's just right-handed. But with him being that way, do they still let Colt Keith start? Or do you automatically just go right away? Here, step on into it, Gleyber Torres.
Yep.
Because we're curious to see what's going on with Colt Keith here. We talked a lot about Colt Keith yesterday and the slow start that he's off to at the plate with hitting the ball. Still hitting 171, which isn't very good, but it's almost twice as good as what Parker Meadows was hitting last year when he got sent down. Colt Keith's getting on base a lot with the 12 walks in the 12 games. And that does matter. It does matter. But not playing well defensively at second base, that could be trouble. So what are they going to do? Are they going to start to do something where Colt Keith is the DH? Spencer Torkelson plays first, Kerry Carpenter is in right, and Gleyber Torres is at second. You could have all those guys in the lineup at the same time.
I hate to bring this up because I suspect that you won't like it at all.
Here we go.
Yep. Tonight's game, beginning of the series.
Yeah.
You know it's on Apple TV.
I didn't know that.
So, yeah, you still don't have Apple TV.
No, I think I have Apple TV.
Oh.
I just don't like having to go to Apple TV.
But you have it, so you can
I think I
stream the game.
I think I do.
He thinks he does, people.
Well, I think the only reason I got it was because of the Tigers last year.
Okay. And you haven't canceled. You stuck with it.
Probably haven't canceled it.
Yeah. All right. So you're going to watch it.
So what, Severance is on Apple?
Yes.
Yeah. I think I still have Apple.
Okay. You haven't started Severance, have you?
Not yet.
Okay.
I do plan on it.
Ooh. All right.
What?
No, I actually didn't think you were going to.
Yeah, I do plan on watching it at some point.
Okay, good.
See what all the rage is about.
Yep.
You know?
Yep. Now I am excited. Okay, good. So you got Apple TV. You're all set. Kang, do you have Apple TV at home?
Yeah, I do.
All right. So you're all good too. It does. I get it for people who don't have it. It's a major irritant. But
does your youngest like baseball, Kang?
Dude, I'm trying to get her to like me.
Yeah.
Right. So maybe if you don't show interest in it, she will show interest in it. And then you can say, well, I'll take you to a game.
Yep. And
when Gator says you're old enough.
Yeah. Or any game that Gator's not at, right?
That works too.
Well, look, it's I mean, these are early season series. There's a lot of baseball to go, but I'm such a fan of this team that I cannot wait for this Twin series. So should be good. Should be good.
Yeah. I guess the Red Wings are playing tonight.
Let me ask you a question.
Pistons are playing tonight.
So Reese Olson's on the mound tonight. Do you still get most excited for Skubal starts? Because I get more excited now for Mize starts. I feel like so much is riding on Casey Mize actually being good.
I think there's very little separation between Casey Mize starts, Tarek Skubal starts, and Jackson Jobe starts. Very little separation.
Yep.
And then there's a little bit more separation between those three and Jack Flaherty, and then Reese Olson is odd man out. It's like, yeah, I mean, it's a Tiger game. I'm going to be tuning in. Oh, look who's on the hill. It's Reese Olson. But I'm not tuning in because it's Reese Olson. I'm tuning in because of the Tigers. Those other pitchers give you more reason because of who they are.
Casey Mize looks like a different dude. Looks like he might be
dialed in.
Might be living up to the billing. We only know that over time.
There's an intensity that he has on the mound that I wonder if that intensity is going to start to turn into intimidation.
He looks like he knows he's an MFer right now. He looks like he knows it. He's pitching like it, and he knows it. Gotta love it. 248-539-9797. All right, it's happened to a Michigan couple. Have you ever had to deal with something similar? We will get to that in the noon hour. Also talk some latest NFL draft buzz here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hope you're doing great on a Friday. Happy Friday, everybody.
I hope you're doing great.
Thank you. I'm doing reasonably well.
Looking forward to the weekend?
I am. It's going to be a busy weekend. Got a lot to do.
You're going lots of places?
Yes, and we'll recap it on Monday and various things that need to get done this weekend.
Oh, boy.
We are rapidly approaching the time where high school seniors have to decide which college they're going to go to.
Mm-hmm.
May 1st deadline for a lot of places.
Oh, boy. It's 3 weeks.
So there's stresses. There are stresses.
Less than 3 weeks.
Yeah. Although I feel like the least stressed person on the planet right now is my son.
I was going to say he's the one who's got to make the decision.
Yeah. He seems not to be stressed at all.
But he's got options.
He does.
So that's great.
It's like, hey, we need to visit this place, that place, whatever. And he's going, whatever. You're like, you sure you really want to go there if you don't even want to visit the place?
You know what's that's kind of cool in a way, because maybe I can't put myself in your shoes as a parent, but I would think that somebody who's comfortable enough where they're like, you think that you could drop them anywhere and they'll be fine.
Well, that's the impression he is either intentionally or unintentionally giving us. And I don't know that is accurate, that he'll be fine no matter where he goes. But
does he have a large group of friends?
He has a very tight-knit group of friends that we just took to Fort Lauderdale.
Tight-knit. Okay, yeah. I was going to say that.
That's his crew. He's got a crew.
Lots of different backgrounds.
Yeah, and these
some
kids,
athletes, some not athletes.
Yeah, they're all
students.
athletes, but they also are going to different places, and he is considering, do I go with him? Do I go with him? Okay. There's that too, which I
that's
think
a pull when you're in high school,
and
for sure.
It might be the single biggest pull at this point, but we'll see. We'll see. We got a lot of decisions to make here. So, am I stressed about it? Moderately, which is substantially more than he is stressed about it. So, we'll be good.
Yeah, I understand the stress involved.
Yeah.
I'd like to help alleviate that stress, turn that stress into excitement. Excited for what he's going to make that decision to
You're going to help?
I just want you to be excited about it.
Oh,
as opposed to be stressed about it. Try to relieve that stress by saying, oh, this is a big decision. Instead of this is a cool decision. I can't wait to see what his decision is.
So since our kids started looking at college, I have committed to the University of Wisconsin. I then later committed to the University of Washington.
Right.
I look at the opportunities my two oldest have had and am so jealous of what college is these days. First of all, just the living facilities and the dining halls. I mean, it's
completely different.
They're like food courts with really good food now, and the idea that everybody's got cable in their rooms, which was foreign, and they have gaming systems, and the lofts come pre-built in your dorm. I mean, it's just unbelievable how much easier it is. And this is just me right now. All the curriculum sounds exciting and interesting.
Yeah.
Really interesting, which I wasn't quite as interested at the age of 19, 20, 21.
Well, there's so much more out there now. Stuff that is like real specific to things that perhaps we would have been very interested in and had a very different experience in college.
Yeah.
If you can narrow it down like that.
There's no question that, and they don't know how good they have it, but I had a son that said no to Wisconsin, stayed in state, and not mad about that.
No.
Daughter said no to Washington, stayed in state, not mad about that. I don't know how they said no to those places. They are unbelievable. Now, where they ended up is pretty great too, but they didn't vibe with them at all. Like, they went out really excited to see Wisconsin.
Yeah.
And then didn't vibe with it at all. My daughter, same thing at Washington. And it's funny. I think you just step on a campus and know quickly that whether or not this is a place you want to be or whether it's a place you don't want to be. So
yeah, with me, it was who was going to take me.
What do you mean? Oh, who would take you academically? Yeah. Where did you get in?
I limited the pool significantly by where I applied. I didn't make that many applications. And then it was, well, am I going to get an acceptance letter from somebody?
So, and you did, and it all worked out. The thing about it is for the kids growing up in the shadow and being around the University of Michigan so much, it was nothing new, right?
They weren't pressured. Let's go here. You're going here. You're going here. You're going here.
No, they weren't. But they didn't. They were so familiar with the town and all that, and it kind of worked against Michigan when they were deciding. But when they got there, they said, "Wow, going to the University of Michigan and growing up in Ann Arbor are two completely different things." Like they were like, "This is a different town than I realized." I'm like, "Yeah, well,
it's like a town within a town."
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So we got some visits to make. We'll figure it all out. But all right. So the big stories today. We start with kudos to Western Michigan University. Will play for a national championship Saturday night in college hockey. They went to double overtime again and won again, as you heard in the update there. Owen Michaels with the game winner in the slot early in the second overtime. Very impressed with Hampton Slakinski, the goalie for Western, who's 19 years old and dealt with all the pressure. And they beat the Denver Pioneers, who'd won 2 of the last 3 national championships. And now they take on college hockey blue blood Boston University Saturday night with the national championship on the line. We did take some Western Michigan hockey calls first for Carson Anderson. We also had a Piston game to talk about. They beat the Knicks, and there's a whole bunch of does it matter, does it not matter? Does the fact that the Pistons beat the Knicks in the regular season series 3-1 matter? Does it matter that the Pistons and Knicks played a hard-fought game last night that had some edge to it, was intense, and the Pistons came out on top? Does that matter? Does it matter since the middle of December these two teams have virtually identical records? Does that matter? Does it matter that the Knicks sat out a couple of guys that will be playing most likely in the postseason? Does it matter that the Pistons threw a lob with 5 seconds left up 7 points? Doesn't matter. Rick Mahorn on the play-by-play call, if you missed it earlier, we played it twice, was literally saying, don't do it, and then the Pistons did it anyway. Threw the lob to Jalen Duren. Does it matter?
It matters for the spice factor.
Oh, it matters for that, yeah.
Which is, I think, last night's game solidified for me that I'm just going to enjoy the playoffs. It doesn't matter who they play. Because if they match up against the Knicks, they've proven they can beat the Knicks. And also that it could be a spicy series. Obviously, if they play Indiana, it's going to be a spicy series because of everything that's going on there. The whole Halliburton stuff is interesting. But I'm just gonna enjoy it.
So I think if the Pistons do draw the Knicks, I'll be fascinated to see like the betting lines on the series. Usually the 1-8 lopsided, the 2-7 lopsided, but not maybe as much. The 3-6 lopsided, but closer, and the 4-5 is the closest series. If the Pistons are the 6th seed and the Knicks are the 3 seed, will that be more of a flip of a coin than the 4-5 series, Indiana-Milwaukee, in Vegas's eyes?
I don't know. It's an interesting thing to ask. I don't know how Vegas looks at this. What factors, how deep do they go with this in terms of, well, this is a younger team and versus a veteran-laden team and a team that's been there in the playoffs, a team that hasn't been there in the playoffs. Does that go into it? I don't know what the odds are for teams that haven't made the playoffs in 10 years or 8 years, whatever it has been for the Pistons. Does it matter in the first round matchup? I mean, a team that was so bad last year but has tripled their win total this year. A lot that goes into it.
Yeah. It's going to be fascinating to see how it plays itself out. All right, story made national headlines. A local couple. We'll get to that coming up today at 12:18. A little bit later, some NFL draft buzz. Does it have any impact on our Detroit Lions? All that here in the noon hour on Carson Anderson. And if you want to keep talking college hockey or Piston basketball, we'll take those calls here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, it's beautiful weather this weekend for sure. It's going to be in the 50s. We got blue skies out there right now, and you can think, wow, it's really looking nice out there. And then the rain's going to come next week. And with the rain, well, that can also bring up some weeds and whatnot. Here's what you need to do. Call the great folks over at Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service where you get green, stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN or go to naturalwaylawn.com. For a limited time, you purchase that full lawn program. You're going to get free grub control when you mention my name, Gator, and the station's 97.1 The Ticket. I talk about the weeds and stuff because like crabgrass or dandelions, you don't want to see that stuff, and particularly crabgrass. If you see it in the middle of the summer, That's a problem. You've waited too long to take care of it. You've got to call right now. That first application is the most important when it comes to crabgrass control. You want the green, lush lawn that all your neighbors are asking about. Hey, how'd you get it so green? Here's what I did. I called Natural Way, and you should too. 888-GET-GREEN is the telephone number. They use certified applicators and arborists that know what they're doing. They custom tailor solutions specific to your yard and to your home. This is a company that's been around for over 35 years. It's a company I've trusted with my own yard for at least a dozen years now, and they offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee. So call them today and make sure your lawn is going to be as green as can be. 888-GET-GREEN or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Cater, just so you know, I right now am having an I am subscribed moment.
Oh, are you?
Yep. With MLive.
Uh-oh.
I have more problems signing into MLive than any website I have ever come across.
Oh, boy.
Every time I click on sign in, it takes me right back to the page where I have to click on sign in.
Yep. I'm already subscribed.
And I can't sign in if you don't take me to the page where I can sign in But I also went through a long stretch where I was trying to renew my subscription.
Mm-hmm.
And every time I entered my information, it said, this account already has a subscription.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, cool, I know, I need to renew it. And there was no option to do that. M Live is a big part of being able to get content for the show, and they make it so difficult.
Problems I've had in the past with situations like this.
I am subscribed.
Yes. And I think you and I have discussed this, so I don't think this is the problem with you, but maybe it is.
Mm-hmm.
Is the problem with our work, if you use our work email as a backup or wherever the information comes to, is that the work email has changed several times over the last 8 years. So it goes to, I guess by default, whichever email it was under at the time. So sometimes
Douglas.Karsh@cbs.com.
yes,
kind of thing.
like that
doesn't
type
exist.
thing. Right, which is no longer,
Yeah,
but it
it's
goes.
that's not. I didn't. The email account I'm using is active and not the work one. So
Have you just tried to get a new password?
I can't get past sign in. It just recycles me back. But whatever.
I'm sorry,
I
man.
just won't use the M Live content. Okay. Story.
You're not having a good day.
No,
We're
there's some
going into the
struggles.
weekend.
I'm not going to let it ruin my day. I'll tell you that.
Ah, you and Kang. Kang's daughter hates him even
Yeah.
more so today than yesterday. And
Said more
Or
of a
maybe,
cold.
maybe just more vocal about it. She probably feels the same the entire time.
She's learning how to express herself more and more,
Yeah,
and what she's choosing to express is disdain for her father.
you're going through some issues here today. I mean, Stoney's got a mock draft that nobody seems to care about. Costa's at the Frozen Four. He's got to watch the Broncos.
He's a
in
central
the
guy.
finals, and he's a central guy.
He just happened
can't
to pick
stand
this year to roadie to the Frozen Four,
Yeah.
and it just so happens the arch rival.
A lot happening.
Yeah. All right. So, the story made national headlines, and I suspect that it doesn't. It's maybe never happened to anybody out there ever before. But a Michigan couple got jailed in Mexico over a timeshare dispute. Now, I've heard of nightmare timeshare presentations. I have been to one, okay? I've been to one timeshare presentation. Gator, have you, or Kang, have either of you ever done the, hey, stay in this place for this incredibly cheap price? You'll have to go through the timeshare presentation, but please, we'd love to host you. If you sit through our presentation, you can stay at this exclusive Aspen Resort for $125 a night. Have you ever taken advantage of any of those deals?
Not since I was a kid when my parents dragged me to one of those.
Okay.
I remember very well being in northern Michigan, not the UP, but northern Michigan,
Okay.
and going through one of those presentations. And like we walked into like some kind of like a log cabin type place. I'm like, I don't even know if I was 10 years old. I'm like, what are we doing here? My dad's like, just be quiet and just relax, sit back. Knowing that my brother and I were both going to be an issue because we were going to get fidgety because we were young and we're like, we don't even understand what's going on. And later in life, we figured it out. Oh, that was a timeshare presentation that they took advantage of to get a discount on the summer trip we were taking to wherever it was, to Mishaway or whatever. I forget what it was. But otherwise, as an adult, I've never done the timeshare. I haven't even done like a Airbnb yet.
Oh, haven't you?
No, I haven't gotten into that yet.
Verbo or any of that?
No.
Kang, have you ever done the timeshare presentation to get something at a cheap price?
No, but I've just heard nothing but horror stories, so I doubt I'll ever go through this.
No, it's it's unlikely you're going to end up in a Mexican prison. But this couple from Michigan had to spend a month in a Mexican prison over what was deemed to be some sort of fraud that they breached their contract, and they got out. Thankfully, they got out and they're back, and it's been resolved, and some money's going to get donated to charity. And look, I've done it once, okay, and it was one of those trips to Mexico we did where the relatives have a place down there. It's a timeshare, and they said, "Look, you don't have to do this, but if you do it, you get a $400 resort credit."
Oh,
so they would get they would get some money. And we would get some money, a $400 resort credit.
Sounds pretty good.
Now, at the resort, the Diamante in Cabo San Lucas has a Tiger Woods golf course, and it has a Tiger Woods golf shop. And I'm like, $400? Hell yeah. So we had to sit through this presentation. So what we came to discover is that the 1 hour to 90-minute presentation was closer to 4 hours long. 4 hours. And we couldn't very well walk out because we got put into a vehicle and driven to the various properties all around the property that they had. So we initially, here we're going to tour the condos. Okay, yeah, all right. They're showing you things and you have no intention. Like there's no intention of buying.
You're just doing this to get the $400 credit.
Yes. And so you sit there and you watch the whole, and we didn't have to do this. Like they didn't say, you don't have to do this. We said, we'll do it. What's an hour and a half? So you watch this whole thing and they're saying, oh, this, and they're asking you, what kind of countertops do you like? And I'm like, I mean, I can answer this question.
I'm curious. What you like marble? You like quartz?
I like the darker marbles.
Porcelain?
And then which kind of cabinets would you pair it with? And I'm like, why am I answering these questions? But
flat panel, modern.
So you're answering all these questions, and then they get to the end and they start talking about price. And that's when I say, well, actually, we have a vacation home in northern Michigan. We're not particularly interested in adding a second vacation home. We have small children. We won't use it enough.
They must have been devastated.
Well, no, they said, well, we'd like to show you a home site. And back in the car we go. And now we're driving off to the home site. And then, do you like pools? Yeah,
who doesn't like a pool? I love a pool.
Your children, look what your children, and they go through this whole thing. And now we're in the house for another hour.
Let me ask you one thing. Are you freaked out by iguanas?
And they're showing us all this beautiful stuff. And here's the walk-in closet. Hers can be so much bigger than yours. And everybody laughs. And I'm like, yes, we're never buying this place.
This is where the shoes go.
Yeah. And so, they want to talk price. And I say, hey, we've got a place in northern Michigan. It's convenient. We frequent it all the time. We are not interested. Now we're at a beachside condo, and we're going through this, and I'm starting to get irritated because we're pushing 2.5 hours.
Is any of this like staying in your head? Like, wait a minute, actually, it's a pretty good deal. This is only.
No, I was never considering it. And they keep asking you questions that have little to do with do you want to buy, but, are your kids young enough for daycare? And I'm like, well, yeah, one of them is right now. And they're okay, let's go to the daycare center. I'm like, oh my God.
You made a mistake.
Yeah. So here's where we get to the end of the timeshare presentation. I'm probably going to get sharked on the story. We get to the end of the timeshare presentation. We sit down and they say, okay. And I finally convince the guy we're not buying. And he goes, all right. And he walks out. And in comes the manager, the closer, right?
Right.
And so now we got the closer. And we tell him, no, place in northern Michigan, we're not. All right, well, blah, blah, blah. Thanks for coming. And I'm like, and they let us go. We're 4 hours in. They let us go. And I'm like, wait a second. We were promised a resort credit. They were trying to let us then go without giving us the resort credit.
Can't do that.
They walked in and dropped down a $200 resort credit. And I'm like, no. You said $400. Now they're mad. They're mad at us. And I was like, never again. Never again. 4 hours. They try to get you out of there without giving.
Did you get the 400?
Yeah, did you get it?
We got
All
the
right.
400. And I went straight to the golf shop and spent it before they could put a payment on the thing.
Oh, boy.
But have you ever had to do this? And what was the worst part? I'm sure it wasn't a Mexican prison that Michigan couple from, I think it was Spring Arbor, ended up in a Mexican prison for a month.
Do you think they had a place up north?
It was a great go-to denial.
Yes, but this place here is in the summertime. It's summertime all the time here. Yes, but we like it up north in the wintertime because we like to ski. Ah, yes, water skiing is very nice. No, we meant like snow skiing, downhill. Oh,
Plus
downhill,
Boyne,
we have dunes here, too.
I like to play Boyne. Boyne's a beautiful course. We have El Cardinal. Tiger Woods course. Yeah.
Have you heard of the toucan? El Flamingo.
Anyway, do you have any nightmare timeshare presentation stories? 248-539-9797.
Does your wife like flamenco music? Have you ever tangoed, my friend?
Does your wife like Juan? How about Pedro?
Plenty of room for zapatos.
Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Charlie's in Brighton, and he's on 97.1. Hi, Charlie.
Yeah, I just want to add on the other story and warn listeners. We went through the whole thing, and at the end, we were exhausted. And they said, we appreciate your time. We just want to make sure that this experience was a good one for you. We'd like to have our customer service team just come in and fill out a survey. Well, guess who came in? The next closer. So I'll hang up, but I just wanted to add that. It got worse, but thank you for
Charlie, they don't end timeshare presentations. And we got the closer. And by the way, the guilt trips they laid on us, the guy that toured us all day, God bless him, because that's his job and all that. But, and look, the $400 was great, and our time there was awesome. We didn't have to agree to do it. We willingly went in.
You weren't the first person to do this.
No. We willingly went in, but
you're being too nice again, Doug.
Well, here's the other thing too: is then you're walking around the resort later, and you're like, "Oh, there he is."
Right.
They'll see you. How about this one? We did our honeymoon in Hawaii. We saved like $1,000 on an excursion, so it was worth it. It wasn't too bad until the lady asked my wife, "quote, what kind of marriage we would have if we didn't travel enough?"
That's a great question.
That kind of pissed her off, and the negotiations ended there. Unnamed texter, Vegas is the absolute worst for timeshare hounds. Me and the wife made the mistake of signing up for a presentation to get free tickets to a few events on the Strip. My God, it was like breaking free from a cult to get away. They would not take no for an answer. Let's go to Ron. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Ron.
Hi, Ron. Well, I had the same similar. I got signed into a hotel. I got offered tickets for a good Las Vegas show, and we were just married, and I'm 21 years old, I guess, but don't have much money. And they start out with a slide presentation asking you to match the pictures on the wall to something. And then we go in, and they got Captain Kirk, William Shatner, saying, being captain of the Starship Enterprise, I had to look into the future a lot, and I'm looking in the future now and telling you how great this is for you. And ended up the land we were looking at was in Idaho, and they wanted to fly us to Idaho for a campground to look the place over. And I kept saying, no, I don't think we can afford it. Well, they go, how much can you afford? I said, well, I can't afford like $50. Well, can you afford 20? And it's like, and they could never tell me the price, and the price was going to go up as they made improvements to the property.
Sure.
And I'm looking at my wife, and I'm trying to say, do you really want to do this? And she's trying, and I said, can I talk to my wife a minute? And they said, yeah, go ahead. And then they just sat there at the table with us. So each table had their own, like 18 tables, and each table had their own salesman. And then when that salesman got done, it was like you said, they bring in another salesman.
Yeah.
And I finally agreed to go to Idaho. And really felt stupid, because then they stood up, grabbed a microphone, and they said, congratulations to Mr. Ron Smith from Dexter, Michigan. They've signed up for our first property, and all the salesmen are applauding, and the other people are looking at us like with a sad look on their face, like, oh, you poor people. And so we went back to the hotel room, and I talked to my wife, and we didn't want to do it. We thought we'd be trapped for another day on a plane to Idaho.
Yeah.
And we had to give some, by the way, and we also were stupid enough to give them some traveler's checks, just as a good faith offering.
Boy.
Oh, yeah. And I called the guy up. I called him back, and I said, look, I've talked to my wife. We don't want to do this. We absolutely don't want to do this. We won't do it. And the guy says, keep a stiff upper lip, and he hung up on me. And so we drove back to the hotel, and I'm along here at this time. I'm a hippie-looking guy with blue jeans and shit. And
all right. Damn it.
I wanted to hear how that ended.
I know, right?
I wanted to hear how it ended.
Did you get your money back?
See, they take advantage of nice people, Doug.
Yeah.
That's why you were still being nice after the fact. Yeah. No, man, they don't treat you like human. In the end, you can't treat them like human. You got to get out of there.
Well, it's not about you can't treat them like, you can't feel bad about wanting to get out of the situation.
But I get super paranoid about stuff. I was probably thinking about ending up in a Mexican prison at the time. The way that couple did.
Well, yes. You definitely. But, I mean, like, they know you're going to say no. Like, the easy ones are like, oh, my God, he just said yes right away. That's nothing. They wear you down. They wear you down. Yep. That's the goal. It's just so you just give up. And then when you think you've won, they send in the closer.
And what happens, too, is you're on this, I did say at one point, God, this house is beautiful. And why I said that out loud, I have no idea.
Don't give them anything, man.
I'm curious about it. Well, I want to know more about this place. How much was it?
248-539-9797. Mario, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Mario.
Mario,
are you there? Mario?
No
good. All right, we got something wrong with the phones. 248-539-9797. Regarding the Pistons, the Piston game mattered because the Pistons had not had a good record against the Knicks in recent years. I used to look at them as a measuring stick. That's from Dan. Yeah, look, the Knicks are good. There's no question they're good, but there's reason to be confident if you're the Pistons. There's reason to feel good about this matchup. I'm not. Are you intimidated by the Knicks?
Not at all. I'm excited about both matchups, whether it's the Knicks or the Pacers. I think it's going to be fun basketball.
Yeah.
Be spicy playoffs, and they have absolutely have a chance to win either series.
I found something hysterical today. I decided to go back and take a look at preseason stuff with the Pistons. The Pistons offseason on ESPN. The Pistons offseason got a D+ going into this year. And it said they acquired veterans Tim Hardaway, Malik Beasley, and Tobias Harris. The latter signed after a disappointing season for the third largest annual salary amongst players who changed teams. Plus, they won a waiver claim for Paul Reed. There'll be more shooting around Detroit's recent lottery picks, including newly extended Cade Cunningham. The Pistons' most important newcomer might be acclaimed shooting coach Fred Vinson, tasked with improving Detroit's past 2 first-round picks, Asura Thompson and Ron Holland. D+ they got. D+ prior to the season.
D+.
Yep. When Ron Holland was selected in the draft, according to USA Today, in the immediate aftermath of the draft's first night, plenty of fans and analysts questioned the Pistons for bringing another potentially bad shooter to the team that already has Asura Thompson and Cade Cunningham, who's quietly been a bad shooter throughout his career. But the Pistons are horrible, and they're probably going to be horrible again next season. They're nowhere near a position to be drafting for fit. Finding the best player available should be the goal with every pick, and there's a good chance they reach that goal at 5. So they actually like the Ron Holland pick. But they didn't get high marks for this offseason. Turns out a lot of these offseason acquisitions were pretty good. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback. Also, Gator, I'm surprised. You admitted you are hate watching something.
Yeah.
Gator is hate watching something.
Oh, yeah.
We'll get to that today at 12:50 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, a great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They are the local experts in Detroit and the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour. So they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. And here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think. And they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to TrueGreen.com today and let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. I was a little surprised. Gators hate watching something. You are hate watching. What's the definition of hate watching? You are watching to root against more than root for.
That's correct.
Yeah. So maybe it's not accurate because you'd watch this anyway. But you find yourself hate watching.
Oh,
what?
yeah. The live golfers and the Masters. I want them all to fail miserably. And I'm not sure why that. I mean, because I haven't been like that.
No, you haven't.
And I think that obviously the tour is better when they have the best players are all playing on tour. Now the best players are on tour. The live golfers, they've had their day, but they chose not to be part of this. So I don't consider them the best in the world anymore. Until you see what happens in the majors, and then if DeChambeau shows up and wins, and he's 2 strokes back right now, then that's going to be a problem. I don't want these guys to have any oxygen and thinking that they're still the best golfers in the world.
You want them to lose footing because they're playing in the live tournament. Or
That's
live
correct.
Tournaments signed with live.
So when I see players that the live players, and I see that they're up, ready to take a shot or whatever. Like I'm watching Sergio Garcia yesterday, and Sergio plays really well here, and he's going to hit a second shot out of the trap 150 yards away, and I am rooting like hell for that shot to be hooked into the crowd, go anywhere but on the green. And I'm like, why am I like this? I used to like Sergio, and now I can't stand him. And it's all because of live?
There's authentic feelings that emerge when you're watching sports that just happen. They happen organically where you don't expect it, and you find yourself rooting for or against something. And I find that I let those feelings control me now more, and I'm actually happier. Like I don't have to say on principle I'm going to do something. No, I just root for what I want to root for, and it happens organically. And you have now organically found yourself hate watching live golfers, and I don't blame you. Okay, now I can't say that I am the biggest golf fan ever, but I often say that might make me a more important golf fan because I'm that guy on the shoulder that has to decide every week: am I going to watch the John Deere? Am I watching round 3 of the John Deere? Golf guy's going to watch. But what takes the PGA and takes any sport to the next level is when the non-fan checks in. So I feel like my opinion matters. And I am not as interested in PGA golf because the live guys left. I'm just not. I liked having, Dustin Johnson and Bryson DeChambeau and some of the guys that left for live being there. Now, I have never, ever, ever heard one person say to me on the air or in real life, did you catch what happened in the live tournament this weekend?
Nobody watches it.
I mean, especially the people in my category as fringe fans. Like I watch the majors and I play the sport and I like the sport. And I'll pay attention to what's going on. But my God, talk about having no traction. I in the real world, these things have no traction.
It feels like it's more accessible now because they've got a TV deal with Fox. So if you're watching TV on the weekend, you're flipping around,
the
and
ratings still got beat by the indoor ESPN league.
I get it. But now it's more accessible. So we'll see if it gets any traction at all. But in the meantime, when I see Bryson DeChambeau and he's got that hat with that live logo on it for whatever team he's playing for with the simulated skull and crossbones. I don't know what the hell it is. I don't really care. But you see that, and you see that he's got live gear on. That really bothers me. Like, you're playing in a PGA Tour event and you're openly wearing the live stuff. That bothers me.
Is that live or is that just his company? Isn't that just a company?
I think that's. I want to say that's. I think that's his team because you see some other player, and they're wearing a logo from their team.
Are they?
The stupid team stuff where the 4-man, 5-man. I don't know how many man teams that they have there on that tour, but you see that. And I'm also bummed because now I'm seeing like a guy I used to love, Bubba Watson. I'm like, oh, where's Bubba been? Oh, that's right. He's on the live tour. And here he is. Now I'm like, well, I hope you missed that putt. Here's Dustin Johnson. I've always liked Dustin Johnson. And no, DJ, I hope you just scream it over the green and into the gallery, and then you got to chip up onto the green. It rolls off the green into the water. I'm hoping that's what happens.
Yeah.
And John Rahm.
I get it.
John Rahm, who initially was so outspoken against LIV, and this is about legacy guys. Don't do this. Don't do this. And then they're like, how about $110 million? He's like, oh, yeah, I'll join LIV.
Yeah.
And look, you get back to it. Do I blame the guys for jumping ship if they're going to get paid that kind of money?
Guaranteed.
Yeah, I can't really blame them. But at the same time, understand you're going to take that money and I'm going to pay absolutely no attention to you.
And not feel the least bit guilty about it.
Yeah, he couldn't care less about it, but it's a situation that's bad all around, and supposedly they've got deals ready to be worked out to welcome him back on tour or have some kind of combined thing. I don't know, and now I'm not even sure I even want that anymore. I'm kind of leaning into the separation.
Are you doing the I didn't even like him that much anyway thing?
Kind of. But not really, because there was a time that I thought watching Bryson DeChambeau play golf was really interesting because he was just a different kind of guy who saw the game completely different than anybody else. And, he's a stiff, robotic, golfer, but he gets results and he does things completely different. And I thought that was cool. And now it's like, oh, whatever, dude. You just want to stand out. You just want to be different and go screw yourself.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, the truth is I've been hostile towards LIV from moment one. A couple of years later, I think in the real world, in my sphere, zero traction. If you work at Carl's Golfland or Miles of Golf and you're in the industry and maybe you and your coworkers are paying attention, I don't know. But as a casual, I will tell you, it's never come up with me and my boys. It's never come up when I'm standing around with the dads at a baseball game. LIV Golf is a giant zero. And yeah, it's made the game overall less attractive.
I've talked with Evan like twice over the last couple of years about LIV. That's it.
Yeah. Evan's probably the biggest golf fan at the station.
Yeah. And I've tried on occasion to catch some of the golf. I've maybe 5 times in my life over the last couple of years, I've watched more than 3 minutes of LIV Golf. And the way they have their scoreboard and the graphics and everything set up, it's difficult to follow because the names are abbreviated all on the side of the screen. It just looks, it's too much of a departure. They really strayed away. They want to be as separate as possible.
When I see examples of that, it reminds me of Formula One coverage.
Yeah, exactly.
It looks like
which I think is
Formula
also difficult to follow.
All right, you have vented. Yeah.
So I hope DeChambeau starts hitting the ball in the water. And at the same time, I'm rooting hard for Rory McIlroy.
Yeah.
He's like he's the guy that we all wanted to champion the cause of PGA.
Yep.
And, he's having a heck of a day yesterday, and then all of a sudden, boom, double bogey, boom, double bogey.
Yeah, that hurt.
But that's if you're paying attention to the Masters.
Let's go to Mario. You're next on 97 a ticket. Hi, Mario.
Hey, good afternoon. You guys able to hear me?
We got you. Yep, go ahead.
Hey, so I can feel you. I know exactly when the timeshare. I believe I was in Mexico, and I know you sit down at that table initially, and they start waving you these numbers and what they can do for you and how great the place is, and then you start moving around in this room with, there's got to be about 50, 60 people all trying to make a deal with other couples or other singles or whatever it may be, and it's just they're getting nowhere. But I'm also kind of supporting what they're saying, so I'm kind of hanging them on too, so they keep on pursuing. And at this time, I got my kids with me as well, which is not making things easy. The 45-minute initial meeting becomes an hour and 15, gets into the 90 minutes. Now we're getting close to 2. The wife's giving me crap, saying, "Hey, let's get the heck out of here," kind of thing. And I keep on pushing them along, and then finally at the end, they want to try to seal the deal with me, and Ralph Septian comes in. You guys remember Ralph Septian?
Yeah, the kicker for the Cowboys.
Yeah, and like he was going to make the deal with me. He was going to actually convince me at the end to say, "Hey, this is the deal. This is a great resort." And I recognized him right away, and I said, "Didn't you kick for the Cowboys in the 80s?"
You recognized the kicker from the Cowboys in the 80s right away.
100%. I noticed him right away when he walked in. That is 4'9". I knew
Raphael
exactly. I'm a huge Cowboy fan, and I don't want to share too much.
Timeshare.
Absolutely. He was the guy that was coming in to close the deal.
Sounds so made up.
No lie, absolutely. He comes in. He was kind of the lead, I guess, of the resort timeshare. And I was like, you got to be kidding me. I know exactly who this is because I'm a Cowboy fan from back in the 80s. And it was like, where's your jersey? And if I could, I should send you the photo of myself and my wife with a Ralph Acceptian because we didn't even have cell phones.
So you
at
had
that
to
time.
you had to tell him no.
I did, but I did ask for his autograph.
Raphael Septian is signed here, and his response is, no, you sign here.
Yeah, football, his career ended poorly.
Did it?
According to Wikipedia, in January 22nd of 1987,
Yeah.
Dallas County, Texas grand jury indicted Septian on a charge of mishandling a minor. He pled guilty on April 8th to a charge of indecency with a child in an agreement with prosecutors that brought him a sentence of 10 years of deferred probation and a $2,000 fine. He was released by the Cowboys a week later, thus ending his NFL career in 9 or 10 seasons.
Take one more on this. Kevin in Canton. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, good afternoon, fellas.
What's
hey,
up?
So you prefaced my nightmare a few minutes ago with the Vegas thing. So 10 years ago, I was in Vegas and I got caught at a very vulnerable situation. You know, when you're drinking in Vegas, you make stupid decisions. So 3 hours into the presentation, we're sitting there. Oh, mind you, sorry, this is all for $250 Ruth Chris gift card, by the way.
Okay.
So for $250, we sat there for 3 hours. I'm like, all right, enough of this. Let's go. So we're trying to leave. They sit us down, and the wife at the time is all about Orlando, and we used to do half marathons in Orlando. So she's like, well, let's listen. I'm like, all right. So I'm over it, and I'm like, all right, we're out of here. Well, what if you do $500 in Ruth Chris? I'm like, okay, we can do $500. We'll listen to it. So another 30 minutes later, I'm starting to sober up, and I'm over it, and I finally just get up, call a cab, and get our ride back to our hotel on the Strip.
Did you get the gift?
No, I didn't get any.
Yeah.
None. I got mad and left. I was like, I'm done.
So did they roll in any former NFL kickers to try and close the deal?
No, that is funny, though.
Aren't you Martin Gramatica?
I saw this. There's a post in Reddit from 3 years ago.
Yeah.
And it says, we meet the guy. We tell him we're from Texas. He gets all excited and starts showing us his 78 NFC championship ring and how Jackie Smith cost him a Super Bowl and how he was the franchise's all-time leading scorer until Emmitt Smith. I had heard of Septian before through learning about Cowboys history, but I had also remembered there was something controversial about him from reading Skip Bayless's book about the Landry Cowboys. Yeah, timeshare. People talking about running into Raphael Septian and a timeshare thing. Hilarious.
Wow. I tried to say no, but then they rolled out Matt Barr. Couldn't say no to that.
Roy Gorella really screwed me. Mark Mosley, good people, though. I got a nice place in Wyoming.
Carson Anderson, 97-1 the ticket.
Am I allowed to hijack things with a quick topic question for you? Or did you have something
Sure.
planned?
No,
here?
go ahead. Let's hear it. What do you got?
So the report's out today that Tennessee quarterback Nico Amalieva
Yep.
is not at spring practice, that he's holding out for a better contract. As a college student.
Yep.
Enrolled at Tennessee.
Yep.
This is where we're at in the world of portal and NIL. Their quarterback is not practicing because he wants a new contract.
Yep.
A college student.
Yep.
Ugh.
So,
I mean, come on.
Here's the thing. This has become my new standard default position with college athletics. Is I pay attention to the games. Pay attention to the games. It is and try not to be old guy yelling at clouds. And I've said for years that the old college dynamic that was set up, the one that we grew up with, if you take it, if anybody wanted to argue that the players should be paid, if anybody wanted to argue that you should be allowed to transfer, coaches can leave right away. Why do players have to sit out a year? Your arguments had merit. You could absolutely win that case in court. I would lose that case in court. But now that the players are paid, which, again, I have no issue with that. In fact, I think it's helped Big Ten schools because they can now do some things legally that others were doing and acknowledged and wink and laughed at illegally. It was, wink and a nod and ha-ha. But you know who doesn't like NIL? The Southeastern Conference doesn't like NIL. And when people bring up that they need to put some guardrails on it or they need to have a salary cap or they need to get it under control, whatever, I say just the opposite. The moment they do that, it gives the Southeastern Conference, I shouldn't be specific, it gives the schools that went blasting through rules in the past, something they can blast through again. And a lot of Big Ten schools have benefited from this. We talked about all the recruits at the end that flipped from SEC schools to Michigan. One flipped from an SEC school to Michigan State. And maybe it was more than that. I just remember the one running back. But who was at Alabama commit flipped back to Michigan State. That stuff didn't happen in the past. So I've kind of embraced the NIL thing. I do wish when a player committed to a school, the school and the player signed a contract for 1, 2, 3, or 4 years. I think it would be better for everybody. For the player, if the player wanted 4-year commitment from the coach, no matter how good or bad the player was, that player's got it. If that coach agrees to sign you a 4-year deal. If you want a 1-year deal, sign a 1-year deal.
How much longer are we going to have to wait for that to happen? I mean, I get that there's a process that goes on. The NCAA is by the day becoming more and more impotent. You've got, Congress is stepping in and trying to find out rules and baselines, and I guess proposals that they're talking about seem like it's way the other direction.
Yep.
That they want to pay everybody the same, and I think that seems odd and strange because that's just not going to work. I mean, they obviously need to find a better solution for this. And I agree with you. Having players literally sign contracts to stay at an institution for a determined amount of time, I think makes all the sense in the world. There's a million things that have to go that get better for college athletics and the timing of portal openings and all that and coaches leaving and everything else. But when I hear that this is the first we're hearing a player holding out.
Yeah.
And that it's a student athlete that's holding out.
We've had some variations of this, like we've had players sue because schools didn't come through with the NIL money they promised.
Well, that's different.
Yep, that is different, but that's part of the one thing about college athletics is it's constant. It's a constant state of free agency, and the off seasons actually bleed into the seasons, which is absurd.
And to be fair to Amalieva at Tennessee, maybe that's what's going on here. Is they think, hey, you guys said if I came back for another year that I was going to get another $1 million in NIL money, and you're not delivering on that. So until you do, and I have it in writing, I'm going to sit on the sidelines and just stay in shape until you guys figure it out.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what's going on. But it's not a good look for college athletics because, as we know, college athletics are really just semi-pro athletics.
Yeah, I mean, Evan read me something the other day when Fat Brooks announced the Michigan basketball player that he was leaving Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
He put a post on there about how much he loved Michigan. And I'm like, dude, these are business decisions. It's not.
Right. Don't tell me how much you love the place that you're leaving while you're walking out the door.
But both things can be true. You can be, but you have a chance to better your family somewhere else and get a bigger NIL deal. That's the world we're in now. And
yeah, but it's being said with, this is the constant refrain that comes up with it. With that being said, I've decided to,
I'm going to make a business decision.
Come on and say that.
Yeah. I mean, I don't care what you say. Like, to me, it doesn't, you put it however you want.
Yeah.
It's just these are all, they're business decisions, and, young people have every right to make business decisions.
They do.
We'd lose this in a court of law.
Look,
it's just harder to be a fan. That's
you
all.
said it right. I don't want to be old man yelling at clouds, and I know it's going to come off that way. And what I'd really like is just for it to be a smoother behind the scenes transition rather than things going out in public in the Twitter war or whatever, and you're finding these things out. I wish that universities weren't as corrupt when it comes to stuff like this, or that maybe players weren't as greedy when it comes to stuff like this, that there's a happy medium and stuff just gets done in a timely fashion, in a tidy fashion, but that's probably wishing too much.
Well, I mean, the contract thing is something that I would put in place. I'll tell you what's probably slowing down dramatically that we will not see. I think we've probably seen our last waterfall in a football facility's atrium because the arms race is being replaced by the dollars to pay players race and the facilities arm race, if you will. Hey, it's cool those that got them in where they could, but you might be going to a football facility. Now you might have to actually go play where there's not a barber shop in the locker room. I mean, some of the amenities that they were trying to entice players with are now, it's just straight cash, homie. And it is what it is. And, I hope that I'm right, Gator, that the Big Ten schools will benefit greatly from NIL. There's a lot of Big Ten schools that pump out a lot of incredibly successful graduates, including the two schools in state. But it's and those successful graduates can support the program through legal means.
Well, there's some monster alumni bases in the Big Ten.
Yep.
And that's the difference.
Yep. So anyway.
So sorry about derailing things.
It's okay. No, I mean, it's a player not showing up to practice over a contract dispute it's the real world, right? 248-539-9797. All right, Gator. There's nothing like a good position switch to reinvigorate somebody. Could this new position for this player turn this Detroit athlete into an asset? We'll get to that today at 1:16 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. We made it to the weekend. The best way to kick it off is at your favorite Twin Peaks. Gather up the squad and head to your local lodge. Start the party off right. They've got the action-packed sports weekend in store for you. Golf in Augusta. That's kicking off. The basketball, Detroit basketball, hockey, baseball, UFC 314. Why go to Twin Peaks? Well, that's easy. They boast the best game day atmosphere outside of being at the actual game. Their draft beer system pours your favorite drafts at a teeth-chattering 29 degrees into a mug that's been freezing for at least 3 hours, and it's been only used once that day. Couldn't imagine a better way to enjoy the beer of the month, Bell's Oberon, and they boast an extensive bar with all your favorite bourbons and tequilas, as well as handcrafted cocktails to rival any speakeasy. Now pair that with a scratch kitchen that serves up dishes like hand-cut New York strips, hand-breaded and fried to order boneless wings and tenders, salmon, trout, the smashed and seared burgers. What takes it to the next level, of course, is the beautiful Twin Peaks girls serving it all up. Talk about the ultimate man cave. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Did you see what happened in Toledo last night?
I saw that Cater Montero threw a no hits through 5 2/3, and
Yeah.
that Toledo won it 1-0, I believe.
Yeah.
Was it a complete no hitter?
No, he didn't throw a complete game.
No, I know he didn't. I did Toledo combine on a no hitter. I didn't.
Oh, it wasn't a no-hitter.
Okay.
No. Yeah.
They won 1-0, I think.
Yeah. Somebody came in out of the bullpen for the first time and dominated.
Well, maybe there's a role for him.
That somebody's Matt Manning. 3 innings, 3 hits, 1 walk, 3 strikeouts. He's hitting 96. Had an interesting exchange late in the game where he fell behind 2-0, battled back to make it 2-2 with the tying run at third base and 1 out. I think it was 1 out. He throws a sweeper high in the zone called strike 3. At AAA, they can challenge it. And they did, and it got overturned. Now it's 3-2. He threw the same pitch, strike 3. Same pitch.
The guy swung at it?
I believe he swung at it and missed high in the zone. So, hey, they repurposed Bo Brisky.
Yes.
Manning has
He was a
always
starter.
been physically gifted. I think one time out of the bullpen is all we need. I say facetiously. It's just something worth thinking about is maybe Matt Manning could be repurposed as a bullpen arm.
Well, he got lit up his first couple starts at Toledo.
Yeah.
He got lit up in the spring. And this was a guy who was going to compete for one of those final rotation spots with the Tigers, and obviously didn't grab it. The others did. I mean, there's no question that Casey Mize grabbed one of those spots. You knew the first 3 were going to be there, and then because Cobb's injury, that left open a possibility it's going to be Jackson Jobe or not.
Yep.
And Jackson Jobe earned it too. So the Tigers are fine. What does it mean for guys like Matt Manning, who is just struggling to gain his footing back into the major leagues? You're going to have to reinvent yourself in some cases, and I hope he does, because he does have talent. There's no question he's got talent. But some guys can absolutely find a resurgence when they get moved to the bullpen. But it depends how you go about it mentally. Can you accept it or not?
Yep.
And you think about there's a lot of upside with being moved if you're a former starter to the bullpen, because you're not asked to pitch 5 or 6 innings at a time. You're asked to get 3 guys out or 6 guys out if you're going to go 2 innings or whatever. And meaning you can throw the ball harder because you're not having to put it in reserve as much. So we'll see how this works out.
It's interesting. It's interesting to see if that could work in his benefit. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Jeremy in Detroit. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Jeremy.
Hey, what up, boys? How you guys doing?
All right.
What's up?
Good, man. I was just commenting on what Gator was talking about with the NIL stuff and that player sitting out. Look, I think I'm glad to see more of the power switched over to the players as opposed to the institutions. These institutions became billion-dollar companies. Fans have gotten tons of joy off the blood, sweat, and tears and backs of kids that were very, very, in most cases, underappreciated, undercompensated for what they did. It's too many, and I've seen 24, 25-year-old kids that can't even get a job as a fireman or a police officer because they blew their knees out playing college football and without getting any real compensation for it. So, yes, I think it's taken a turn more towards the players having power, but I think it's a good turn as compared to the other side of it. As fans, yes, of course, we want to just watch the games and we want to root for our teams, but I think sometimes we get short-sighted and fail to realize, like I said, for 20, 30, 40 years, like these schools and companies basically have grown into billion-dollar organizations, and kids had no power and no recourse for so long. I'm not going to complain now because for the first time, I mean, kids have a little power, a little control, and they're wielding it. And
There's nothing wrong. Jeremy, there's absolutely nothing wrong with what you're saying and how you feel. Understand that there's a whole set of people that don't like it. But to me, it's more about as a fan, I'm going to miss. I think the thing about the old system that I'm going to miss the most is building relationships with your roster and getting to know guys and watching them develop for years. You would get a guy that would come to your school and you knew you had him and you got to know him. Now, the opposite of that is restricting him in ways that were probably unfair, as you have pointed out. Mm-hmm. But the downside to it as a fan, that's something that I am going to miss.
I agree with you. And I actually, as a fan, I feel the same way. But as a person,
there's no.
And this is just from a place of empathy. I don't have anybody that played or anything like that. But I just feel like, once again, I feel dirty sometimes. You say build a relationship, but after that 4 years, we throw these people in the trash. If they don't make the NFL, we don't care about them.
Jeremy, I guess I would say that after 4 years, you would hope that they have a degree and not get quote unquote thrown in the trash.
Yeah, that's the thing that gets lost in the shuffle here is that the education that you get if you take advantage of it is massive, because if you're on scholarship, that gets paid, and those that are parents that are paying their way for their kids to go to school. And when you're looking at $30, $40, $50, $70, $80,000 a year for them to go to school, that's not chump change.
And I'm hearing my man say they got virtually nothing for it. And I'm like, that check I'm writing didn't feel like nothing. But was there a disproportionate amount of not enough given to players? Yeah.
You could absolutely make that argument. Yeah.
So is there a middle ground somewhere? There is. I think the contract thing.
I like the contract idea.
Yeah, and the first I heard that was from Gundy, Mike Gundy, the coach at Oklahoma State.
Yeah, and it has to be honored both ways. I mean, universities have to step up to it, and the player has to honor it, and it's got to be ironclad. And here you are. You're here for 2 years.
Yep. And we'll revisit it in 2 years. And you can't transfer, and we can't cut you.
Yeah. And here's and any NIL deal that you're signing, now that all schools have an NIL person in charge of it, all that stuff is ironed out. So you know that you're going to get a certain amount of money.
What they probably need, if they do need regulation, they probably need some monitoring of is their work being done for the money. If you're doing a name
for the spirit of what NIL is.
Yes. If I am signing a deal with the Mike Morris Law Firm, and I'm a running back from Michigan and a defensive back from Michigan State, did we actually do the TV commercial? And we know that they did.
Right. Yes. Correct.
Michael in Southfield. Hi, Michael.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good. Thank you.
Good. With paying a student athlete from this standpoint, one of the last things you guys said before you broke the commercial was that basically college ball is now semi-pro. The caliber, I agree, is that, but the problem is, what about the guy who's there at Ohio State or Clemson or wherever, SEC, it doesn't matter what division, you went really just to play ball because you love the game, and you're not going to go pro. There's got to be a percentage. There must be some known percentage of how many college football players go on into the NFL, and what about the percentage of the other half of those, or third, or whatever it is?
I don't know what the number is, but what do you think, Doug? 75% don't go to the NFL?
Yeah, it's a lot.
Right.
It's a massive percentage.
That's great. That's my point. 75% of your guys are held hostage by a prima donna quarterback that won't practice because he's not getting millions of dollars for his NIL. And that, to me, would really be bizarre. Well, and I would become very resentful of that.
Well, I don't know if they're being held hostage. Yeah. I mean, Tennessee is still going to field the team in the fall, whether or not Nico Amalieva is the quarterback.
So here's the thing, and I don't cover Texas A&M, but Texas A&M early in the NIL world came out and was lapping the field and paying players.
Yeah, they came in the hot.
And what happened was, word was, and I don't, there stands to reason that there could be truth to this. The word was there was infighting in the locker room brought on by NIL deals. And there were people calling the coaches and saying, I paid this guy because you wanted him and you're not playing him. So I have this NIL investment and you're not playing him. Like people who helped purchase the player were upset that their player isn't getting the name recognition, so they're not getting a bang for their buck. And it didn't really work. There are challenges in terms of stuff in the locker room. And it's, I mean, you think about being a college coach now, what you're constantly doing is smoothing out stuff like that, making sure your players are getting what they were promised, making sure that you're constantly recruiting your own roster. Nick Saban left because he was sick of recruiting his own roster. I remember when Sharon Moore first took over at Michigan, I met with him like 3 months in, and I said, how's it going? He goes, I'm just recruiting my own guys. Trying to keep You got to keep your roster together. That's why spring games aren't on TV or being played at all.
It goes back to like the contract thing you guys were talking about. I think it sounds like a good idea, but I'm not even sure the universities want it. For example, you recruit a guy to come to your university and you give him a 2-year contract, right?
Yep.
He comes in, hey, you're staying here for 2 years. We won't cut you in 2 years. After the first year, you don't play that kid much. He's a freshman. He just didn't pick it up quick enough. You go out and recruit someone even better, okay?
Yeah.
That guy is going to play over that guy again. Now, that guy's stuck for you with 2 years. By the way, you don't even want him anymore. So you want him out anyways.
Yeah, that's the give and take.
Yeah.
Though. You have to agree. Like the school has to say, I think you're going to play. And if I'm wrong and I sign you to a 2 or 3 year contract, I will honor that. But you in turn can't transfer out and can't go pro.
No, I understand that, but Doug, but you're also asking them not to go recruit Arch Manning after you have Quinn Ewers.
No,
That's
I'm
what
not.
they're going to keep doing.
No, I'm not. Again, the schools have to give something up and the player has to give something up. It's a two-way street. Yes, the school has to commit to you even if you suck. I mean, and that's what
they'll commit to him, but they're still going to go find his replacement while he's still there.
Of course.
And play, I don't
we
think,
understand. We understand all that.
I just don't think it would even work in that route.
Well, it might work. It might work to the school's benefit. Guy might be good enough to go pro after 1 year, but he signed a 2-year contract. Or the guy might be getting schools to try and recruit him, and he can't leave. He can't transfer for a bigger NIL package because he's got a 2-year contract. Like, so there's
the other thing
school could be gaining something as well.
The other thing they're considering, or that I've heard of as a topic of consideration anyway, is buyouts.
What do you mean?
That if the kid wants to jump ship and go to another school, that school will buy out the player from his current NIL deal at another university.
I would have to imagine that they can't possibly offer less to get a player.
Well, right, but I'm saying that it'd be much like if you want to poach a coach from somebody else, if you're and he's still under contract, there's a buyout.
Yeah,
Same thing goes to the players.
I'm sure that every player that is tempted to leave is saying, you got to top my NIL deal.
Well, yeah,
you have to.
Well, you have to top the NIL deal, and the other thing is that I come with a $300,000 price tag of a buyout.
All right, latest NFL draft buzz. We'll get to that today at 1:32. Hey, swing into the biggest golf event of the year with FanDuel, where every putt and drive can bring you closer to victory, because right now all customers can get a profit boost every round of the first major. Boost your winnings on anything from outright winners to round leaders to tournament matchups and so much more. So, for instance, Justin Rose was up a few strokes today going into play. You could bet on him to be the leader after today, and that's okay. That's not much of a return. Well, with the profit boost, it can make it a little bit more worth your while. So maybe you want to bet the favorites a little bit more. FanDuel is your go-to for betting on Augusta. Tee off with a variety of bet types. You can live bet as a tournament drama unfolds. Don't wait. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to download FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, and swing for some green at Augusta. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. The opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and maximum wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, Gator. Inside of 2 weeks to something called the National Football League Draft. It is something that used to dominate the airwaves from 10 to 2 on 97.1 The Ticket. Not as much anymore because we've got competitive teams, competitive NBA team, competitive Tiger team. We've got a team in the Frozen Four. Yeah, we do. Sure, let's all co-opt Western Michigan. Why not? And we got a football team that was playing playoff games rather than preparing for the draft, which is awesome. But ESPN put out a story, latest buzz. It's the latest buzz. So 3 of their writers, Matt Miller, Jordan Reed, and Field Yates, were asked a bunch of questions.
Okay.
One of them was, which player are you hearing is having a late surge up teams' boards? Okay.
All right. This is the era. This is the time where lots of misinformation out there.
Yes.
Just to put that in perspective.
Or very accurate and telling inside information.
Yep. All right.
Okay.
Take it all with a grain of salt.
Okay. So which players are rising up draft boards? And I'm going to give you the 3 names.
Mm-hmm.
They each answered. And would we have interest in any of these 3?
Okay.
Because for me, it's yes, absolutely. Yeah, I think so. And no. From Jordan Reed, Iowa State cornerback Darian Porter ran a 4.3 40, had a standout performance at the Combine, and the biggest knock on him was he only played 2 seasons of defense. I guess he has stood out enough that he is rising up draft boards.
Well, you're going to stand out when you run literally a 4.30,
Yeah.
40-yard dash, and on top of that you're 6'2", nearly 6'3", and 195 pounds. So that I can see him rising up, and I have seen him rise up draft boards. Initially thought of as being like a middle round pick. Maybe this guy moves up to the second or third round.
Mm-hmm. So looking at this, I would say, would this possibly be on the Lions' radar? I think it could be.
Yeah, I could see that at the pick that they have in the at the end of the third round. I could see that. I don't know if they look that highly into it at 60, which is where they pick in the second round.
Yeah. Next, Field Yates, player rising up draft boards. Penn State safety Kevin Winston Jr. Would the Lions have interest? Well, he tore his ACL this past season. He's back, and he ran the 40, and he ran reasonably fast for a safety.
4.51.
I had 4.46, but that's what the story says. But whatever. I'm not particularly interested, but it feels like the Lions are the type of team that will take chances on injured players.
That they are, and to come back, and if you've run a sub 4.5 40, all right, that's going to get lots of people's attention. Decent size, 6'1.5", 213 pounds. Lions have 2 very good safeties right now. It looks like they're going to extend the first of those 2 safeties because it's time to do so in Kirby Joseph. And I think this is interesting because the way that I view Brian Branch is he's a bit of a catch-all in the secondary. You can't just pin him down and say, oh, he's a free safety or a strong safety or a slot corner or wide corner. He's in the secondary. You can plug him in wherever you need to because he's that versatile.
Yep.
And frankly, I hope that he's a player that the Lions hang on to. And because of that versatility, that maybe because you're not pigeonholed in the one spot, that maybe the price isn't as high as what would be if you're locked into one position.
I think you just described something that makes the price higher.
It might. Well, I mean, he's a very valuable player, but I mean, if you're negotiating against him, if you're a GM, you're like, well, we can only offer you this. I mean, look, you're not.
If you're an agent, don't you say it's just the opposite?
Of course
sir?
you do, and we'll see where it ends up. But I think I'd love to have him. Now, does this preclude the Lions from looking at a safety? No, I think the Lions should look at every player. It's a possibility. We talk about Nick Emanuori, who's the freak with his athletic gifts. So should they be interested in Kevin Winston? Again, this is another guy who's got like a 3rd round grade labeled on him, but sub 4.5 40s for a safety that big, it's interesting.
Okay, the other name, this is a guy who was considered a middle of the 2nd round, sort of soft projection for him, and then he started to move up. He's considered too lean, and then he went to the Senior Bowl and killed it, showing up in everybody's 1st round, but moving higher and higher and higher, according to Matt Miller of ESPN. That name is Donovan Ezeraku, the edge rusher from Boston College. So, we go through our draft prep, and I was early on Mike Green. You were early on Ezeraku.
Yeah, and both players have very similar numbers from the past season. What they did in terms of getting to the quarterback, they both did it quite often. I think 16.5 and 17 sacks between the two guys. And neither are particularly large when it comes to height. Ezeraku is 6'2.5. Mike Green is 6'3". So you don't look at that, your typical edge rusher being like 6'5" and 265 pounds or something like that. These guys are smaller, but they're also fresh out of college here. Mike Green's 250 pounds. Ezeraku is 248 pounds. So again, their speed is what gets them to the quarterback. And that's what's most interesting. With Ezeraku, what he did at the combine opened up a lot of people's eyes because you saw the production on tape for sure. But then you started getting into the RAS score and stuff like that, and you see how quick that first step is. That his, I don't know, was the cone drill or the 10-yard split. He was number one among all the edge rushers in that kind of metric. So it's really intriguing. How high is he going to rise? And I really hope that he's there for the Lions at 28. And there's a group of players I'd love to have. I think there's probably 5 players at least I'd love to have at 28 to choose from. But Ezeraku is definitely one of those guys.
Yeah, there will be. We'll find out how much merit there is to this. He'd be a guy that if he went 11th, I don't think we'd be shocked. I just chose 11th. I don't even know who's picking 11. But if he went way higher than being around for the Lions, I wouldn't be stunned.
I mean, you're right. Trying to think of those edge rushers there. Abdul Carter is going to be gone in the first 4 picks. Jalen Walker is probably gone in the first 10 picks. And then it becomes interesting. Shamar Stewart, Mike Green, Mykel Williams, Ezeraku, James Pierce. This is that whole group of guys. They're like, well, they all have interesting traits about them. Which is the one? This is where you got to do your deep digs.
Yep. Okay. As we get closer, other things that these guys debated and talked about. Jordan Reed said cornerback Will Johnson of Michigan and edge rusher Jalen Walker of Georgia are expected to have heavy turnouts at their private workouts on April 14th and 17th, respectively. The extent of what they do at those workouts, what they will do at those workouts is unclear, but scouts are eager to see both in action. Johnson's long speed has been a lingering question mark for scouts. He was viewed as a potential top 5 pick in the fall, but he missed the final 6 games of the season due to a toe injury and sat out Michigan's pro day. Despite that, he still may be a top 5 overall prospect and could go as high as number 6 to the Raiders. I think uncertainty about Johnson makes him a fall candidate.
Mm-hmm.
Question is how far? I saw a CBS mock last week that had Will Johnson going at 40.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow. I mean, it's durability issues with him. That's the question. He'll answer questions about his speed when he gets a chance to. But I think
this pro day is big for him.
It is. But I mean, you can watch on tape and see it. I think what they want to see now is that are you healed? Are you ready to roll because of that?
He was so good.
Walker's interesting because he's way undersized, but he had production.
Yep.
He had 10.5 sacks last season. I'm sorry, 6.5 sacks last season, 10.5 tackles for loss. And that's an improvement over the year before where he didn't start. He had 5 sacks the previous year and 5.5 tackles for loss. You took a big bump the following season, but it's an undersized guy. You're talking about a guy who's 6'1", I think, 243 pounds is what he's listed at. Young, 21 years old, massive hands, but not a great wingspan. And yet he's thought of as, without a doubt, the number 2 edge rusher in the draft.
I think that this next player that we will get to at 148 is Detroit's 3rd favorite at his position. But he's getting the most rave reviews. Should we be talking about him more? We'll get to that at 148. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, if you're looking to upgrade your outdoor space, Builders First Source has got you covered. They've got 4 Metro Detroit locations, and they specialize in top-quality composite decking with brands that you trust, brands like Trex and TimberTech and AZEK. So whether you're a DIY enthusiast or maybe you just need a certified installer, their expert team will help you build the perfect deck that's going to stand the test of time. Visit one of their locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township and discover why Builders First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value, that's the Builders First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com. Now, these Southern schools aren't happy about this, huh?
No, that's funny. Getting the SEC text right now. Called us the Northern Elite. Yeah. Okay. Maybe it's our turn now, huh? Maybe it's our turn in the NIL world. These Big Ten institutions, more $1 million graduates, changing the dynamics of players and payments in college athletics. I tell you what, you want to really piss off the SEC?
Yeah, how do you do that?
You want us to really piss off? It's enough that we took CBS, we took the fight song, the college football song, That hurts. That scars them deep.
Does it?
My impression is that scars them deep. And Gary Danielson leaving yesterday's conference and coming to today's conference, that scars them deep. But you want to really piss them off? We start taking their baseball players.
Oh. Wow. Yeah, that'll do it,
Now
right?
everybody wants to play in the SEC. Can you
LSU,
imagine
Florida,
if the Big Ten started paying college baseball players, I think the SEC would
Mississippi State.
they would lose their stuff. Let's go, alums, wealthy alums, step up. Because it's already happening. Power dynamic shift in college football, back-to-back national champs, stealing recruits from them. Couple that with take their baseball players.
Yeah, how's your hockey program, SEC?
Something tells me the baseball part's going to be harder with the human pods and the igloos you got to play with around here. Okay?
This is true. Hey, for families of spring sports kids, if you have games today, thank you, Mother Nature.
Oh.
Thank you, Mother Nature. I had to go outside 2 segments ago. It feels like it's 80.
Is it shorts weather, Doug?
No, but it feels like it's 80 compared to what we've had to sit through games the last couple of days. Today's going to be
for a nice long walk today.
There you go.
You bringing Lois?
Yeah, today I think we'll see how she handles the first part of the walk.
Well,
what's the first? What happens?
Well,
in the
I
first
mean,
part?
the thing, if she behaves through, there's a point of no return. Like if I go for the long walk or the medium walk, there's a road I can go down that this is the medium walk. This is all you're getting today. Or if she's behaving, I continue down the road, bypass the right turn, and it ends up being the long walk. It adds another mile to the walk.
Okay. So I mentioned before the break, probably third on most fans' boards here in terms of this position. And we're just talking about where the Lions are picking. But he's creating more rave reviews, the most rave reviews I have heard, this is according to Matt Miller of ESPN, are for Ole Miss defensive tackle Walter Nolan. Ask the average Detroiter, 3 defensive tackles on the board, Derek Harmon, Kenneth Grant, Walter Nolan. I would say Walter Nolan will consistently rank third. Detroiter, Detroiter and Spartan, former Spartan, Michigan product, and Walter Nolan. And look, I think Harmon and Kenneth Grant are both elite prospects. I'm thrilled that they could be on the board for the Lions at 28, the way this draft board is falling.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about a year to be picking 28 given their needs. Is Walter Nolan the best? He's creating the most buzz.
Well, he's another guy who has, depending on where you look, he's the highest rated of those 3.
Interesting.
So outside of Mason Graham, he's like the number 2 rated defensive tackle by a lot of different services. The knock on him, from what I can tell, is that people aren't sure about his effort and maturity all the time.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't scream Detroit Lions.
No, it does not.
Because I don't think there's ever a question that when you're talking about effort. If you're talking effort, I mean, all you got to do is dial up the Michigan-Penn State game, right, to see Kenneth Grant in full force chasing down a running back. And you're like, well, there it is. That's an effort guy. And you look at the film of Derek Harmon, you're going to come away wildly impressed. I imagine there's a lot of film people wildly impressed with what Nolan does. I mean, he had started his career at Texas A&M and then moved on to Ole Miss. 14 tackles for loss last season, 6.5 sacks as a defensive tackle. Also knocked down 3 passes defended, and those numbers were improved over the previous year significantly. 4 sacks last year, 8.5 tackles for loss, and 1 pass defended. So he's improved. He's a penetrating defensive tackle. All 3 of these guys are similar with what the resumes can do. So just varying degrees of size, really.
Yep. So probably Detroit, and I mean by Detroit, I mean us in the audience would probably shade towards the 2 Big Ten guys. But here's a nice example of the SEC can still get it done. They still can produce some football players. They got one in the mix too. I mean, you get past Mason Graham, who's the acknowledged number 1 defensive tackle, and you go to 2 more Big Ten guys, and Harmon and Kenneth Grant, and then here's the SEC. Good for them. It's good for them. It's good for them.
Something else, when I start doing a comparison here statistically with Kenneth Grant, it's not that he's got these great numbers for sack totals the last couple of years, but if you watch Michigan football, you see that he's a problem. You know that Mason Graham is a problem up there. I didn't realize this. Kenneth Grant had 6 pass defended in 2023 and 5 last season. That's 11 over the last 2 years for a defensive tackle. That's a lot of batting the ball down, but then again, he is a bigger individual at 6'3.5", 330 pounds is what he weighed in the combine, but probably played a little bit heavier than that when he was at Michigan.
Yeah, he's really talented, and so is Walter Nolan. I mean, Walter Nolan.
All 3 of these guys.
It would be great to get a player of that caliber.
There's going to be a historic run on defensive linemen in this first round.
Yep.
And if you talk to the scouts and, guys that cover this and agents, there's going to be 52 first-round picks this year. No, there isn't. There only can be so many.
Right.
So some of these guys, a lot of these guys are going to fall to the second round, and that's just the way it is. So whether, it's one of the defensive tackles you guys just mentioned or, someone who in the secondary, Will Johnson you mentioned.
Yeah.
There's going to be talent in the second round. The issue this year is the Lions pick so late in the second round.
Yeah.
That do they get aggressive and move up in the second round? We talk about the first round. What about the second round?
They could.
Right?
They could.
The year that they thought, Brian Branch, he's definitely a first-round pick. He wasn't even their first second-round pick. Sam Laporta was their first second-round pick. They passed on him originally. And Brian Branch went to the draft. He thought he was going to be a first-round pick.
Yep. And, he's they're incredibly fortunate that he was still on the board for them in the second round. Glad that they made that identification and nabbed him. So anyway, inside of 2 weeks ago for the National Football League draft, we welcome Enrico Beard, who has sauntered in the studio. Hello, sir.
Gentlemen, how are you guys doing?
We're good.
Doing just well.
We're good. What's up with you?
It is funny at the NFL drafts in 2 weeks. Amazing. Like last year at this time, it was just everywhere. That's all we talked about. And now it's like,
well, draft was in town. Yeah,
I literally had to look at the calendar. Like, wait, is it next week or the weekend after that?
Yeah, it was fun. That was really, really fun.
Last year, if you're going to a Tigers game, you start seeing City of Detroit getting prepared for the draft. It was such a blast to have that here last year.
It was.
Yeah.
It was, yeah. Now it's going to be in Green Bay, but it's just kind of like, wow. Like Lions fans, there's really no buzz right now. Maybe next week.
Well, it's nice that the draft isn't such a focus. even for our show.
True.
What do you
guys would have had 32 drafts by now.
I know. We did mock 1.0 yesterday, which is pretty amusing.
You guys are starting to get after it with mock drafts too.
Yeah, we do once a week where we just kind of pick and choose certain players and certain things. So
yeah, what do you guys got playing coming up next?
We're gonna continue the talk that you guys had about Nico Imavila.
Come on,
hold on, I got it written down.
yeah, but
phonetically, Imalivia.
No, come on,
Imalayava.
There you go.
There we go.
Well done. Well done.
Going to continue that talk. And then Pistons. I mean, really, Knicks, or would you rather face the Pacers? Because if you face the Knicks, you probably shouldn't have did the alley.
Well, I was about to say, what'd you think of the lob? I mean, did you hear Rick Mahorn's call?
I did.
Dude, there's something that is so ironic that Rick Mahorn is telling them not to do it.
Because he knew, like, this is one of those, you can't go back. You know exactly what you're doing.
Yeah.
As I said, it's like,
unnecessary.
When you watch a kid get ready to do something stupid, you're like, don't do it. Oh, and you did it. Okay.
Well, there's going to be a consequence, but it could also make things a lot more fun.
Do I think that because they threw that lob, that means they're in trouble? No. Do I think if the Pistons draw the Knicks and the Knicks win the series, they will say it was because the Pistons threw the lob? Yes. I think they will say that it's because the Pistons threw the lob.
If the Knicks win the series? No, I think if the Knicks win the series, it's because the Knicks is just a better team.
Of course. I think they will say it's because they shouldn't have thrown that lob.
We didn't forget about that.
No,
I think
at that point in that game, the game that clinches, that's when you just see them go out and be a bunch of jerks.
Yeah. They'll start throwing lobs.
We're going to run the score up, and yeah.
Well, hopefully we don't have to worry about that. Yeah. Hey, tell you what, have a great weekend. Have a great show. I would invite everyone to stay safe. I would invite everyone to treat each other with
So
respect.
I am a little heartbroken, Doug. That I listened to your kids and how they didn't go to Wisconsin.
Yeah.
They didn't go to Washington. Is nice. I've been
Dude,
out there.
Washington's.
Did you take them out to the campus of East Lansing?
None of them. Well,
You know what,
maybe the
you know
third.
what?
Maybe the third.
You
We'll
know what?
see.
I blame the father.
Go ahead. And go Broncos. Have a great weekend, everybody. 97.1.
Happy Friday. All right, we got a lot to get to today. We will check in on the Masters. We have a debate to get to within the Masters. We have some Tiger baseball to get to. And yes, your Detroit Pistons, because by the time Rico talks to you next week, you'll be in the playoffs, and it's a question of who you want. But that's not where we're going to start. I want to do this, and I don't want to get upset. Like, I'm telling you, my intent is I want to do this topic, and I do not want to get pissed. But I am. I'm angry. There's no other response to what I read a story out of college football, then it was immediate smoldering rage. Because I'm sorry, at a certain point, you got to tell me we've dead cat bounced and things get better, but they're not getting better. They're just getting dumber. And I'm just going to give you one warning. It's just a friendly PSA. The sun is out. I ain't going to tell you it's nice out. It's still cold. But the sun's out. It's Friday. Please do not call in with this low-hanging fruit take. That's all I ask. It's a business. Thank you. Go back to eating your ho-hos. I understand college football's a business. Thank you. In other news, boobies are fun, okay? So let's be a little bit better. Now, I'm going to read this.
And get it out the way. It's my fault. Go ahead.
No, it's not. Because I don't think even you thought it would get to this. You're an angel. This is not you. I'm not going to get angry. I'm going to try. But I read this headline, and it follows a tumultuous offseason as is for this player. I want to talk about Nico Iamaleava, quarterback for Tennessee. Now, let's just go back to when he signed with Tennessee. The word on the street was anywhere between $8 and $11 million. Okay? Is it true? Is it not? I don't know. I don't care. Here's where we are. Towards the end of the season, you read a lot of stuff. I want a new deal. And apparently the school said, we got you. You're our starter. We're going to have a big year. We got you. Everything was honky-dory until the day before the spring game.
Yep.
Nico decides, I want to renegotiate the renegotiation and is holding out from Tennessee. I want to repeat this to you now. So when your favorite Detroit Lion, who's a grown man with a family and responsibilities and has earned the right to negotiate his deal in the blood sport of the NFL, a place that I don't even know that Nico will ever play, you still get angry at those people. What I can't figure out is how people are blanketing this. Well, it's a business. No. I work in a business. Do you know what I don't get to do? Renegotiate because I effing feel like it. There is a window. There is a contract. You go through blood warfare. You negotiate. And then you shut up and work.
You don't get to do it at 150?
No, the chef, Armand at the White Lotus. I nailed dinner.
Right.
And you renegotiate between app, course, and entree? No. Rico, I'm sorry, but I don't know how anyone, like I heard Doug talk about this. Now, Doug and I have zero similarities other than we used to love college football. Doug basically is doing blinders. I just watch the games. He's basically tuning everything out in order to survive. Mm-hmm. I can't do that. This kid renegotiated, got what he wanted. Night before spring game, I want to negotiate again. What? Like, at what point are there adults in the room and you go, you know what? We agreed to this. You gave your word. Right. Son, it can't be everything you want all the time. It can't be. That's not life.
Well, how about this? We still got time before the season starts. If we're going to renegotiate the deal, you're doing this right now. This is the time that you picked. Okay.
How does anyone take any of this seriously? Like how? We joke about the NBA where players have contracts, and we joke about effort quotient. Mm-hmm. We joke about, do teams even care, right? We talked about the East. Right. Rico, so many teams aren't even trying. It's not a shot at the Pistons. But then you go to college football. How can you possibly buy season tickets to this crap? Donate to this crap? How do you watch it?
It's Mike. You know why he's doing this? I just remembered. He's doing this because he's trying to get ahead of the lawsuit where the teams are going to have to pay. Because when the teams have to pay, the money's going to start coming back down. Anything that you sign for before, I think, June or July, it's grandfathered in. After that, we're going to know the exact amount because the schools are going to have to publicize it, and it won't be as much. So he knows if I'm going to break the bank, I got to break the bank in the next 8 weeks. Other than that, I got to accept whatever deal they throw on the table. I don't agree with it because it's like, dude, I'm with you. When I see players do this, all that tells me, you're not going to the next level. So you're trying to squeeze every bit of juice out of this orange that you can. Because if you're going to the next level, these will be pennies to you. The NFL will be dollars. But you're trying to make as much as you can now. It was ridiculous. When I saw it brewing, and I'm like, okay, let me follow this story. And then today, I'm just opting. I'm not going to practice. No, we're not doing this at all. I was just like, wow. I immediately thought about you and people like you because this is the argument that I can't get angry when you say how much you hate the sport now. I can't get angry when you say, well, this isn't anything that I remember because there was at no point was Jeff Smoker saying, you know what?
But it's not even business. Drug dealers do better negotiating than this. This isn't a business. Businesses don't run this way. Your mailman doesn't have a great day on the route, call up the soup and go, yo, I need a new deal. No, when you call up, when the people, the mouth breathers of the world, it's just business, bro. No, it's not. No business runs this way. This isn't business. It's fool-assness. It's just an absurdity. The kid renegotiated and renegotiates again before he ever plays a game? No. I just would love to know how anyone is taking any of it serious at all. I can't, my mind is blown because here's the problem. Everyone wants to find who to blame instead of just talking about how effed up the situation is. Mm-hmm. I don't need a boogeyman. We know the NCAA is partly to blame. We know the scumbag agents are partly to blame. We know the parents are partly to blame. Who are we kidding? Whatever happened to having some integrity? You gave that man your word. He's paying you money. Mm-hmm. Shut up and live up to the contract. Mm-hmm. Everyone's at fault all the time. But I don't, you know what it is? I don't even know what the question is. I don't even know what to ask the people on a Friday. I'm so effing done with this sport. I'm so sick to my stomach because it was my favorite sport.
Oh, no.
And I lived a life where State won 5-6 games a year. Please, I'm used to State being bad. I love the game. It's why I go on college football trips every year. Not the NFL, not NHL. I don't do a baseball stadium tour. We, for years, would do college football. And Rico, I can't even believe what I'm reading. And it's like, if I were a Tennessee fan, how would I even want to root for this kid?
Because if he comes back, he's not there because he loves the orange.
It's Fat Brooks. Yeah. Don't tell me you love Michigan, but you left. Then you don't love Michigan. Can it? You made a business move. Leave. Oh, respect my decision. I don't know. Kenny, you're an SEC guy. Feel free.
Yeah, no, I'm completely with you. I think this is only going to get worse. I mean, look at the direction it's gone since NIL began, and now look at this issue. I think after this sets a dangerous, dangerous precedent that you can just negotiate on the fly. That can't happen. There needs to be some sort of form of guardrails here.
Kenny, I'm really hoping that when the new rule sets up the lawsuit, and we'll probably get more into that once they finally come up with the actual parameters. But from what I've read, universities won't have to pass the hat around and say we're poor. You'll be able to pay your own students. You can come up with your own contracts and your own deals. But that's why a lot of players are in basketball. They're all jumping in the portal now because that well's about to, it's not going to dry up, but it won't be as lucrative as it has been where you could kind of make the secret deals where we don't know how much they made. No, you're going to know how much this person got.
Can I just, if you're driving around on a Friday or you're in your cubicle, lend me your ear. I'll just do one more segment or two if we get some calls on it. Is any of this affecting your ability to care? And if it's not, I'm not mad at you. I don't understand you. And that's also okay. People don't understand each other. It doesn't mean you're a bad person. Like Rico still likes the sport more than me. That doesn't mean Rico's bad. I don't understand a sport that was completely made of emotion and traditions and pageantry and things that were hard to quantify. You just felt them. It's done. Kids aren't even playing at schools they want to be at. They have no tie to it. Is any of this affecting you? Look, if you're a Spartan fan and you're like, why do I care about Tennessee? I don't know. Did you care about Derek Harmon? Derek Harmon did the same thing to State. And if I got to hear another sob story of player X as a sick cousin or a mom or a dad, I don't want to hear it. I don't hear it anymore. I don't care anymore.
Because it kind of takes away from the people who actually experience that.
I'm tired of all. I'm sick of all of it because none of it makes any sense at any point.
State may end up like Trey Holloman may turn around and come back to MSU, and then it's like, well, what was the point?
See, here's the difference. I wouldn't allow him back.
So
here's your offer. You're number one. Get out. 248-539-9797. Don't you dare kiss the logo and then come back. No, you can kiss my ass. Get out. You decided you thought you were sweet. Take you and your headband that you wear too high on your head and get out.
He's trying to cover up the
Get out. Get out. I wouldn't let him back. But that's why I could never be a coach. That's why I could never work in this. I know people who work in NIL just like you do. Yeah. I could never. The stuff that I hear, and I don't put it on the air because you can't substantiate it, and I don't want to bust out contacts.
And I think that's why a lot of players are trying to do that, because I don't know if you'll be able to do the types of things that they're doing right now. What Nico is doing right now, I'm hoping that it ends this. But how I see the sport, I had to change and just realize it's a year-by-year thing. This year, your team could be great. Next year, your team could be crap.
It's month to month. If you were a Tennessee fan, you thought Nico re-signed.
Actually, yeah, you're right. I mean,
night before the spring game, I'm sitting out. I want more. Huh? Hey, Rico did a good 3:15 segment. Do me a favor. Go march in her office and ask for more money. Yeah. Hey, I was better than I was last segment. Yeah. You're out there right now. You're a father of two busting your ass. I don't care if you're up doing someone's roof, you're mowing someone's lawn, or you're running a Fortune 500. Try to renegotiate in real time.
Bruh.
It's not a business.
It's not. But you're right. It changes because when I'm watching the One Shining Moment video and there's Trey Donaldson kissing the crowd in a Michigan jersey, and I'm like, well, he's actually now a Miami Hurricane. Before the tournament was over, he was on a new team.
And none of this is Rico's fault. 248-539-9797. Is any of this starting to affect how much you even care? Rico, curiosity.
April is here and baseball is in full swing, and you guessed it, I need high-speed internet to watch the games on all the streaming apps. That is Xfinity. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price. Along with the great price, Xfinity offers the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. Enjoy all my favorite apps all in one place with a Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. And when I'm taking a break from the baseball action, Xfinity allows me to stream all of my favorite shows. Xfinity lets you choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, depending up to gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and you can enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. So don't miss out on your favorite shows or all the scores and stats. Call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or simply just drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed, based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
When it comes to IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry. You need Abraham and Rose. It's just that simple. They aren't random tax phone screener people. These are real attorneys. Jerry and Maurice used to work for the IRS. They will craft a plan, get on the offensive and advocate for you, and guide you through the whole experience. So save your time and money, and hopefully some headaches. AbrahamandRose.com or call them directly today. 248-539-5040, and you will never have to deal with the IRS again. All right, listen, I do want to apologize, and I mean this from the bottom of my cold, dead heart. I'm very sorry I opened the show up angry. But reading this story out of the world of college football, I can't help it. I went to school in the Big Ten. I love college football. I have no problem with players getting paid. Please spare me that straw man, like somehow I'm a boomer. No, kids can get paid. Nico Iamaleava has been a pain in the ass from the start, and the kid renegotiated already this offseason, and then the night before the spring game, I'm not showing up. Pay me more. That's not how life works. That is not a business. The mafia extorts people less. So it has killed, past tense, killed my ability to love the sport. Now, I'm not going to be the radio host, because radio hosts do some weird bleep who like flex because they're not watching. So no. I watch. I have to. And I watch more than anyone. Why? I like being good at my job. I take pride in that. Do I enjoy it anymore as far as college football? Absolutely not. This is a hellhole. And no, it is, okay, this has to be the bottom. But wait, there's more. Nope, second place is the steak knives. And none of it is Rico's fault. That bit, that's fun. Rico, I'm not speaking for you. I know, dude, I've known you for 15 years. You never thought it would get to this.
No. Not actual holdout. Because it's something you joke about. It's like, wait, are you about to hold out? Seriously.
After already getting your new deal.
What? You're hypo. What do you do? What do you say?
I know what I would say, but it's idealistic, not realistic. I would tell Nico, you and your beautiful hair out. Here's the problem. I'm going 5-7 now. And then they're launching me out of a cannon.
Yeah, because you know what that it was NC State's coach did that with Russell Wilson.
Trey Holloman. If what now, I want to be careful because I don't want to cause you stress on a Friday. If you're telling me there's a chance he comes back, I'll tell you what I would do. Get out. Because you didn't have to go into the portal. You could have handled your business like a man. You could have negotiated in private. You decided to push the button. Go.
No. I mean, but you get people who out there like, I want to test the market, and then the school. Because you're right. If you want to renegotiate, the offseason is here. You walk into the office, you get it done.
You can absolutely test the market. It's called free agency.
Right.
The problem I have is free agency, whether in jobs like ours, in the regular job market, you earn the right to shop for a job. These players are existing in infinite pleasure land. A Tuesday could be free agency, and then Thursday, and then look, Michigan signed a couple of guys out of the portal, and everything I read is they're not going to show up to school. They're going to go to the NBA. Well, how do you sign here and then go there? It's fugazi. It's killed my ability to care. So I want to hear from the people. I'm not mad at you in the least.
No.
I want to
Mike,
say it to you. Not mad at you in the least.
When it comes to college sports, let me know about the week before the season starts, because I'll know who's on the team. I'll know who's actually going to be playing, and I'll know whether or not the team's going to be any good or not. But here's the beauty of it. If you're bad, that's okay, because next year it'll be an entirely different team.
I need a lawn chair, and I need to be at Augusta and just stare at the sky. Honestly, I quit. Can we go to the people?
Let's go to the people.
Let's go to Dan and Ipsy. He's batting leadoff on a Friday. Danny, what's going on, buddy? And I want to apologize to you, Dan, for the anger. Or Dan's not there. I don't know what's happening. Okay. I'll put Dan on hold.
Okay.
Kenny, can you just check that the okay, can we Dan, are you with us? I can't hear Dan. Okay, we'll go to Anthony on a cell. Ant, what's going on, buddy?
What up, though? How y'all doing today?
Hey.
Hey, yeah, I feel like it should be a cap. Like, no college kid should be making $5 to $10 million. That's not really the bag. That's just to get you by until you're good enough to go to NFL. Personally, I watched him against Ohio State. He's not that good to be asking for that. If I'm Tennessee, I'm letting him walk. Now, if you have a situation like Bryce Underwood where it comes to you with the bag, I have no problem with that.
No, I mean, I don't listen. If someone's dumb enough to pay a guy who's never played college football a comprehensive deal, which has no parameters, by the way, I'm not mad at Bryce at all. Take the bag. If someone's going to be dumb enough to do it, it's a dumb idea. You don't pay a true freshman that level of money when 1 in 500 freshmen are going to come in and play winning football. Right. That's not fair to Bryce. But when you take the money, you're like, I'm not mad at Bryce. You know what I'll be mad at, Anthony? If the guy has a decent freshman year and then holds out the night before the playoff and goes, I want more money.
Because that's next.
From what I'm hearing from Ann Arbor, he's that dude. But my question is, where's the parents? Like, I have old school parents that's about Rico age. Like, they're not going to be my friend. They're going to be like, okay, you do this. You gave him commitment. You're not switching teams. It's just AAU mentality. Oh, go here, here. You play in one team, one sport, and that's it.
Anthony,
like,
here's the problem.
Understand.
No, it's actually you do understand. You just don't want to believe it. Here's what happens is that the parents see the child as a paycheck. The parents see the child as their new lottery ticket. And I hate to say that, but I've actually heard some parents use those words. Well, that's my lottery ticket right there. No, you had nothing to do with that. And they treat the child like an investment rather than treat your child, like a kid and be their parent and be their guardian and help them out. No, we're just going to go and chase the dollars and get as much money as we can. So that's what happens.
Let's go to Mike on a cell, 97.1. Mike, how you doing, buddy?
Good. Good afternoon, guys. How's it going?
Hey.
Good, and I'm sorry I'm angry. I apologize.
No, Mike, I'm right there with you. Two things. First of all, with Nico, I saw it on Twitter. I don't know if it's an accurate stat, but it said 4 of his 9 touchdowns he had in the SEC were against Vanderbilt.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to sit here and hold out. I'm sorry. He's a great athlete. He's got a cannon of an arm, whatever it is. I'm sorry. I don't think he had that great of a year.
No, and they already paid him.
Sitting here holding out.
Mike, can we just focus on that? He renegotiated at the conclusion of the season. He already got taken care of. So what changed between then and now? Oh, I know. It's what I brought up the other day, Mike. And some Spartan fans got upset at me because I said it's nothing more than pimps and hoes. These agents are the pimps and the players are the hoes. That's all this is. His agents were probably double back channeling and going out and going, hey, A&M will drop that bag in the spring. That's not how it works in real life.
No, it's frustrating, and it leads me to my next point. It takes away from college football. I grew up watching college football with my dad Saturdays, right? Noon to midnight, basically watching ball.
Yep.
It takes away from it now. And as a fellow Spartan, I'm glad our team's in the dump in this program. I don't even know if you can call it a program. It's like a high school team, it feels like. I don't care.
No.
It's difficult to care now. I'm sorry.
I'm with you. You hear more passion with this than you hear me talk about MSU. I don't have it.
Here's what will happen. When the team is good, you'll jump back on the bandwagon. And when they're bad, you'll go right back to where you are right now.
Sounds like a great product.
No, I'm just saying. But that's how I treat the college sports right now. It's just, okay, when it's a good ride, sit back, enjoy the ride. You can't sit here and be like, oh, he was horrible. He did take his team to the playoffs, okay?
Rico has a new book coming out. It's called College Football Prostitution. I mean, it's just stupid. The guy went through winter conditioning because he got paid. The night before the spring game, well, I want to renegotiate again. I'm sorry, what? Did he wake up and have a very meaningful dump in the morning and decided he was worth more money? What are we doing?
He's trying to beat that new deadline.
All right, M43 New England IPA. Use about 7 of those currently. Listen, it's very simple. It's Old Nation. They're the best in the game. In limited time, they've got one of the flavored M43 variants available, the Orange Creamsicle M43. Very popular. It sells out every drop they do. Get it before it's gone. Anywhere that sells quality beer will carry Old Nation. And if they don't, tell them to get off their ass and get in the game. Perfect beer to say welcome to warmth when it starts next week. So get involved. Visit OldNationBrewing.com or find a retailer near you and support local, support independent. Old Nation Brewing, 21 and up, and please, please drink responsibly. We do have a lot of good stuff to get to today. I am going to knock these phone calls out. We'll get to the ticket text in a second. I opened up angry on a Friday. I'd like to apologize. This Nico Iamaleava story, where's the bottom for college football or basketball? And now this is on the heels of this report. Just to show you football's not the only crazy part. If you've just joined in, a player who renegotiated at the end of the season has decided, I'm not showing up to the spring game. I want to renegotiate again. I quit. He's holding out, Nico Iamaleava. Rico, if I said to you, there are at least blank teams that will have a payroll in college basketball this season of at least $10 million. Do you know how many teams it would be? The minimum. The minimum? Yeah, this is a report.
The minimum, I'm going to go, man, it's going to be a lot. 40?
Whoa. Hold on. No.
Okay.
There are at least, this is according to Travis Branham. This is a verified college basketball reporter. There are at least 8 teams that will have a $10+ million roster next year. Now, why is it relevant? Well, I mean, it's.
I would strongly disagree with that report. Looking at some of the
more, fine.
The numbers that are being tossed around
Then
right
even
now
better.
for players.
Then even better, because that means MSU has no shot. Thanks for playing.
Well, unless they're playing all their players.
Yeah, but they're not. Come on, dude. Because you can't pay. Look at this BYU thing. Rob Wright was a nice player for Baylor. Good player. BYU allegedly, source close to the situation says, BYU paid $3.5 million. Rico and I were just joking around, guys, and I know you'll be like, oh, you two old Muppet men at the opera. But, like, if you told me I was making $10,000 in college, $25,000 in college as a 17, 18-year-old kid, I would have felt like Rick Ross, albeit chubby and white. The point is, $3.5 million, I would have been dead in a weekend. Right. I mean, it's just, what are we doing?
Right.
You talked about your grant money, and you felt like you hit the Powerball.
Man, seriously, I got grant money. I paid off everything, and I literally went back to the program and said, hey, I got this extra money. I guess I'm supposed to give it back to you. And they're like, well, did you buy your books? Yeah. Did you do this? Yeah. That's yours.
Rico walked into that thesis presentation like.
I was like, seriously, I was like, I don't know what to do here.
And look, I'm fine with guys getting paid, but it just, is this killing your ability to watch? And if it's not, I don't want you to feel vilified. You are just fine. Enjoy yourself. I just need to understand how. How are you doing it? Because everything about college sports is effed. Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mikey, what's going on, bud? Mike. I don't know if Mike's asleep in his car or what's going on there. We'll try John, 97.1. Johnny, what's up, pal?
Hey, guys. How you doing? Can you hear me all right?
Loud and clear, John. What's up?
Hey, I just was listening to the topic here on my way home, and it got me thinking. So as a young guy, as a teenager, I played major junior hockey in Canada, and then I signed a pro contract entry level in the NHL. And I never played any games in the NHL. I played my 10-year minor league career. Each year I had to negotiate my own contract. At that point, for the money you're making, $35,000, $45,000 a year, you don't have an agent. You walk into the office, you negotiate your contract each year. And I just couldn't imagine walking in there after 5 games in the regular season and saying, I want to renegotiate. They would tell you to pack your bags so fast or ask you, where do you want to be traded to?
Yeah, well, unfortunately, the way college sports goes now, John, it's you're seeing everybody's just out there thinking they're going to be the next great, and I'm going to make all the money that I can right now. I do think that it's about to hit a ceiling. I think that what you're seeing this year will come to an end quickly. This reminds me, I was telling Mike in the break, back when Big Dog Robinson signed a $100 million NBA deal, and the NBA said enough. And then they came up with the rookie salary cap, and everything changed after that. I think you're going to see something where the NCAA realizes this is ridiculous. What are we doing here? This is not sustainable.
The amount of greed is just overwhelming to me. Like, I understand the transfer portal and the INL and the money they're getting. I think it's great. But this business of I want more and more and more all the time is just – and I agree with you guys. I would be like, who do you want to go play for? I'll make the phone call for you.
But the problem is you'd be the only one to do it. You'd end up getting fired, and somebody else will take them. No one's acting like an adult anymore.
Exactly. And somebody's going to have to put their foot down at some point and set a standard that we're not tolerating this.
Well, unfortunately, I just – everything is just John, it's upside down. And I appreciate the call and your experience.
I agree 100%.
I don't understand how anybody takes it serious. I don't. It just it feels like a parody.
It's hard pill to swallow.
Oh, you're right. Now what happens is for the students who are on campus and the parent, Mike, if you knew your kid or if you're going to go to the pros, you don't do this type of stuff because I'm just trying to get in and out of this as quickly as I can so I can get to the NBA, I can get to the NFL, whatever it is. I'm just going to put myself in that best situation. You probably do your homework before you commit to a school instead of committing to 5 different schools.
Right.
This, all I see are people telling me I'm not going to make it in whatever league I want to go into. So I got to cash in as much money now because after these 5-6 years, I'm out on the streets. I got to get a real job.
Let's go to Mel. Last word on the matter, and we'll move on to some ticket text. Mel, go right ahead.
Yeah, I'm all on board with what you're saying. I'm a land granter. Our family, I'm on the farm. Uncle was the first one to go to MSU. 28 members of my family have attended MSU season football tickets for close to 70 years. Basketball tickets in the lower level of Breslin since Magic showed up. Where it's going at now it makes me sick, and the only thing that'll stop it if people don't show up and fill the stadiums. We all paid for our college education off of a farm, and when we got to pay these guys, it's insulting. I wish at least starting lineups they would announce what they're getting paid a year.
Well, listen, here's what's going to happen.
Fans get their head out of their hind end and see what's going on. But
Mel, these schools are going to be
disheartening.
These schools are going to be paying with their revenue, and there's going to be no way to hide it. Mm-hmm. This isn't donor money anymore, Mel. This is going to be out front. And what I laugh at too is now you're starting to see during the NCAA tournament, be nice to college athletes.
Oh, you saw that.
So let's see. You know, everyone, including us, sports betting, the players are making millions, and you have the audacity to be like, well, you still have to treat them like student athletes, then act like one. I don't know what to say. Everybody took the money at every turn. So what? The players want their cake and eat it too? Plus a to-go bag? No, you're going to get treated like crap. Why? That's what people do. I don't know.
Fair.
People are mean to everybody.
They are. And right, you had the over, the kid misses the free throw, and now, you lost your bet.
They're just college kids. Cutscene. The kid's making $800,000 shooting free throws for Old Dominion. I'm sorry. What do you want here?
Look, I don't advocate doing that,
No.
but it's man, that's life in the big city. When you took that check, that's the responsibility that comes with it.
Kenny, ticket text, and we'll move on from this rancid discussion into something far more positive. Your Detroit Pistons. Go ahead, Kenny.
You guys called it when NIL first started. The NCAA needed to step in with some guardrails.
Question mark?
Question mark? The sport we used to love is now dead. That's from an unnamed texter. I don't want my nose rubbed in it watching these games. I don't want to know some college kids are making millions.
Okay, but then that's the head in the sand approach, and I'm not capable of doing that.
Right. Yeah, no, they will be making millions. And I think starting next year, you're going to actually know, just like your favorite athlete for the Lions and Pistons and Wings, you're going to know how much they make their AAV.
To answer Mike's question, it doesn't affect me because I look at college football kind of like the WWF. All of it's not real, but it's still entertaining.
I think it's a great point. You can't take it serious. You can't. I mean, you can. I don't know how. I can't square the circle on it.
See, and you're the gambler, Mike. It's almost like playing a round of blackjack. Each hand that you play is totally different. So let's have some fun with this hand. Okay, we got a winner. New cards being dealt, new players in new situations, and we start over again, and you hope that you get 21.
Oh, boy. Sounds like a riveting experience. That's not for me. Go ahead, Kenny.
Mike, you just need to stop caring. The second you let go of all this passion that you have, you'll be able to enjoy the product again.
But I have. But look, we have a show to do. I'm not going to soft serve a topic. I get upset because it feels like no one is there to stop the train from going off a cliff. And I can't figure it out. Look, attendance is down everywhere. Stadiums are not full. I understand the revenue is great. And, we've set records for Big Noon. That's because no one ever put games on at noon. You're not impressing.
And then you're holding the country hostage because you're putting certain games on at noon.
Right. The playoff was terrible. The games were terrible. Rivalries have been destroyed. It's just like, is anyone going to do anything to protect the sport? Yes, you can still make tons of money. Just somebody, anyone. Okay. Question mark. All right. Biggest golf event of the year, FanDuel. It's simple. If you want to play this stuff, you can. All customers profit boost every round for the first major. You boost your winnings on anything from outright winners to round leaders, tourney matchups. I leave that stuff to Evan. the way people can bet golf, it's insanity. Just be careful, please. FanDuel, your go-to for Augusta. Tee off, variety of bet types. We just described some. FanDuel.com/ticket and download FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, and swing for some green at Augusta. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, let's get some football in the mix. We have to. It's mandatory. Music and Rico and things.
Well, Michael, earlier in the show, we talked about Nico Imaliava.
I'm disgusted.
You are. You're yes. Josh Heupel. You're the coach of Tennessee.
Yeah.
How do you handle this situation?
Listen, my answer is totally unrealistic. So I'm not going to lie to the listeners. I would just tell them, to go F himself.
Okay.
I would also get fired because boosters would demand my head. So it's not even a real answer. You have to get in bed with the sleaze, and you got to pay this kid because he's waited to the point of no return. It's spring. The portal's going to open, but no one as good as him will be in it. You're getting extorted. I think you got to pay him.
So realistically speaking, though, now if you're Josh Heupel, do you get involved in negotiations? Do you pull him aside and say, son, I really need you here? Or do you just sit back and say, call me whenever?
I'll throw the question back to you. Doesn't it depend on the structure of the program? Certain coaches are out of the financial discussions. The GM handles it. Other coaches are more hands-on. Is that a fair assessment?
It is a fair assessment, but I think kind of like any negotiation, when it's your star player, that's when the big dogs are like, okay, I need to make my star player happy. So normally I would let the GM deal with the backup punter and center and all of those.
You're going to get involved.
I got to get involved with this one.
Rico says it's the art of the deal. Next.
I got a couple things, Mike. Dealing with something that you hold near and dear to your heart.
Yes.
Social media.
Oh, God. Okay.
No. All right. Behind door number 1. Earlier this week, Pittsburgh Steelers defensive end TJ Watt tweets out a picture of him throwing up the deuces sign walking off the field.
Oh, we're doing this again. Okay.
Should the Steelers be worried that he is hinting upon retiring?
Okay. Can I offer comment before an answer?
Yes, we're here, man. We're here all day.
Why do grown men behave this way? Why would you go to social media and do cryptic teenage mean girls crap? This is so pervasive in the athlete community. Well, how do grown men behave this way?
Because you let the people fight your battles for you. Now the people in Pittsburgh will put the pressure on, and they'll call up the Pittsburgh shows, and they're demand we can't let this guy walk away from us.
Okay. I'd be concerned based on he's wanted an extension. He's watched Myles Garrett and Max Crosby, etc. get one. He's a Steeler lifer. He's on track to be a Hall of Famer. Yeah, I'd be nervous because we're in a day and age of player empowerment. We just saw Myles Garrett demand a trade. The team said we'll never trade you. Cutscene, we're going to bribe you instead, $40 million a year. So yes, they should be nervous.
Okay.
I'm sorry I was that verbose.
Hey. Well, just wait.
Oh, no.
There's more.
What now?
Remember Deshaun Watson?
Yeah, we do.
Well, he took to Instagram, said, everybody is doubting me. I'm going to be way better than I was before. Will anybody take a flyer on this guy?
No.
Is his career essentially over?
I think it is. Look, he isn't the same player. The off-field stuff, whatever effect that's had mentally on the field, I can't speak to. On the field, not the athlete he was. That's before he blew his Achilles out. Bad right shoulder that clearly something lingered. He doesn't cut it loose. He doesn't push the ball. He doesn't process. And he's also a suboptimal human. I don't see any level I would invite that into my locker room. Now. 5 years ago, 4 years ago? Oh, yeah. I don't know anyone who could ever imagine it playing out the way it played out.
Yeah, because I think a lot of people thought that maybe it would be like when Michael Vick came back. He still had a lot in the tank, and his career wasn't over. He kind of revived his career playing with the Eagles, but
last 2 years, 12 touchdowns, 7 picks total. That's what you got.
He looks baked. Kenny, you want to get in on this?
Yeah, he looks baked. I couldn't agree more. Also, like Mike said, suboptimal human being.
Not ideal.
Not ideal.
I'm just talking about on the field, but yes, you're
also
right.
Suboptimal.
Okay. Finally, I saved the best for last when it came to social media, Mike.
This gets worse and worse.
Oh, no. For you, this one gets better.
Okay.
There's a certain athlete who just tweeted out a picture of LT in the Giants jersey. Abdul Carter.
I mean, yeah, if the Giants took Abdul Carter, it would be Nick Lidstrom level explosion.
Oh, no.
I mean, that's all he did. It was just a pic on the social media, just a picture of LT in good old 56.
Well, that's awfully provocative. I don't think the Giants are smart enough to do it. But I think he's the best player in the draft. I think it's Cam Ward, it's Abdul Carter, and it's Mason Graham. I think those are the top 3 players in the draft for me. I'm not sold on Hunter because I don't know what position I'd play him at.
Can I add a question onto your question, Rico?
Question mark?
Sure. Question mark? Why are all of these athletes, whether it's a college athlete, whether it's pro athletes, you look at it across the board in sports, even take football out of it, you can do that. Why is social media becoming this thing that people do, whether it's posting a picture, whether it's following somebody, whether it's unfollowing somebody, teams, players, whatever it is?
Because you could put pressure on your organization without putting pressure on the organization. Because it's the ultimate. I didn't say a thing. I just put a picture out there. I didn't say I was leaving. If you're TJ Watt, I never said I was leaving Pittsburgh. Why'd you put a picture up of you walking off the field holding up 2 fingers like, peace, I'm out of here? It's the ultimate implausible deniability.
It's so silly, though. It's like changing your Facebook relationship status to it's complicated. Like, what are we doing here? Why are we doing it like this?
Because it now puts pressure on ownership and management because okay, there's a problem. Do we fix the problem? Do we ignore the problem?
Or your agent says there's a problem. There are adult ways to handle it, but okay.
Do you think agents are advising their clients to say, all right, unfollow the Giants on social media to send a message? You don't think that comes anywhere but from the players?
I think some, man.
Okay, well, then I quit on everything. If that's really happening,
There's too many players doing it for maybe not one of them to be advised by somebody to do that.
I advise the Giants to take Abdul Carter. Next.
Mike, the NFL, we talked about it earlier this week, fired 3 referees.
I love it.
Yeah, they're basically unprecedented. They're going to hold them accountable. I guess this is now going to be the new way. Do you know where the 3 referees are going to end up?
Well, it used to be when you were a bum, they'd give you a soft landing and put you in college football, or they'd make you a training ref. Now it just sounds like they're out on their ass. And I read a comment. One anonymous ref said, this is turning into a hyper-competitive environment. There are no favorites anymore. The culture's changing. No, I don't know where they're ending up.
Well, they'll be at a Power 4 conference near you. So
AAC.
No, Power 4. So
So they're gonna go to college football.
Yeah, they're gonna go to college
good.
football.
So the refs who can't hack it there now get to screw up your Saturday.
There you go, buddy.
They should be doing Tulane versus ECU. That's the level they should be.
Now you're going to extra not want to watch college football.
Kenny, there really doesn't need to be any more reasons at this point.
Got another one.
The Kansas City Chiefs want to own Christmas Day, like the Lions and Cowboys own Thanksgiving. Looks like the league may tell them no. Should the Chiefs get that Christmas Day if they really want it? They want to play every Christmas Day. Should they be allowed to have Christmas Day?
No, that's a league decision. And again, while Mahomes is there, it makes a lot of sense, but that's not forever. Kansas City's not going to be as marketable, and it's not a big market. So, no. I think the NFL, there's too much money tied up in these games. They're going to try to have matchups. They're selling each of these games as individual, $150, $200 million balloons. So I'll say no. Okay. But as long as the Lions aren't stuck playing on Christmas every year.
No, they're locked into Thanksgiving. And they're like, we want that tradition.
I don't want to do both.
I got you. Well, they may play this year.
No,
stop
it right now. Thanksgiving.
That's not on me. That was Rod Wood. So,
Xavier Legette.
All right, last one. Which of these 5 teams can't afford to have a bad year?
Okay.
Arizona Cardinals, Indianapolis Colts, Miami Dolphins. Oh, I'm sorry, 4 teams, and the Dallas Cowboys.
Right off the rip, I think if 3 of them had a bad year, they'd broom out the entire organization, coach and GM. If Arizona tanks, everyone's dead. Indianapolis, everyone's dead. Miami, everyone's gone. Hell, you heard whispers this year Mike McDaniel's in some trouble.
Right.
Dallas, I just can't predict what an 83-year-old maniac is going to do. But
which one? Absolutely, yeah.
I'd say Miami. Because you have a $30 million player in Tyreek who now may be facing some charges. You have a big money quarterback that you may not trust. You got a coach you may not fire. Stephen Ross does not have the best rep as an owner. I'd say Miami.
Okay. Kenny?
Oh, I agree with Miami. And also, I think the only wrong answer here is Dallas, because I just don't think there's any pressure to do anything ever in Dallas, because how many times have they made the playoffs and done nothing?
They're not operating in reality.
No,
I'm with you.
Absolutely
it's weird.
All right. That's your football blitz. 97.1.
Boy, it feels good to be a long way from that, doesn't it?
Yeah.
3 o'clock. Rico, I know you've got a lot to say on this, and let's get into it.
You know what? I'm going to raise the bat signal like we've done earlier this week for the Wings fans. I'm raising it for the Pistons fans right now. 248-539-9797. Your Detroit Pistons went out last night, defeated the New York Knicks 115-106. Throughout this year, they hold a 3-1 edge over the Knicks.
Just going to leave out the big part, huh?
Patience.
I got a regular Costa over here.
No, we're setting up the time.
Okay, I'll let you go ahead.
It's a two-part question for Pistons fans. One, seeing how you have beaten the Knicks 3-1, even though last night they didn't play 3 of their starters.
Oh, there's
They
the
did not
headline.
play 3 of their starters, okay? But you still won the game here at home. 3-1 series lead over the Knicks. Does that give you more confidence if you have to play the Knicks in a playoff series? Do you feel like this Pistons team could actually carry this over into a best-of-7 series in New York, knowing that the Knicks would have Game 7 at Madison Square Garden if you had to play this series? Based off what you've seen this season, what this team has done. They beat them, but yes, last night, it was half a Knick team. You did not have the starters out there. You still got the win. And to kind of add insult to injury, you decide to go ahead and throw an alley-oop with no time left on the clock just to rub it into the – matter of fact, Kenny, you got this. Here's the sound. Here, listen to this. That's Rick Mahorn saying, don't do it. Don't do it. So, if you're Pistons fans, do you feel confident with these wins over the Knicks that, you know what, you could actually take this series? Second part to the question is, your favorite tonight over the Bucks. You got the Bucks on Sunday. If you sweep the Bucks, you don't have to worry about the Knicks. You'll get the Pacers. Would you rather the Knicks or the Pacers? If you get the Knicks, do you feel like you can beat them? 248-539-9797. Michael?
Mm-hmm. What do you want to know? What do you want to know? What can I do for you? What are you asking me?
Well, I'm asking one. Would you rather see the Pistons play the Pacers or the Pistons play the Knicks?
My reason for playing the Knicks is selfish, is I want the Pistons on the big stage. I don't want to be on NBA TV.
You know?
I want Cade.
Honestly, I didn't even think about that.
I want Cade and MSG. I want the world to see what the Pistons have built. I want to be in those primo games. And it's a lot like you and I talked about MSU and Auburn. Like, I don't want to dodge the good team. I want to play the good team. And look, it's hard for me because I just, as a basketball old head, I struggle because I think a lot of the arguments are so dumb. And I'm not being insulting, but like, it's not you making it. It's what, we beat them in October. It doesn't matter. The regular season in the NBA is a recycling bin.
Right.
So
I just put that 3-1 out there because I know people. Well, we beat them 3 times.
That's the type of idiocy I just struggle with. Look, I also have a problem when a team makes the playoffs for the first time in eons. It's very hard to win a series. Mm-hmm. I think if it was a 5-game set, you had a better shot. I think winning 7-game series, the superior team wins out. No, I don't think they're better than the Knicks. But I'd still rather play the Knicks and find out. I'd still rather the Pistons be respected and be on the platform to where everyone gets a look at what the hell has happened here in Detroit. Maybe even Shaq would tune in. I think I want the Knicks. I think I want the primo matchup. And
they're headed out to Auburn Hills for a playoff game.
Yeah, and Chauncey's coaching them, right? No, I'd say just play the Knicks. Let's find out how good we are. Because look, the Indiana series, I could find a pathway there. I think the Bucks, I absolutely could because Dame is done.
Yeah.
But the Knicks healthy, which again, they're healthy now. Now they're resting people. I think I just want that. It's the litmus test.
See, I agree with everything you said. And when we talked that Michigan State-Auburn game, I knew where both teams were. because this is your first time back, this is one of the rare times I'd rather you play Indiana because I feel like maybe you have a better chance of taking a series. I don't think you're going to win.
Enjoy NBA TV in standard def. See,
I
I
don't
don't
that bad, will it?
Yeah, it will. That's where I want the Pistons prime time, the big city, the big game. And look, if you take down the Knicks, that's something all of us can look around and go, holy hell, what a year. And you just look at it, and you would have taken down the Knicks. You hate the Knicks. You hate New York. And you hate Madison Square Garden. So, like, this is a hat trick for you.
I don't hate it. I just think it's really overrated.
I'm okay. Like, if you're asking me to rank out by probability of victory, well, the Bucks would be 1, but that's not in the offing. Pacers would be 2. The Knicks would be the hardest opponent. But for me, who cares? Like, go do it. Plus, I just think both arenas are, LCA will be a zoo. Madison Square Garden, when the Knicks are in the playoffs, It's a zoo. You're talking, I want America to be able to see what the hell Trajan Langdon.
So you want the Cade coming out party?
I do. I think Cade deserves it. I think the team deserves it. And look, if they're as good as they think they are, go play them. That's me. But I have no argument. Would it be easier? I don't think any of these are easy. No. And I'm not.
But the fact that for Pistons fans out there, you knocked off the Knicks 3 times this year. Does that give you any kind of confidence that you could steal a game in New York and hold court at home?
But there's the problem. They can take false confidence out of it. I'm not doing that. The regular season has no translation to the postseason. None. So fine. It's like saying it's a false. It's like it's a sandcastle. It's building your foundation out of sand. If that's the reason you think you can beat the Knicks. And I can't do that.
248-539-9797.
Can they beat them? They can. I don't think they will, but they can. Now, you can't beat the Cavs. You can't beat the Celtics.
We're not getting to that yet.
Oh, no, the other shows have already got the ECF planned out. So, what do you want me to tell you?
It's just that first round. You're a 5.5-point favorite over the Bucks tonight, and then you have the season finale in Milwaukee on Sunday.
But I like the sizzle. I admit it. I'm rooting for radio. I want the Knicks.
You want the Knicks?
I want the big stage. Gotcha. And that way, if they do pull it off, I think you can feel an incredible amount of satisfaction. Nobody could take anything from you.
See, I'm going Indiana because I just think you got to get your feet wet.
There'll be a fight if those two teams play. I tell you right now, Beef Stew will get thrown out of a game. Indiana.
You know what, Mike? There's going to be a fight if they play the Knicks. When Rick Mahorn is saying don't do it, he knows. Oh, there will be retaliation. There will be pain for this.
Because Rick understands what the playoffs are about.
Right.
The average fan, and I'm not being rude, you haven't been around in 15 years. Why? Team hasn't given you a reason. I think you've forgotten what the playoffs are. Yeah. I don't hold it against the Pistons because you know what? They talk it, they walk it. If you want to do this tough guy act that they do, throw the alley-oop. I'm not mad at it.
See, I think there's going to be a fight either series.
Well, again,
no, Indiana, I knew it was going to happen, but now in New York, because, in that game clinching, that final 5 minutes of the game clincher, man, it's going to be Lob City for them.
248-539-9797. Who do you want? I want the Knicks. Big stage, bright lights, coming out party. Let's take a swing at one of the kind of chosen franchises.
See, I want the Pacers because I think
you want to be on NBA TV in standard def.
I don't care about
Dennis Scott in the studio.
I just want you to have a better chance of getting that first series and winning and yeah, that's just me. It won't be in standard def. It'll be on TNT.
Will it? Sure. Streaming only. The Pistons on Peacock. 248-539-90. I just don't want Detroit to be disrespected. When you play,
mean John Duran?
I know. This is why I'm saying it.
And
if you play the
Wade
Knicks,
Cunningham.
I was going to say Wade Cunningham. That one baffled me.
Wade Cunningham by Stephen A. Smith and John Duran last night.
That couldn't have been
Charles
serious.
Barkley.
Oh, Stephen A. is busy trying to be president. So, guys, he doesn't have time for you.
Well, he was just wait till you guys see Wade Cunningham. Wait, it's actually Cade.
I want the best networks. I want the prime time, the best broadcast crews, and I want respect. And I think you earn your respect. I want the toughest team. I get what Rico's saying. It is a better chance.
Only because you haven't been there. That's why.
I know. Look, it's all house money, isn't it?
It is.
And I'm not being insulting. This team goes from 14 wins to making the playoffs, and you're not in the play-in tournament. Man, you play as loose and free as you want.
No, you know what it feels like? It feels like what Dusty May did at Michigan.
Very similar.
You just flipped this whole thing, went from 8 wins to Sweet 16. So, yes. Can you get to Game 7?
In the Garden. Come on.
Right.
Rico's favorite place.
You know what? Let's go.
No, I'm good. Remember, no, Nick tickets are just astronomical. Insane prices.
You don't know a guy?
I got 2 people I could call.
Yeah, but I'm sure I still take out a second mortgage.
No, it would not be that type of transaction.
Oh,
I would be able
hot
to
dogs.
be like,
Get your hot dog.
okay, remember, Rico's working a halal card on the corner. All right, remember when you could get a dozen eggs for a couple of bucks? Yeah, well, not anymore. Also, the cost of keeping your home comfortable has gone up. So if your furnace or AC isn't doing its job, get it done right with the team of Mastercraft at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It's just that simple. They got generators in stock, Generac, Honeywell, ready to go. And this month, you buy a generator, you get half off the installation of a furnace or AC, plus an extended 10-year parts warranty on that generator. Schedule your free in-home estimate today at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. All right, much happier topic in hour two. I know we started with an incendiary college football news story. It's the Pistons. You get back-to-back against the Bucks. You win them both. You improve your seeding. You play the Pacers. If you don't, you get the Knicks. And I know, maybe you guys think my thinking's a little off the wall. I want the Knicks. I want the big stage. And I want Cade and the Pistons to be respected. And when you play a team like New York, the networks are forced to cover your games versus
actually learn your players' names.
Yeah, you play the Pacers or Bucks, I tell you where the Pistons are going. Home shopping network. I don't want that.
True TV.
Yeah, I don't think that's fair. I don't think it's fair. I think this team deserves real positive coverage, not the insulting crap that Shaq has offered or Stephen A. calling him Bill Cunningham.
No, I didn't even think about that aspect of it. Of you play the Knicks, yeah, you're going to be that Sunday primetime game. Everybody's going to see. The world's going to watch. Even though they're not there for you, you're playing the Knicks. So if you go out there and you have
That's what
that
makes
game,
it fun. They're not there for us.
Right.
Okay, make them be there for us.
Right, kind of like, I hate to go back, harken back.
He's hearkening.
No, when they beat the Lakers, it's like, Kobe, Lakers were supposed to win that series. And it's like, wait, did the Pistons just win this series 4-1? Congratulations, Detroit. But I get that. It could become Cade Cunningham's coming out party, which in turn could drive free agents here to Detroit. I'm looking at it as you haven't been there for so long that maybe this is the one time that I'll say I'm going to go. I'm not saying that Indiana will be easier, but I think it's a series that they could win. I don't think you're going to win the series against the Knicks.
248-539-9797. We'll go to the people. Go to Cliff, 97.1. What's up, Cliff?
Hey, what's happening, guys? Appreciate you taking my call.
Yes,
no
sir.
problem.
I'm a homer. First off, I'm 75 years old, so I've seen it all. Been a Piston all my life. Now, I personally think, I wouldn't bet on it, but I personally think the Pistons can beat the Knicks. I want to see if Ivy can come back and play. That gives us an added shooter. I think it's 50-50. We can beat them.
Except for Cliff, I don't think Ivy's going to be playing in this series. So, yeah, he's just back to like working out and rehabbing. You're not going to see him this year. I do not believe, unless they somehow make it to the NBA Finals.
I hear you. I still, like I say, I love the team. I want to see the Knicks as opposed to Indiana. And just like anything else, it's possible for us to win.
Yeah, appreciate the phone call. Michael?
I have nothing to add. Once he said I'm a homer and I wouldn't bet on it, I stopped caring. If you're going to call up, say it with your chest. If you believe in something, say you'd bet on it. If you're not going to put your money behind it, I don't need your lungs behind it. I just get tired of it. Plus, you start the call saying you're a homer. Well, you've lost me. I'm not interested. Okay. I want to talk real.
So you want them to? You wanted Cliff to say the Detroit Pistons will beat the New York Knicks in a 7-game series. That is all.
Yeah.
Hashtag Detroit basketball.
No, hashtag wasn't hugged enough as a kid. Hashtag I'm on vacation, but I can't enjoy my life. Hashtag I'm a narcissist. I don't understand what Cookies is doing. You're not here. No one needs your opinion about the Pistons today. Like, who woke up today lusting and going, oh my God, my day can't continue unless I hear from Jim Costa at the Frozen Four. Also, you leave out the part, Knicks rested 3 starters. It's why I don't participate in any of it. Mm-hmm. The Pistons can do a lot of things. Sports are strange. Yeah. I just want to know who people want.
Yeah. Brunson played 29 minutes last night. So, yeah, it wasn't exactly that.
They treated it like a preseason game.
They did. And even though Detroit has won 3 out of the 4 games, I don't think that it would go, heck, I don't know if it would go 6 games if they played the Knicks. I would love to see Game 7 in Madison Square Garden because I think you want to talk about the primetime game.
Baby. Yeah, that's what we're looking for. Or even better, like, look, the bottom line, I'm not going to do like granular, this matchup, this breakdown. You're playing good teams. You would need to see the series unfold, what Bickerstaff deploys, what Thibodeau deploys. Obviously, the Knicks are going to play their starters a lot. It's what they do. Brunson is back. He's healthy. He's good. They got Mitchell Robinson back. The matchups are interesting because they have some elite defenders, Mikal Bridges, Anunoby. But look, man, the first time you go to the playoffs, it's just different.
And that's why, to me, I want the Indiana. I want the Halliburton because he's still angry the Pistons didn't select him, even though I begged Detroit to take him.
Beef stew punching Miles Turner, minus 340.
I thought you would get better odds than that, but yeah, that's all. Yeah, actually, no, you probably get worse odds. Like minus 1,000.
Go to D 97.1. What's up, D?
Hey, what's up, Mike? What's up, Rico? How you doing?
Hey, D.
Good. What's going on?
Hey, I agree with you. I want the Knicks, and I want to tell you why. Game 3, Game 4 is going to be on ABC.
Yes.
From LCA.
Yes.
And here's the thing. A lot of people in the city have not seen this Pistons team.
Yes.
And putting them on ABC will give them the exposure that they need to go forward.
I want the big stage, D. That's what you want. I'm totally with you. And you know what? I know it won't. Like, D, tell me if you agree with me. Like, Rico's point is, hey, man, I think it's a little bit easier of a series against the Pacers. A little bit. But, man, if you're on the big stage and you beat the Knicks, you earn a different level of respect. I'm willing to risk it for the biscuit.
No, you know what? D, at that point, you become Trae Young a few years ago, where it's like, oh, my God, who is this guy? Where did Atlanta come from? Maybe we need to start paying attention to them.
Exactly. But the thing is, you also have to capitalize on that as well. Atlanta did not do that.
No, they did not.
I think Trajan Layden will do that.
That's, it's crazy, D. As excited as I am to just have playoff basketball back in town, I'm more excited about the summer. I'm more excited because I think if they choose to, remember, no team in this city wants to be aggressive. If they chose to, I think the Pistons with one bold move could enter themselves into a discussion of being a real threat in the future now to win the East. The Celtics are not going to be able to stay together. I don't think the Cavs
I'm
are
not
real.
I'm not a big believer in the Cavs.
I think they're very good, but I don't think they're this dynasty. I think they've caught lightning in a bottle. They've had an incredible year. But no, moving forward, now here's the other thing. Other teams are going to get better. Watch, Giannis is going to go to Miami this summer, and they're going to be a pain in the ass. The point is the Pistons with one move, I think it's closer than people realize.
Don't wait till Cooper Flag goes to San Antonio.
Can I ask you an unrelated question?
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with the Pistons. This has just...
I'm here for you, buddy.
Oh, no. It's just a basketball question. You mentioned Cooper Flag. I was thinking about a way I could cheat the system and keep the Celtics together. And I want your opinion. Let's say you are the Jazz, Hornets, or Numbnuts, Wizards.
Okay.
And you win the lottery. Cooper Flag. I call you up. I'm going to offer you Jaylen Brown, Peyton Pritchard, and 3 first-round picks. Would you trade me that pick? Essentially, would you trade me Cooper Flag? Why would I do that? Jaylen Brown's an all-NBA player and a finals MVP. One problem. He's very expensive. Celtics have new ownership. The tax bill has got to come down. Would you trade me Cooper Flag?
Would Jaylen Brown have a fit and say, I'm not going?
He doesn't have a no-trade clause. Bye-bye.
Right.
There's only one no-trade clause in the league. It's Bradley Beal.
You're right.
Now, he would say...
Because I got to think, wherever he goes, he's like, I'm not bringing any luggage.
I just had to ask you.
I need this to be a 3-way deal.
I had this question with Evan, and I just wanted 10 seconds to ask you.
Mike, it may work, but the only way it works, you have to make the deal before the lottery.
No.
No.
I need the number one pick.
No, because here's the thing. I don't know if you're the general manager that you could go to your city and say, hey, I know we got Cooper Flag, but we're going to ship him off to the Celtics. But look what we...
now again, finals MVP, all-star, and the NBA sixth man of the year in Peyton Pritchard, and 3 first-round picks.
Mike, it makes sense because you know what you're doing is you're actually jump-starting one of those teams.
Yeah.
But the fans don't care about that.
Plus, the other reason I thought about it is all the noise about Cooper Flag not wanting to play in these places. I digress back to the Pistons. Thank you for indulging me there.
Great scenario.
It won't happen. It's whatever. 248-539-9797.
If you pulled that off, wow.
Yeah, I know. Then I can keep everything together.
Wow. That would go up there with, getting Bird and...
You want to factor in the whole Race the City routine. Go ahead. I mean, if you want to go that route.
I wasn't even going there.
You talking about the Great White Hope and the whole bit and Cooper Flag
I was going to say,
white?
like, when you guys got Bird, and then I was going to say Lynn Bias, but that didn't work out. But somehow or another, the Celtics kept getting, they were about to reload with Lynn Bias.
Up next, Rico on cocaine and broken dreams. 97.1.
Planet Fitness. Planet Fitness is offering a deal right now through today. Stop into any of your local Planet Fitness. There's over 50 in Metro Detroit. $1 down, $15 a month gets you started on the new you. Planet Fitness is a judgment-free environment. You could become your best, strongest self at Planet Fitness on your time. They got brand new plate-loaded hack squats, supine bench press, seated calf machines, cardio machines, treadmills, Stairmasters, free weights, you name it. Planet Fitness has it, along with convenient hours that will fit your schedule and your routine, and free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers who will focus on you. Head into any of the local Planet Fitnesses right now to get started. Today is your last day. $1 down, $15 a month. Get you started on your new you. Go to the local Planet Fitness, or you can go online at planetfitness.com, or you can go on the free Planet Fitness app to get started. We're all strong on this planet, Planet Fitness.
All right, I want to check in with Kenny on Ticket Text briefly. We'll get the rest of these Piston calls. We've got more to do today. We'll check in on the Masters as well because we've got a conversation point with that. And yes, Tiger Baseball. I've got something for you at 5 o'clock. Kenny first, Ticket Text, question mark?
This one just says, I want the Knicks. Another one, proud of this team's turnaround, but don't take this team too seriously. They beat up a bunch of lowly teams to get to this point.
No, hold on. Now, here I've got to you can't get sensible conversation about the Pistons in this town. People are either bricked up and they've bored a hole through their jeans, or you got these other Eeyores. No, when you go out without Cade and you beat the Cavs full strength, that's a dumb comment. Now, listen, are some of the wins that way? Sure. Yeah, the hospital Celtics were here without JB and Porzingis. But bottom line, you don't win the amount they've won, quote, just beating bad teams. That it's not fair to the Pistons. Come on now.
It's funny because these texts are all over the place. You're getting both sides of those camps.
And neither of them are right. You get the irrational euphoria or the irrational idiocy. The reality is we can respect what the hell they've done. They've got several keynote wins. And they absolutely are a live team in the first round. But that's where it ends for me. I don't go too far to the left or too far to the right. I don't get it. But you know what it is, Kenny? People don't watch. They haven't watched basketball 15 years. They aren't locked in on this team. Now, you'll get the hardest of the hardcore. They're in.
Well, you know
they
what?
know their team. They like their team. But the vast majority of people have not watched them. So you end up with that.
Well, maybe that adds an element to your argument, Mike, of why you want the Knicks, because
I want people to see them.
Those people will watch the game. If it's on TNT, TBS, you're probably not going to watch them unless they're on ABC, you're there.
Damn. And you know what? I don't care. Vilify me. It just means more when you're playing a New York team. I don't care. I'll say it. It feels different. It's just like when the Tigers play the Yankees. Why does it feel different? Why does it mean more? Because they're evil. You hate them.
A slice and watch the game.
That's right. Listen, I'm just shooting you straight. It matters. I'd say the Red Wings, but they don't make the playoffs. So a Wings-Rangers Original Six series, it can't happen.
I'm just going to ignore that one. These two actually came in back-to-back, which I find hysterical considering what we were just talking about. They're too young to know better or care. We want the Knicks, hashtag Detroit basketball. And then the other one is I can't want the Knicks, terrified they'll get embarrassed.
Wow.
Well, I mean, I knew there was probably going to be a fight or an altercation if they played Indiana. But with what they did last night against the Knicks, guys, if you weren't going to see them again until next season, go ahead and do that. But when Rick Mahorn is like, no, don't do it. And this is coming from Rick Mahorn, the original bad boy. He was like, don't do it. So I think you'll see. The Knicks will remember. They'll file that one away under the they will be Lonzo. Okay.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Mark, 97.1. Mark, what's going on, pal? Mark?
Hi, Rico. Hi, Mike.
There's Mark. How you doing, buddy?
Sir, I'm doing well, gentlemen. Thank you for taking my call. I was at the game last night, and I don't want to say maybe unfortunate to go to many games last year. And the demeanor of the team, of the players, they look so much happier, with good reason, this season as opposed to last season. And I really think we have a better chance against the Knicks. I think we match up better against them. I know they were a little shorthanded last night, but watching Cade, they don't have an answer for Cade. He was taking people, even someone like Bridges, who's a good defender, hold back. It was easy. So, and also, guys, I want to get your opinion. What are your thoughts on Ron Holland?
I mean, I love the draft pick. I think he's shown some real flashes. He's a baby. He's a young kid.
Yeah.
The development, if he can just be brought along the right way, you're looking at a guy that could be a distinct problem out on the wing, a tenacious defender.
He's further along than what I thought he was going to be right now. I thought he was just going to. I thought he was going to be in the G League for a while, and we never hear from him.
But I just don't think he scratched the surface yet, Mark. That's why I wanted him as that draft pick.
Mike.
He's the highest upside guy you could have taken.
Yeah, he made a difference last night. He hit some clutch hoops, and his D is for real. I know he's got a ways to go, but man,
you have every right to be excited. Mark, the one thing I tell you, Mark, it's almost like he was built in a lab to be a Piston.
Yeah.
And I don't subscribe to this stuff, but I know everybody here gets their jollies.
Grit.
It's every stereotype people associate with the Pistons that I don't think you have to play that way to win a title. But Ron Holland, he's a dog. He looks like he is ready to kill people. That fits with what people want. Look, hey, he's here. Beef Stew's here. Look out. You can't have Big Stew be his big brother.
No, this is how you punch somebody.
Right. Let me teach you a little better form. Let's go over
into it.
John, 97.1. Johnny, what's up, pal?
What's up, guys? Long time no talk.
How you been?
Happy Friday.
Same to you, bud.
I've been chilling, man. Yeah, I've been chilling. What about you guys?
Good. Who do you want in the first round?
Mark, you want the honest truth, man? I'm on the same page with you and Rico. I do want the Knicks. I really do. Look, unlike any other Detroit fans, I'm realistic. I don't let my emotions play with the sports. There's a difference between what we want and what we get. I do want the Pistons to play the Knicks simply because they'll have a better playoff experience in the upcoming years. It will be fun. I've seen how the Knicks play in the playoffs, and they play, like dogs. So for the Pistons, it would be a good matchup. Will they win? Probably not, man. Probably not. But I think you can go to a Game 7. Knicks would probably take it, but I want to be mad, man. And I'm a hardcore fan. Yeah, I love them more than the Lions. But never say never. The reason why I say that, take a guess why.
No, go ahead. Tell us.
If dire wolves came back from extinction 10,000 years on this earth back, and the Pistons can definitely get a playoff win against the Knicks.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the National Geographic sports parallel. It's tremendous. No, I mean, John, they can do it. You've earned the right to believe. I have no issue with it. I just don't have an irrational confidence because I like to think I understand what the playoffs are, and there ain't nothing in the regular season that duplicates it. So you're going to...
I agree with you.
But, yeah, bring on the Knicks. You show me a fourth quarter in Madison Square Garden, Pistons holding a 3-point lead with 4 minutes to go. I'll show you the peak of NBA action. That's what I want. Versus Rico's got the team on HSN in between jewelry resets, Pistons Pacers.
TNT.
Is this like when hockey was on the Nature Channel?
Yes.
No,
versus,
don't feed into this.
Yes.
TNT.
Pistons Pacers on NBA TV, streaming only.
They're going to force Barkley to watch them.
That's part of why I want them playing the Knicks. I want people like Shaq to have to watch them. I want them to be on the biggest stage where nobody gets to disrespect them.
And the thing is, I understand they haven't played in a long time, but when you're like, yeah, we may have to go out and do our show from Auburn Hills again. Auburn Hills is a gigantic hole. It's gone. The palace is gone, guys. They're like, yeah, we're gonna do our show from there. Go ahead, but Detroit's playing in Detroit now.
Yeah, I know. I gave up. I've given up on national coverage of any of our teams outside of the Lions, who the NFL loves. All right, you like free pizza? Great. You like sports? Even better. Hungry Howie's has got you covered. The creators of the original flavored crust pizza, and they've got a great deal right now. All you got to do is go to hungryhowies.com. You sign up for emails. You make any $10 order. You get a free medium 2-topping pizza. Whatever flavored crust you want, whatever toppings you want. That's it. That's all. Easy. Simple. Limited time offer. So take advantage of it. You got sports galore this weekend, including what's going on at Augusta. It's hungryhowies.com. Score the deal while you can. Limited time only at Hungry Howie's. Okay, we're going to have a little fun. Evan Jenkins is joining us. The Masters is rolling on a Friday afternoon, one of the great weekends of television all year round. Elite nap time on the couch to the soundtrack. But we want to have some fun. The rules of Augusta and the Masters are something to behold. Not only taking your cell phone, but all the things you can't say. Let's get into it, shall we? So here's what we're going to do.
This music kills me.
The music is so smug.
It's so pretentious.
So I'm going to tell you the words that they can't say. You have to tell me the words they have to say.
Oh, okay.
Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay.
And there's one that I know, so I'll jank myself on that one.
Okay. So we start out, gentlemen. When you are calling the Masters, you are not allowed on television to call people fans. You have to call them this.
This is the one I'm janking myself on.
Sit this out. Kenny.
Can't call them spectators, that's for sure.
I'm going to guess the audience.
Kenny says audience. Rico.
You know what? I'm going to go something even highfalutin. Patrons.
You are correct.
You know what? It just sounds...
The patrons. Cannot call them fans.
So we really got to snob it up is what I'm learning about this game.
Yep.
Oh, and dude, when they make
Douchebaggery.
when they make the mistake on the broadcast, they are so quick to correct themselves.
You can't say fans?
No, they're patrons, man.
No, because then someone from Augusta says,
oh, yeah.
So,
and kicks you out.
Now, you want smug? You want elitists? Here we go. Mr. Rico Beard. You, when a player hits a ball, you damn well better not say they hit it in the rough. Instead, you must call it this.
Okay. The high grass.
Rico says high grass. Kenny.
I'm going to say tall grass.
Tall grass. Evan Jenkins.
High grass sounds very good right now, but I'm going to say second cut.
That is correct. Instead, broadcasters are instructed to use second cut. As a style guide, they are expected to abide by firmly stated there is no rough at Augusta. They're above such things.
That's right.
Okay. Now, oftentimes, you will see...
I broke my glasses. I feel like I should put my glasses on for this.
That would be spectacles.
Great
for
job.
The win.
You often see sand on a golf course, and
Right.
you're like, oh, my God, he's ended up in the sand trap. Not at Augusta, you low-rent bitch. Instead, what do they have to say?
Beachfront property.
You landed in Hawaii.
You can't say sand trap.
No, you cannot.
What else would you call? Evan, I'm leaning for you for this one.
I was going to let Kenny guess.
I'm going to guess bunker.
Yeah, that's what I would guess too. Because I just have to refer to it as a bunker.
Correct.
Or the sandy place.
You are never to refer to them as sand trap.
Beachfront property. That was good, Rico.
It's sand.
Now, a common occurrence in sports, in golf, is after you've played the first 9 holes, you then play the
back 9.
Not at Augusta, you don't. What instead do the announcers, have to say?
The reverse front 9?
Rico says reverse front 9. That sounds like a move Benito pulled in a Hammer video.
I would say this.
No, please stay with reverse front 9.
Okay.
Kenny Kahn.
The final 9 cocktail lounge.
Kenny says the final 9. Evan Jenkins. Can't say the back 9.
The final stretch?
At Augusta, you are instructed in their style guide. You will call it the second 9.
Oh.
The second 9.
Oh.
People, I'm not making this up. They are
I was
literally
close.
handed guides.
Oh, yeah. Hey.
Now, when you're not playing and you just want to work on your swing, you go to a
Driving range.
right. Not at Augusta, you don't, you peasant.
You have to be kidding me.
Oh, okay. I know this one.
Oh, okay, do you want to stay out of this?
I'll answer last if I'm right.
Wait,
Maybe I'm wrong.
Instead of a driving range, what do they call it, Rico?
A practice tee.
Close.
Jeopardy rules?
It's close. Kenny.
You know what? I'm just
okay,
going to go
so
make some
close.
red velvet cake.
So it's got to have practice because it was close. I'm going to say practice area?
Close. So close.
Practice grounds? I thought it was area.
No. It's not the driving range. It is the tournament practice area.
Oh, I got that.
Also, you want to know how much that cost for them to put in? $140 million.
Oh, my Lanta.
I think they have the money, but.
Okay, well, yeah, I would say so. All right, hold on. Now, many golf courses are called golf courses.
Okay.
Or a golf course is at a country club.
Uh-huh.
Not up in this Humpty Bumpty. You cannot say golf course. You cannot say country club on TV. Instead, what do they have to call it?
Bunch of rich guys.
Rico says rich whites for 400, Alex. Kenny.
You can't say country club and you can't say what?
Golf course.
Golf course. Can you say golf club? Mix the two together?
Yes. But that's not totally it.
Oh, the Augusta National
Yes,
Party
yes,
Time.
Yes! No, stop right there! You must refer
As Augusta National.
as Augusta National Golf Club.
I hate this game.
Not the place
Imagine
for rich white guys.
broadcasting it. You're being told they're turning you into like a trained little puppy with a lanyard.
And this is the only tournament that they do this, by the way.
What do they call the broadcast booth? Because they can't just call it a broadcast booth.
Communication specialists.
The communication chalet.
All right, hold on.
Can't do rich white guys.
That is definitely not permitted. All right. Now, when Evan plays on the course with three friends, he's in a foursome.
Right.
Well, if you have one buddy, it would be a twosome. Oh, your Roseville days. The point is,
He got it.
a twosome. Well, you can't say that at Augusta. Instead, what do they have to say, gentlemen?
A pairing.
Rico Beard!
Yes! Get this guy on a course. We need to get him his own golf cart.
Wow.
You know what? I'm going to go ask for a raise right now.
Okay, hold on.
Renegotiate. Time to renegotiate.
Guys. I got one of those right.
Here we go. Fourth round would be the Sunday, right? The fourth round. You can never. Jim Nantz would be fired for such an egregious offense. You cannot say the fourth round. Instead, what do they have to say?
Final round.
Rico Beard, he is a rich white. Oh, my God.
Does he have the sheet up on his computer?
No,
is this guy cheating right
Dude,
now?
the guy got into Harvard. He does have brain cells.
I mean, it's only so many synonyms you can use.
I know.
Now, I'll give you the last one. You cannot mention any sponsor who sponsors a PGA Tour event. Not one. So, for instance, like the FedEx Cup and things of that nature, absolutely forbidden. Forbidden. They are forced to omit all mention.
So any tournament that they can't mention the John Deere Classic.
Exactly. It's not the Valero Texas Open.
It's just the
Texas Open.
So if somebody,
it's not the Waste Management. It's the TPC Scottsdale Open.
Yeah. It's not the Rocket Mortgage Classic.
It's the classic
tournament
thing.
in Detroit.
Okay, so if somebody happens to be all, logoed out in Rocket Mortgage,
they can't say that.
You got to act like you don't see anything.
For instance, in 2019, Nike came out with their own Masters shoe collection. Masters had it pulled completely. They never got released because they had a pair of hands praying like Amen Corner. Nope.
And they'll say, or instead of saying Rocket Mortgage Classic, they'll say the tour event in Detroit.
Yeah. Isn't that great?
No freebies. Forbidden.
Wow.
You will be thrown into an alligator-infested pond.
I respect. I can respect that.
I'm glad you do.
If you ain't paying for it, we ain't saying it.
Evan's transition into elitist white man is complete.
They're not running a charity.
So if you win this, you can't talk about the other majors. for the Grand Slam?
They're not sponsored. It's the U.S. Open.
Oh, okay.
It's the Open.
Okay.
So you can say those.
Okay.
All right.
That's a pass.
I'm learning.
Gentlemen, I'll tell you, I'm very impressed. Really nice job by all. And it's just
We're going to get pictures this weekend of Rico golfing, aren't we?
one of those Masters
Swagged out,
things.
Beating Rieger. Yes.
Wearing
Right
David's
before-
hats backwards.
Right before brunch. That's exactly what he's doing.
Oh, yeah.
And that
I'll
is
join
your,
the association or the club or whatever.
the golf club
There you
at
go.
Augusta National.
There you go.
That is your Masters All Forbidden Words list. 97.1. Glad to see we will never live down describing Nick Lidstrom's injury. 4 o'clock, great to have you. If you want the hottest story and the most upsetting story in college football, we opened with that. Got into Pistons talk in the 3 o'clock, Odyssey.com. Rewind right now. Who said it? Okay, Kenny Cott replacing David, who ate way too much food for lunch and turned into Cody Bellinger yesterday. He's not here today.
All right, you guys ready?
Oh, yeah.
Number 1.
6A to 6P?
6A to 6 to 8P.
Oh, okay.
Little Wojo action.
I don't.
Bigger.
This David sent me this email, so I'm just going to all encapsulate.
Probably from the toilet.
That's correct. Number 1, he's gone. Like he's gone. Not right now, but I would be shocked if they re-signed Tarek Skubal.
He's gone.
Wow.
One more time, Kenny.
I will tell you my initial thought and then read it for Rico. It's probably because last segment I was making fun of him. He's still stuck in my head. That feels like James Costa. But carry on.
One more time. He's gone. Like he's gone. Not right now, but I would be shocked if they re-signed Tarek Skubal.
Sounds Jeff Rieger.
I was about to say
He's been spitting
that is
knowledge.
Rieger.
Costa's
Just
so
over the
positive right now.
Over the top. He's gone. He's gone.
All right, if I change this pick and it's Costa.
No.
Yeah,
Leave
keep your pick.
No, keep it at Costa.
No, because you guys seem so confident, and I respect both of you.
It's only because he's been spewing this for 7 months now?
Yeah. And I just hear it in Rieger's way. He's gone. He's gone.
How confident are you?
8 out of 10. It's pretty confident.
Put a 20 on it?
No.
Put a 10 on it.
I'll put a 5 on it.
I'll split it with you. I'll put the other 5.
All right, he'll put the other 5.
Little Abe Lincoln?
Yeah.
All right, so now, no, my whole point is if you're right, I owe you nothing. If you're wrong, you owe me.
Not really sure how that works.
It
but
works.
We'll play
I
it.
designed it. It's my bet.
We'll
All right,
play it.
Kenny, who said it?
For either Abe Lincoln or nothing.
He's been spewing it, dude.
Yeah. Nice job.
Anybody that would hear him out, he would tell him.
Yeah, but okay, I've heard enough
He's
of him.
still going.
Yeah, actually, Jeff just keeps talking, and we just pot him down. All right, next.
All right, next one here. The ultimate test is going to be, are you willing to go out and have your program foot the bill to compete and with everybody else?
Oh, so that screams NIL. And doesn't that scream the topic from the morning show? Who's further along after Dusty May went out and signed everybody in the portal?
Oh, when Costa was on his high horse.
Can you say it one more time, David?
When
Or
is he
Kenny?
not on his high horse?
It wasn't yesterday when Western won.
The ultimate test is going to be, are you willing to go out and have your program foot the bill to compete with everybody else?
I'm going to go with you, Evan. You're right. That Costa was on one that morning.
Yeah, I'm going to say Costa as well.
No thought to Tecumseh? That's at least 38.6% of the airtime.
There's thought to it, but I'm going to say
but Costa was on one that morning.
I'm going to trust you then.
Yeah,
I'm going to trust you.
I think that here's your Jimmy Costa.
All right, I'll go cookies. Shut up, you.
Mike.
Nice job.
yeah.
I normally don't interfere with other people's shows. I had to send them a text and say, hey, power this down a little bit.
Mr. Authoritative.
I really don't like bothering people. I was like, Cookies, seriously, pump the brakes.
Kenneth Cott.
Next one. You're not going to know what he looks like against certain pitchers unless you actually play him against certain pitchers.
So they got to be talking carp, right?
It sounds it.
Lefty on lefty.
I think I said that.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh. We sound like the Rico drop.
Or there's a really good meal in front of us. Ooh. God, are we going to say Rico?
It could be because we had the debate on this show, and I just used the term like you just keep playing them against lefties and you find
See
out
what you got, right?
But maybe Rico kind of got a little more granular with it.
Yeah, you're only going to find out.
Plus, he thinks it's him. He's scared it's him.
I'm going Rico Beard.
I'm going to go Rico Beard.
It's me?
Rico Beard?
Now you sound like me.
Question mark? That's not legal. You're running the game.
I didn't do it.
And is Kenny just reading it off the sheet again and playing us for a fool?
Yeah.
God.
I just said it, and then I just played me just saying it.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's a scam. All right.
You are never supposed to. You know what? Forget it. David sent it to you from a toilet. I can't be mad at you. Go ahead. Next.
I don't feel bad for players anymore because guess what? You know what crying makes me think? That he was gone. That he knew he was gone. I'm sorry.
They're probably talking Trey Holland and sitting there.
One more time.
I don't feel bad for players anymore because you know what? You what?
Hey, Dexter Manley, try it again.
Okay. I don't feel bad for players anymore because guess what? You know what crying makes me think? That he knew he was gone.
That's Holloman.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that screams Tecumseh to me. Getting all pissed off over nothing.
No, I
When
mean
he doesn't even root
Did
for
you
the
say
team.
that?
I've said a lot. I couldn't.
But why would you have said it this week?
I don't think I said it this week. Right after it happened, I'm going, are you kidding me? The guy kissed the logo and then you
That was
bailed?
what,
Get the hell
last
out.
week?
Right.
Yeah, so that's why I was thinking it was within that same conversation.
Okay.
So that's why I'm going to say Tecumseh. Double T.
You know what?
Because it's not John. John's not going to say that about a player.
I think I'm going to go with John.
Okay.
I'm going to go with John because he was crying. He knew he was gone.
Feels it could be cookies.
Oh, double down.
Double smarm.
Well, we got the morning show covered.
Yeah.
Nobody
Except
took
for
Heather.
Greg.
Or Heather.
Or Heather. But
Yeah, but
it wasn't Heather.
no. What do you want to do?
I'm going Tecumseh.
I'll go Tommy.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Jansen.
Kenny, who said it?
Oh, was that me?
Jenkins.
I'm like, who the hell is this guy?
Wow. What day was that, Kenny?
Again, I don't know. This is all David's
I
toilet
forgot.
work.
Yeah, well,
David.
I didn't even talk on the show earlier this week. Other
what
than
the
goofy
hell is
segments.
happening?
I'm glad I got my first two. David ain't messing
Yeah, I
around
know.
now.
All right, next.
Touche.
We've already seen one guy on the roster because of injury, and he's taking advantage. That's Spencer Torkelson. If they don't have that Vierling injury, they don't have that Parker Meadows injury, he might not be on the roster.
Oof. Gator.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, Paul Sarah.
No. It's Kenny talking like Kenny. I mean, look, part of the problem I have when we get in the late stages of Who Said It is I start thinking about who hasn't been used, but that's just a mind bleep.
Yeah, that means
because then you
nothing.
end up, where it's not Kenny, David in the porta potty could end up just doubling down on the same host. But we haven't had a midday.
Not at all.
We haven't had Gator or Doug. Now, the question is, can you read it one more time? That feels very Dougish because it's very analytical, very pragmatic, and very respectful.
It was.
We've already seen one guy on the roster because of injury, and he's taking advantage. That's Spencer Torkelson. If they don't have the Vierling injury, they don't have the Parker Meadows injury, he might not be on the roster.
That does sound Dougish now that
But it does, but Gator's got a boner for Torque.
he does. But
I'm
I
gonna go
think
Doug.
Gator was more like he earned his spot than
All
just
right.
fell into a spot.
I'll go Karsh. Kenny, who said it? I hate everything. Just take his batteries out. You're done.
It's basically the same, right?
God.
You're right.
No,
They were
but see
saying
what I just
broadcast
said?
partners.
I once again went to a show where there's no audio yet, and I tricked myself. And then David, from the toilet, reverse to reverse psychology, goes right back to the mornings.
Stoney also was in this week. I'm surprised that he didn't put any Stoney on.
Well, how do you put stuttering on Who Said It? How do you get a guy trailing off and saying some overly sexualized comment into Who Said It? Eleanor Roosevelt. Like you can't put that in Who Said It.
It's going to happen one day, Mike. You're right.
Is that all of them?
That is all of Who
I think
Said
we
It.
did pretty good to start.
Yeah, we tapered off, I'll tell you. We got tired down the stretch. That did not work well. That is Who Said It.
If you're looking for the best deals on the hottest Chevy models, there's only one place to go. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Hamilton is leading the way with unbeatable prices, top-notch service, and a commitment to total satisfaction Andrew and his sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer, whether you're looking for a sleek sedan, a tough truck, or a spacious SUV. Hamilton Chevrolet has the inventory of brand new 2025 Chevys, and the selection is best right now. No more waiting months for your dream car. Hamilton is stocked up and ready to get you on the road in the Chevy that fits your lifestyle and your budget, including the April Rico deal. A new 2025 Chevy Blazer LT, $299 a month for 24 months. You walk into Hamilton Chevrolet with $995 down, you'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details and find out why Hamilton, it's leading the way. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
Mentioned Northville Lumber for a long, long time. Largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and Northville, Michigan's Trex superstore. And they stock everything, all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting, all the time and at the lowest prices. So whether you're a builder or a do-it-yourselfer, you can count on Northville to have all the Trex decking you need when you need it. So plan it, build it, buy it at Northville. Call them today or stop by the showroom, take home some samples. Call Northville Lumber, Michigan's Trex superstore today, or go to northvillelumber.com. All right, before we get to, I want to talk a little Masters. There was what I deemed to be a partially insane take on an earlier show, and I just want to know, maybe if it's not insane, maybe you guys agree with it. We're going to get to that in a minute, but Kenny, I want to check in on Ticket Text if we can, just coming out of a couple of segments of some fun, and who said it? My God, brutal. Ticket Text first, go ahead.
I didn't realize the Masters was so snobby even to the broadcasters. That's from Bill.
I mean, you can't say the back nine. Like
it's the second nine to you.
When you said this, I'm thinking like offensive things. Like that, none of that's offensive.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Rat Bastard is banned on the list. Go ahead.
I've never even heard it being called the second nine. That's from John.
They probably just avoid it altogether. Next collection of challenges.
He's at the 15th.
Yeah, honestly, that's what they say a lot.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
With vocabulary like that, I'm surprised it's so cheap to eat there. That's from John.
Again, with the question mark reading. I'm
I thought
fascinated.
you did that on purpose.
No, he's reading these, but this is why I call him Question Mark Kenny. He's making statements as questions. It's fascinating.
We have more Pistons feedback. Detroit at the Garden. I'll be watching that. Very little interest in an Indiana series. That's from Dave.
But no, that's what we all want, right? Whether it's LCA or whether it's Madison Square Garden, you're getting two elite venues. And I don't care what anybody says. You can slander it, knock it. When you're playing in a place like New York as a Detroit team, it matters more. There's more passion. There's more angst. There's more hatred. And you just threw a lob with 5 seconds to go against them. So, you know what? Sign me up for that.
See, I wanted Indiana, but I didn't even think about the point of playing on the big stage. So it's
okay.
It's valid. I still think
Rico's got the
better
Pistons and Pacers
shot.
on Paramount Plus. You know they'll disrespect the Pistons if they're not playing the Knicks. Uh-huh.
Or either that or they'll play on Friday night.
Right. I want that Sunday afternoon, the Hugh
Big
B.
Ten
Brown
Network,
time
Big Ten
slot.
Network Friday night.
Yeah, USC Rutgers, 11 p.m.
You know what? Big Ten
Saturday night. All right, go ahead, Kenny, and then we'll get to the next thing.
Love the Pistons and the Knicks. I believe they can beat the Knicks. I also laughed when Barkley said Auburn Hills, too, LOL.
Yeah, it's the level of coverage. Look, and I'm fine. I'm fine with most of it. I know it's an entertainment product. I understand we're not tuning in for player efficiency ratings. Inside the NBA is an entertainment show, but for the love of all that's holy, you only cover basketball. You're not burdened with covering any other sports. You work 2 nights a week. Would it kill you to be remotely learned on the best turnaround in the league this year to where we know the city they play in? Wait for it. We know the head coach. Wait for it. Or in the case of Stephen A. Smith, you don't call him Will Cunningham. What? How? It's not like I'm asking for a breakdown of Old Dominion football and you couldn't name all 11 returning starters. It is the NBA. You have writers. You have a staff of people handing you papers. Look at paper.
Right.
Read name.
Like Stephen A., I'm thinking, okay, maybe he just fat-fingered and called him Wade Cunningham. So I'm waiting. Okay, he's going to take that down and repost it. Nope. It's going to stay there. He's Wade. I called him Wade.
He's busy running for president.
I'm Stephen A.
All right, let's get to the next thing.
I'm here for you.
Yeah.
Vote for me.
Yeah, dude. If that happens, we've arrived at idiocracy.
I'm not making fun of it, Mike, because it probably will.
Okay, then. Fantastic. Or not. Let's get to the next thing because I want to ask a question. Once again, it's not an attack. It is a question. I thought something that a host earlier said was odd, and it bordered on insane. But maybe people agree. And if they agree, it means it's probably not insane. Did you catch Gator on the Masters?
I think I did. I think I know where you're going with this.
Gator, a pretty friendly guy. Doesn't really die on many hills, but he
has a list.
He chose a strange. Well, yeah, this hill is right up there with him not liking March Madness. I don't know why you're dying on this particular hill on this sunny day. He talked about he's hate watching the Masters.
Yeah.
And it's not for the reason you think. It's not like Gator has an anti-establishment mindset or I don't like this rich event or F golf. No. He's hate watching the Live Tour golfers because in his mind, they left the PGA, so they don't get to say they're the best in the world anymore. Well, okay, first of all, this whole Live thing, very simple. Hi, would you like $100 million to play golf over here? Yes or no? Like DeChambeau, okay? That guy only plays in 4 or 5 qualifying events a year, and he's still ranked in the top 20. That's how good he is. No, he is one of the best in the world, and he might win this event. I think he's in second right now. Is the Live thing still a thing to the golf fan? That when you're watching the Masters, and I admit I am not hip to the entire roster of Live golfers, but we go back to when we were all calling Rory McIlroy a whiny little bitch. These guys were offered insane money. It's no different than the soccer stars who are being recruited through the Saudi Wealth Fund to go play ball over there. You're offered a nutty amount of money. Nutty. You take it. If you got offered $10 million to do radio for the People's Republic of North Korea, you'd be gone. Okay? What would you say? Is Rico a communist all of a sudden? No, Rico's a capitalist. He wants his money.
Right.
Now, I don't know what your show would be about. We'll leave that alone.
We'll figure it out. Whatever they say it is.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
You sound like a lot of the Wolverine media.
Right.
The point I make is if you are the golf elite on a Friday afternoon where you know your weekend is going to be all Masters, could we hear from you? This Gator Live opinion thing, do you still have animus towards the Live players? Do you watch the Masters and root against said players? I don't understand that. I don't.
I don't get it either.
And I don't think leaving the PGA means they're not the best in the world anymore.
Well, he basically said he stripped the label away and said, you walked away. I need you to lose. I need you just to you're second rate. I'm with you. I'm like, man, they got offered a lot of money and they're still good. I don't understand it. I don't get it. But yeah, he said he's hate watching all of them.
Does anyone side with Gator on it? And if you do, once again, I don't want you to feel vilified. You're not crazy. I don't know anyone who watches the sport that way. I think the Live thing, that controversy, I view it as a time capsule. Now, if I've missed where it is a raging debate, where this is something that has been a part of the discourse for years now, I just haven't seen it, read it, felt it. But I'm happy to talk to you about it. But watching the Masters, I don't care what tour you play on. And some of these guys like Bryson, he plays 4 qualifying events a year. He's that good that he earns enough points to be maintained in the top 20. Think about that. All the events you could play to earn qualifying points, all the events in the world ranking, he plays 4.
Right.
I just feel like when you're at the Masters, I don't care if you're a blue space alien. It's the Masters.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the best, Mike. It's like if a horse makes it to the Derby, you're a pretty good horse. Don't care where you came from. Same with the Masters. You made it there. You're not second rate.
248-539-9797. Kenny, your opinion, but also ticket texters. I would love to hear from people on it. I was listening, and I was like a dog when you hear a weird sound. My head was tilting, and I'm like, Scott, what? Because he doesn't have like angry opinions, and he was like getting angry about this. And I'm like, huh?
Yeah, I don't get the animus towards it. I mean, I understand there's a political side of it and all this stuff, but as a fan of sports, I feel like guys are always, and you see it with college athletes too, right? Guys are always going to try to find the biggest bag they can, and that's exactly what happened there. I don't have any. It isn't stopping me from watching the Masters, and it's not making me root any harder for anyone or any less.
I just would love to know what people would turn down the money they were offered by Live in their given line of work. Like, what are we talking about? Because if you go back contractually to the money that was being paid out, it was absurd. It doesn't even do it justice. I mean, to make $100 million on tour, I don't get it. But again, if this is your thing, I respect your opinion. I'd love to hear it. We'll get to the people next. I'm happy to go down this path. I was just shocked.
Yeah, I was too. I was like, wow, they made the list.
Okay, then. Listen, golf's biggest event, you know what it is. We're just talking about it. All customers get a profit boost every round of the first major. Boost your winnings on anything from outright winners to round leaders to tourney matchups and more. More betting markets than anybody. Evan could take you through some of these props. You don't even feel like they're real. FanDuel.com/ticket. You can download FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, and swing for some green at Augusta. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonuses issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, straight to the people. We are asking a question about the Masters. It was a topic on the middays, and it was just simple. Gator hates these live players, and he watches this, and I'm like, I didn't realize that was still a thing. Like, a lot of these guys, I mean, Koepka only plays majors. DeChambeau only plays several events, and he's still ranked in the top 20. He might win this damn thing. I don't care. Just show me 10, 12 guys within one shot of each other, and let's have a Sunday.
You know, I almost feel like we need to get Evan back in here. Am I oversimplifying, Mike? Is this kind of like the live players, like they went into the portal and they went to live, and now you hate them because they don't play for your team anymore, because they don't play for the PGA?
Allegedly.
That's what it feels like.
I'm asking if that's people's take. We'll go to Jonathan, 97.1. Jonathan, what's going on, pal?
Hey, Mike, Rico, how you guys doing?
Hey, good, buddy. What's up?
Hey, I just want to bring up, Gator's nuts for having this kind of idea. So, like you said, if that money's thrown in your face, you're taking it. And what we're going to really see is when the PGA and LIV are going to join together, it's going to happen. The real guys who look stupid are your Rorys, your Schefflers, your Hideki's for leaving hundreds of millions of dollars on the deck. I mean, they're still going to compete in majors, which in reality, that's all the big-time golfers care about. They probably regret having to play in all the lower tournaments every weekend. And then these guys go ahead and get their bag, walk away, get to play in the majors, solidify their legacy, and so get to continue on with their careers and not have to worry about it and got generational wealth for them.
Right, and all these guys who have the exemptions, they know they can come back whenever they want. But here's my question, Jonathan, and forgive my ignorance. What is the horizon or timeline? You said, hey, they're eventually going to merge. You know, when do you see that happening?
I mean, I don't want to get too much into politics, but I know Trump's been big on bringing it in, and he wants to see them join together and have all the best players playing all at the same time. Like Scotty last year, one of the best years of all time, but it's kind of has a apostrophe next to it because, Bryson wasn't playing, John Rahm wasn't playing. If I had to guess, I don't think it happens this year, obviously, but I think the year after, the year after that, you're actually looking at something. I mean, these are 4-year contracts.
Jonathan, I don't think there's anything political about what you said. The president of the United States wants these two things to merge. It's not politics. That's not geopolitical. That's not tariffs. You know what I mean? That's not Doge. Those are political issues. This is golf. So you're good, bud. We can't get to a point where we're scared to just say what's really happening. Like, if you have one of the most powerful men on the face of the earth saying, I would like this to happen, that matters. That's different than Jonathan, Mike, and Rico saying, golly gee, we'd really be pumped.
248-539-9797. What's your 401k? No.
Right, it's a little bit different.
Mike, one more thing I want to chip in. I want to shout you and Evan out on Cash the Ticket. I took some advice. Took Morikawa, Bryson, and Rory to finish top 10. And then I also sprinkled in another top 10 for Ludwig Aberg. So if he can get his stuff together, too, we're looking at a decent payout. So,
Jonathan, listen.
You guys on that.
Appreciate it, buddy, and thank you for supporting it. Like, those exactas are fun, man, especially for a non-golf human like myself. Oh, no. We got to do it.
Let's do it.
We got to bring in Notre Dame Rob. He's back. It's a rare off-season call from Rob, and we appreciate it. Hello, Rob.
Birthday weekend. It's birthday weekend for me.
Okay.
Well, happy birthday, buddy.
Happy birthday, buddy.
Yeah.
So what's going on?
Yeah, thank you both. I'm kind of the polar opposite of that last guy that called. I think that if these guys could do it over again, the Koepkas, the DeChambeaus, the Johnsons, the Rahms, I think they've even hinted at once their contract's up, they'll be coming back. I'm not one of those guys that's going to stand on that hill like Gator and say, oh, yeah, screw all those guys. They're all great golfers. But I genuinely think golf is a gentleman's game. It's all about history. I think that if those guys could do it over again, Rory, like all these guys, make so much money as it is. Obviously, Phil and DJ and Rahm got crazy money. I just think that if they could do it all over again, guys, they miss the prestige. They miss being around this environment. They don't like going to ho-dunk courses and, a couple thousand people show up. These guys want to play in big events. These guys want their names in history, and they're not getting that on LIV. So
no, they traded that.
Coming back.
They traded it for money. Period.
100%. Yeah, and I genuinely think the Koepkas and DeChambeaus. I think that I think when they do come back, they'll say, we wish we never would have let. These guys play golf with all these PGA guys all the time. They're best friends. I'm sure they miss it. I'm sure their families don't like going to Saudi Arabia and Europe. Every weekend.
Right, but the whole point is, I don't feel bad for them. But it also doesn't impact my ability to enjoy this weekend. It's not like they're wearing stickers that says Live or PGA. You just play. I just want to see good golf.
Yeah. I completely agree. I don't. It's not halting my Bryson DeChambeau wins. It's not the end of the world. I mean, I would like to see him win. I think guys like that are important for the game. But yeah, I would love to see them come back as well. But this weekend, Mike, like I know you've kind of hit on it. It's just an amazing, like the topography, the undulation, the flower, just everything about that course and the prestige of it. Like you guys did that segment about Augusta National.
Yeah,
it's at a different level. And for golfers or just sports fans or sports patrons nationwide, like it's just a great weekend, and you don't have to be a golf fan.
No, and that's why it's awesome. And again, Rob, the whole genesis of it was just I couldn't believe how passionate Gator was about it. Where it's like, oh, I hate watching these guys, and I'm like, what? I mean, this isn't Alabama, Auburn. They're all in the same field. Right. It's the Masters. I mean, who cares?
I guess he just doesn't want to see a live guy win the Masters.
How does that affect anything?
It affects him.
Okay, well, enjoy. Go to Jay, 97.1. Jay, what's going on, bud?
Jay? Or not.
Okay. Good talk, Jay. Kenny, a couple of ticket checks and we will move on. And I do want to finish the week out with a Tiger topic because I think we could solve a major issue, and it's very simple to do, and we'll do it in literally 20 minutes.
Are we solving the world's problems?
I think I'm solving this one.
We're going to pull a Rieger and Wojo?
Yeah, I think this one is actually infinitely solvable.
Okay.
And it involves the Tigers and fans being able to enjoy things more. I'll explain. Kenny, go ahead.
Guys, Liv won't be around in 2 more years. I looked at the TV ratings. They can't beat women's basketball or pickleball or cornhole.
Right, which is fine because guess what? The check still clears. Mm-hmm. It doesn't matter.
I agree 100% with Gator. Not root against those Saudi traders.
Okay, well, then you're kind of rooting against our own country. We do business with the Saudis. You don't have to like their politics, but to act like anyone's hands are clean, you're Michael Landon, Little House on the Prairie. Who's clean in all of this?
Nobody.
Who's clean anywhere?
Nobody.
No one's clean. There's today's deal. The whole world is a dirty diaper. Now, it just depends how much damage you did. Is it just a standard dirty diaper, or did you have a breach of the structural integrity of the diaper where the kid has to be thrown into a bathtub?
I was going to say, all hands are dirty. Is it dusty or are they muddy?
But perfect way to, you know what, you said it better than me. No, I just laugh at stuff like that, acting like there's a virtuous side in any of it.
I would never say no to the money. I agree with Mike. And
question mark?
And the last one here on that, Kenny, I'm Tony Gonzalez?
Question mark? 248-539-9797. We will get to a blitz, and I want to do a fan-based Tiger topic. We'll do it top of the hour. Got your pick for the best dealer in town. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. Right now, GM employees and immediate family members can lease a 25 Buick Encore GX, $199 a month, 24 months. A 25 Sierra Elevation Edition, $298 a month, plus employee pricing to everyone. Both are 24-month low-mileage leases, only $999 down. And if you schedule a certified service appointment at Moran, they give you a free loaner. You go about your day. You don't have to waste any time and do the things you got to do. It's MoranExpress.com. Moran will have what you're looking for. So search inventory, make your pick, MoranExpress.com, or in-store on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, let's get some football in the mix. We have to. It's mandatory. Music and Rico and things.
Well, Michael, earlier in the show, we talked about Nico Iamaleava.
I'm disgusted.
You are. You're
Yes.
Josh Heupel. You're the coach of Tennessee.
Yeah.
How do you handle this situation?
Listen, my answer is totally unrealistic. So I'm not going to lie to the listeners. I would just tell him to go F himself.
Okay.
I would also get fired because boosters would demand my head. So it's not even a real answer.
But
you have to get in bed with the sleaze, and you got to pay this kid because he's waited to the point of no return. It's spring, the portal's going to open, but no one as good as him will be in it. You're getting extorted. I think you got to pay him.
So realistically speaking, no. Now, if you're Josh Heupel, do you get involved in negotiations? Do you pull him aside and say, "Son, I really need you here," or do you just sit back and say, "Call me whenever"?
I'll throw the question back to you. Doesn't it depend on the structure of the program? Certain coaches are out of the financial discussions. The GM handles it. Other coaches are more hands-on. Is that a fair assessment?
It is a fair assessment, but I think kind of like any negotiation, when it's your star player, that's when the big dogs are like, okay, I need to make my star player happy. So normally I would let the GM deal with the backup punter and center and all of those.
You're going to get involved.
I got to get involved with this one.
Rico says it's the art of the deal. Next.
I got a couple things, Mike, dealing with something that you hold near and dear to your heart.
Yes.
Social media.
Oh, okay.
No. All right. Behind door number one. Earlier this week, Pittsburgh Steelers defensive end TJ Watt tweets out a picture of him throwing up the deuces sign walking off the field.
Oh, we're doing this again. Okay.
Should the Steelers be worried that he is hinting upon retiring?
Can I offer comment before an answer?
Yes, we're here, man. We're here all day.
Why do grown men behave this way? Why would you go to social media and do cryptic teenage mean girls crap? This is so pervasive in the athlete community. Well, how do grown men behave this way?
Because you let the people fight your battles for you. Now the people in Pittsburgh will put the pressure on and they'll call up the Pittsburgh shows and they're demand we can't let this guy walk away from us.
Okay. I'd be concerned based on he's wanted an extension. He's watched Myles Garrett and Max Crosby, etc. get one. He's a Steeler lifer. He's on track to be a Hall of Famer. Yeah, I'd be nervous because we're in a day and age of player empowerment. We just saw Myles Garrett demand a trade. The team said we'll never trade you. Cutscene, we're going to bribe you instead, $40 million a year. So yes, they should be nervous.
Okay.
I'm sorry I was that verbose.
Hey. Well, just wait.
Oh, no.
There's more.
What now?
Remember Deshaun Watson?
Yeah, we do.
Well, he took to Instagram, said, everybody is doubting me. I'm going to be way better than I was before. Will anybody take a flyer on this guy?
No.
Is his career essentially over?
I think it is. Look, he isn't the same player. The off-field stuff, whatever effect that's had mentally on the field, I can't speak to. On the field, not the athlete he was. That's before he blew his Achilles out. Bad right shoulder that clearly something lingered. He doesn't cut it loose. He doesn't push the ball. He doesn't process. And he's also a suboptimal human. I don't see any level I would invite that into my locker room.
Yeah.
Now. 5 years ago, 4 years ago? Oh, yeah. I don't know anyone who could ever imagine it playing out the way it played out.
Yeah, because I think a lot of people thought that maybe it would be like when Michael Vick came back. He still had a lot in the tank, and his career wasn't over. He kind of revived his career playing with the Eagles. But
last 2 years, 12 touchdowns, 7 picks total. That's what you got.
He looks baked. Kenny, you want to get in on this?
Yeah, he looks baked. I couldn't agree more. Also, like Mike said, suboptimal human being.
Not ideal.
Not ideal.
I'm just talking about on the field, but yes, you're
also
right.
Suboptimal.
Okay. Finally, I saved the best for last when it came to social media, Mike.
This gets worse and worse.
Oh, no. For you, this one gets better.
Okay.
There's a certain athlete who just tweeted out a picture of LT in the Giants jersey? Abdul Carter.
I mean, yeah, if the Giants took Abdul Carter, it would be Nick Lidstrom level explosion.
Oh, no.
I mean, that's all he did. It was just a pic on the social media, just a picture of LT in good old 56.
Well, that's awfully provocative. I don't think the Giants are smart enough to do it. But I think he's the best player in the draft. I think it's Cam Ward, it's Abdul Carter, and it's Mason Graham. I think those are the top 3 players in the draft for me. I'm not sold on Hunter because I don't know what position I'd play him at.
Can I add a question onto your question, Rico?
Question mark?
Sure. Question mark? Why are all of these athletes, whether it's a college athlete, whether it's pro athletes, you look at it across the board in sports, even take football out of it, you can do that. Why is social media becoming this thing that people do, whether it's posting a picture, whether it's following somebody, whether it's unfollowing somebody, teams, players, whatever it is?
Because you can put pressure on your organization without putting pressure on the organization. Because it's the ultimate. I didn't say a thing. I just put a picture out there. I didn't say I was leaving. If you're TJ Watt, I never said I was leaving Pittsburgh. Why'd you put a picture up of you walking off the field holding up 2 fingers like, peace, I'm out of here? It's the ultimate implausible deniability.
It's so silly, though. It's like changing your Facebook relationship status to it's complicated. Like, what are we doing here? Why are we doing it like this?
Because it now puts pressure on ownership and management because okay, there's a problem. Do we fix the problem? Do we ignore the problem?
Or your agent says there's a problem. There are adult ways to handle it, but okay.
Do you think agents are advising their clients to say, all right, unfollow the Giants on social media to send a message? You don't think that comes anywhere but from the players?
I think some, man.
Okay, well, then I quit on everything. If that's really happening,
There's too many players doing it for maybe not one of them to be advised by somebody to do that.
I advise the Giants to take Abdul Carter. Next.
Mike, the NFL, we talked about it earlier this week, fired 3 referees.
I love it.
Yeah, they're basically unprecedented. They're going to hold them accountable. I guess this is now going to be the new way. Do you know where the 3 referees are going to end up?
Well, it used to be when you were a bum, they'd give you a soft landing and put you in college football, or they'd make you a training ref. Now it just sounds like they're out on their ass. And I read a comment. One anonymous ref said, this is turning into a hyper-competitive environment. There are no favorites anymore. The culture's changing. No, I don't know where they're ending up.
Well, they'll be at a Power 4 conference near you. So
AAC.
No, Power 4. So
So they're gonna go to college football.
Yeah, they're gonna go to college football.
So the refs who can't hack it there now get to screw up your Saturday.
There you go, buddy.
They should be doing Tulane versus ECU. That's the level they should be.
Now you're going to extra not want to watch college football.
Kenny, there really doesn't need to be any more reasons at this point.
Got another one.
The Kansas City Chiefs want to own Christmas Day, like the Lions and Cowboys own Thanksgiving. Looks like the league may tell them no. Should the Chiefs get that Christmas Day if they really want it? They want to play every Christmas Day. Should they be allowed to have Christmas Day?
No, that's a league decision. And again, while Mahomes is there, it makes a lot of sense, but that's not forever. Kansas City's not going to be as marketable, and it's not a big market. So, no. I think the NFL, there's too much money tied up in these games. They're going to try to have matchups. They're selling each of these games as individual, $150, $200 million balloons. So I'll say no. Okay. But as long as the Lions aren't stuck playing on Christmas every year.
No, they're locked into Thanksgiving. And they're like, we want that tradition.
I don't want to do both.
I got you. Well, they may play this year.
No,
stop
that, right?
it
right now. Thanksgiving.
That's not on me. That was Rod Wood. So,
Xavier Legette.
All right, last one. Which of these 5 teams can't afford to have a bad year?
Okay.
Arizona Cardinals, Indianapolis Colts, Miami Dolphins. Oh, I'm sorry, 4 teams, and the Dallas Cowboys.
Right off the rip, I think if 3 of them had a bad year, they'd broom out the entire organization, coach and GM. If Arizona tanks, everyone's dead. Indianapolis, everyone's dead. Miami, everyone's gone. Hell, you heard whispers this year Mike McDaniel's in some trouble.
Right.
Dallas, I just can't predict what an 83-year-old maniac is going to do. But
which one? Absolutely, yeah.
I'd say Miami. Because you have a $30 million player in Tyreek who now may be facing some charges. You have a big money quarterback that you may not trust. You got a coach you may not fire. Stephen Ross does not have the best rep as an owner. I'd say Miami.
Kenny?
Oh, I agree with Miami, and also I think the only wrong answer here is Dallas, because I just don't think there's any pressure to do anything ever in Dallas, because how many times have they made the playoffs and done nothing?
They're not operating in reality.
No,
I'm with you. It's
absolutely
weird.
All right. That's your football blitz. 97.1.
Personal injury of any sort is absolutely personal. Injury attorney David Femininio has dedicated his career securing justice, maximizing recovery for those who've been injured, and David is dedicated to making sure you get the medical care you need, put your life back together after an accident. So you need an attorney who will fight for you. You need an attorney who's going to pick up the phone. You call David, 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getpaid.com. All right, let's get some football in the mix. We have to. It's mandatory. Music and Rico and things. 5 o'clock on a Friday. Nice to have you with us. Let's get to some baseball. If you're looking for Masters, we got into it. Odyssey.com rewind. Talk Pistons, playoffs, double dip against the Bucks, possible opponent, matchups. Handled that. And the best, worst story out of college football to open the show. But I want to ask this. I want to see if I can fix something. This makes so much sense that I think it's insane that it's not done. This week, I think you, the fan, got absolutely boned. You got boned. And I would argue no Tiger fan has been able to really enjoy anything at Comerica Park at all this season. And you go, but Mike, you bearded bleep hole, they're winning. No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about your enjoyment. 30 degrees, snow, wind, overcast, moving game times because colder is worse than cold, so we'll just move. Why do we play baseball this time of year? And before you say, the owners will never shorten the season, they don't have to. What? Go ahead. The owners. Well, the owners. Well, because there's always like, some nerd ass. Like, I don't know, the owners aren't going to shorten the season. Work with me. Today is Friday, April 11th. Okay. I would argue today should be opening day. And here's how you still get 162 games in. Tigers played 12 games, right? So we got to make up 12 games in a 150 game span. You go, how will we do that? Very simple. Over the next 16 weeks, April 11th to May 11th, May 11th to June 11th, June 11th to July 11th, and July 11th to August 11th. You have 16 weeks plus, right? 12 of those 16 weeks, 3 out of every 4 weeks, you will play a doubleheader. The doubleheaders will catch you up to speed to fit the same amount of games in a slightly condensed amount of time so we can actually have fans in places like Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Detroit, Philly, New York, Boston, Minnesota, etc., actually enjoy their lives. Do you know how insanely unfair it is that Tiger fans get one crack at the Yankees? And they were here and no one could go. And no jokes about the 1901 Society and lack of a food cart. No one could go at all. You had opening day here. People, through perseverance, decided to show up because it was opening day.
Right.
But beyond it, who could go? Who enjoyed themselves? What kids got to enjoy a baseball game? Please, explain to me how we don't just start baseball today, build the doubleheaders in 3 of every 4 weeks, and you never get into September, you never burden the playoff chase, and you get all the games in, everyone's happy. Can anyone argue it?
Day-night doubleheaders.
You do whatever kind you want. I don't care. I'm not the traveling assistant to the traveling
because I'm
GM.
saying,
I don't book the flights.
No, because they'll say, well, the players don't want to play 2 games.
Ready? Oh, I have an answer for that.
Okay.
Wah. Fully guaranteed contracts for playing the least athletic of any sport. Wah.
Not the answer that I thought you were going to give. Because mine is,
I give you unexpected moments. That's what we do.
You do. Because for me, I'm going to treat it the way they do college baseball. Hey, if you're in the North, you're going to play in the South to start your year off.
Do that too, but I'm making Rico, look, they started on the West Coast.
Right.
They started and still couldn't avoid this crap.
Right, but it's just like, you know what? You go there, then you're going to go to Houston. Either you're going to play in a dome or you're going to play in someplace warm.
But if we do this plan, you can still do some of what you're talking about, but we don't have to. We can still enjoy our life.
When David sent the text that they were moving the Yankee game, I'm sitting there saying, wow, we must have a horrible storm blowing. Like, why did they move? Like, it's not going to rain.
28 degrees.
And then I looked at the weather and I'm like, they put it in the daytime because it would be literally 20-something degrees.
Who's with me? Baseball should start Friday, April 10th, 11th, whatever day it is on, and you just build in some doubleheaders, and away we go. Because here's the argument. Oh, the owners don't want to do the doubleheaders because they can't sell the day game. Hey, question, how many day games you selling now? Did you look at Comerica? Beautiful ballpark, but no park is beautiful in 30 degrees, overcast, and I'm pretty sure I saw Batman swing by the scoreboard. Who's with me on this? And even if you're a baseball purist, can you tell me the downside of this? Tell me the downside of starting the season now, not 2-3 weeks ago. I don't care what they do in Japan with the, hey, we're going to kick off the year March 23rd. Whatever, man. It's in a bubble dome.
It's probably just going to be baseball. I mean, the players saying they don't want to do the double headers. I mean, because if you said day, night, I think ownership would say, okay, fine. We can still charge you for 2 different games. Sure, we'll do that. But players are going to be like, we don't like double headers. Now, as a kid growing up, the back-to-back games, that's how you grow your sport. That's how you get people to actually like the games because, wow, 2 for 1. And baseball, sorry, you're making enough money. It's a lost leader that day. You could give that day away to your fan base and just play back-to-back games and make people happy.
Do you think the players enjoyed their time? The Yankees looked they didn't want to be here.
No.
The games, no one can score runs. The ball does not fly. Like, seriously. Seriously. You know what? How about this? Maybe nobody cares. The bottom line to me, this is one of sports' greatest mysteries. How we haven't remedied this. The solution is simple. It doesn't cost the owners any money. It's not shortening the season. Mm-hmm. The players will have a week. They don't have to do this. They're already built-in off days. Right. So what are we really talking about? And why do we insist on not moving opening day?
I'm with you. I'm with you. I've said it before. Like,
maybe I'm yelling at clouds, buddy.
It's rare that you get the great opening day. Most of the time, it's horrible weather.
It's a horrible opening 2-3 weeks.
And when the fans are dressed like they're getting ready to go shovel snow,
that's not fun.
It's not.
It's not enjoyable for anybody.
When there's a longer line for hot chocolate than there is for lemonade, that's a problem.
248-539-9797. I maybe I've missed the mark. I really thought this was sensible. I thought people would be into it because I don't think it's fair to you guys. And I don't care what city I'm doing it in, whether it's Cincinnati, Boston, New York, Philly, you name it. You can't play baseball this early in the year and get the best product out of it and have people be able to have a good time. Why couldn't we start baseball today? I've given you the way to do it. I've given you a way that players aren't really heavily impacted. I mean, at the end of the day, you're going to play 3-4 doubleheaders anyways through weather. So avoid some of that weather.
But no, I'm with you, Mike, but it's almost like baseball's going out of their way to just make sure the doubleheader goes the way of the phone booth. It's something you see and hear about, but you've never actually seen one.
The phone booth. Kenny, I mean, you're a baseball guy, meaning you like to go to the game.
Yeah, daiquiri time. Yep.
What exactly, what do you make of my idea? Stupid?
I think your idea is just fine. I have no issue with it, and I'm with you in that you see a team like the Yankees coming to town, and regularly, that's a premium series. Those are premium games. And you play them in the freezing cold. Kids are miserable. Hell, adults are miserable. Nobody wants to be there. Yeah, I think it helps out early on in the season. I have no issue. If opening day was today, I don't think I think this is one of those ideas long-term where if you implement it, people eventually will forget how things were and be like, oh, this is the normal now. This is what we do. And it'll be just fine because look at the weather outside. It's not perfect, but it's a picturesque type of a day. So I'm with you. I'm on board. Sign me up.
We'll get some of the people in the mix. We'll get some of the ticket texts. I just, if you don't like my idea, what's yours? Because the first couple weeks of baseball are so difficult to even take seriously. You got two teams slugging it out in 35-degree blustery wet. Man, it's not even baseball. These players aren't into this. I mean, look, I can't fix when the playoffs are. That's just what it is. That would require shortening the season a little bit. I know that's not real. I don't like what the playoffs have become.
Right.
The greed, the expanded rounds.
Winning in November.
Well, it's too much. And I can't fix the postseason. But I don't want to have a different argument. Like, just because I can't fix the postseason, why is it wrong I want to fix the regular season?
No, but it's always funny to me when you're like, hey, 50 years ago, the Yankees won the World Series, and it's like October 13th.
But isn't that the great part about sports, though, is that eventually we evolve. Sports evolve. Things change. I mean, baseball has just started to evolve with the pitch clock and with, with they're going to bring in the automatic strike zone come next season or the year after, whenever it's coming.
Kenny, their evolution is to go back to the way it used to be. Some doubleheaders. It's fun for the fans. I know you're going to lose. Some players are going to have to work twice as hard that day.
Oh God.
Oh yeah, I like Mike's solution to that. Why?
I mean, guys already take days off.
Guys
already have a built-in day off. Nothing would change with the base schedule. You would still have your scheduled days off. Yeah. I mean, I don't understand how we don't make that move. And it's not a Detroit thing exclusive. It's any northern city. It's ridiculous. 248-539-9797. All right, golf's biggest event. You know it. FanDuel's got it. I can't say the event because, copyright and stuff, but a golf tournament played at Augusta. All customers get a profit boost every round of the first major. Boost your winnings on anything from outright winners to round leaders. In short, FanDuel has more betting markets than any other sportsbook. Just go to FanDuel.com/ticket. Download FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. And get involved. 21 and up, present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You get a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, to the people, we've asked the question. Tigers have played several home games. They're going to have a 10-game homestand. The point is, you haven't gotten to enjoy any of it so far. Weather's been a misery, and weather's been miserable around the league. Why is opening day not today? Why don't we just play a series 3 of every 4 weeks? You're going to have a doubleheader. You still get your rest days. We're not shortening the season. The owners don't need to cry, and the fan benefits. What is the downside? I can't fix the playoffs, guys. I already have my issues with it. That would require shortening the season or not being greedy and adding more teams to the playoffs. Those aren't going to happen. Why can't what I'm saying happen? And the fan benefits. I also hate the fact every year I feel like it's Yankees, Red Sox, some premium opponent comes in here the first 10 minutes of the year. Nobody's in the stadium. And you're like, how do we get screwed where, like, Tiger fans should have been able to enjoy a June-July series against the Yankees. Everybody can go. The park is full.
Yeah, that was last year, I believe. They played the Yankees in June.
And the Red Sox 2 years ago. Yeah. It's just like, why is this happening?
No, I'm with you.
Go to Jeff, 97.1. Jeff, what's up, buddy?
Hey, guys. Hey, I don't hate the idea you got, Mike, but my idea was if you leave the teams at their spring training sites, let them play 2 home, 2 away games against their division opponents before you bring them out of spring training, where the games actually mean something. And the fans that, support those teams all spring get to actually see some real baseball before they, hit the season at home.
But your problem is you're dealing with minor league parks. You're taking away major league revenue.
Right.
I think it's interesting. It's like, look, when you do one game and you play it at the Field of Dreams, you can get away with it. Jeff, I don't think you can play regular season. Now, again, you're right. Tampa is taking Legends Field and playing where the Yankees play. But for everybody to do that, and it's only 4 games, I'm trying to save 12 games.
Well, it would say 12 games. It's 4 games, so you have 4 opponents in their division.
Oh,
so
my Lord.
12 games.
Oh, yeah, no, the owners would go, their heads would explode. I mean, I don't hate it from a fun perspective.
Yeah, but they wouldn't make as much money from the gate.
Oh, the owners, their heads would explode. It just.
Well, I mean, there might be more people at Joker Merchant than there would be at Comerica Park come last week.
No, that part is true. And again, but here's the other issue. They'll say they sold 40,000 tickets because, well, they probably did for one of those games, 2 of those games. But no one shows up. The fan gets screwed. That's look, Jeff, I understand I am arguing something that is not important to the owners, but the fan has to matter. It's why I take such umbrage with what the NBA does, where good players don't play. Like even last night. Oh, but it's the end of the year. The Knicks have a right to rest 3 starters. Well, no, because people here spent their hard-earned money to go to that game.
Yeah, you don't get 30% back. Oh, they didn't play 3 starters. Here's 30% back.
2 nights ago, Celtics are in Orlando. Now, Orlando, those people paid to be there. The Celtics sat their entire starting 5. I mean, this is what I mean is why does the fan have to come in last all the time? There are certain times fans going to come in last. It can't be all the time.
Because the fans will put up with it. Because they're fans. Because they love your team colors.
I got nothing for
you. And the owners know. So I can treat them however you want. Where are they going to go?
Well, you just don't go to your park. I mean, that's kind of what I'm advocating.
Right. I'm saying, but they know deep down, I'm never going to go to the game again. Yeah, you will.
Oh, okay, you're right. Now, that's a big statement. Jim, 97.1. Jimmy, what's going on, pal?
How you guys doing?
Good, Jim.
So my thought is, and I haven't done the full analysis on how many parks are in the South or have domes, but my thought is the first 2 weeks you live in the North and you don't have a dome stadium, you're on the road. And that way, come summertime, we have home games that, are warm. I love the fact that we started at the Dodgers. Then they go to Houston, go to Tech. The
okay,
Rangers,
but Jim, hold on. I want to ask you a question. You remember last year, this team caught fire and made it, but there are a lot of years. Divisional races are very, very close. Don't you think that would put the Northern teams at a horrific competitive disadvantage, starting the year with a 2-week road trip?
It would, but at least it would provide product that people would enjoy.
Go ahead.
No, because Jim is saying what I'm saying. Because when you come back, this is where you have your double headers here. You can do whatever.
But you do realize if you just start the season today with the double headers, we all win. No disadvantage.
But for some reason, baseball has to start in the first week of April.
Why is that?
Tradition, Mike. Baseball, it's beholden to tradition.
Okay. I got nothing for you.
I'm with you.
When you've arrived at, tradition things, I can't help you. It's not even a real thing to me. Tradition, interleague play. What do you call that? Tradition, the National League is a DH. Tradition,
I'm with you.
Expanded playoff. Everybody's going crazy.
Right. There are certain things people will allow, but people need their opening day first week of April.
I just hate the tradition has to dictate what we do here.
But it doesn't. The league has hoarded itself out at every turn. You don't get to say all of a sudden you're saving yourself for marriage.
Yeah.
You've hoarded yourself out. It's over.
As somebody said, tradition is just being held hostage by dead people. So.
Yeah.
The league is just Jenny from Forrest Gump. That's all they're doing.
Okay. Wow.
No.
You know what? Ultimate villain in movie history. Might be like Darth Vader, then Jenny from Forrest Gump. Villain.
Jenny and Rose.
Yes.
Then Darth Vader was just misunderstood.
Yes.
Jenny and Rose were just two bad people.
Kenny, take a text, please.
Yankees in the cold is a disgrace. That's from Bill.
Thank you, Bill. It's almost like I wrote that.
There should be a day-night doubleheader every Saturday, June, July, and August.
You know what's interesting when you say it is who would complain? You'd have 2 games to buy.
The fans would love it.
It would be a huge turnout at the parks. And you're playing baseball in the weather it's meant to be played in.
Yep, I'm with you.
Kenny just took it to a different place. But why? Then you could do Baseball Day in America, and you get a TV package together, not MLB Network, where all of a sudden you're going, we have 35,000 games to bring you on this Saturday afternoon.
Do like a red zone type of deal?
Yes.
Let's break in. Double box.
We got a situation in Cincinnati.
Octobox.
You know what that would mean, though, Mike, is that it would have to be on like a Peacock service, and you don't want that, do you?
I don't care.
Would you be willing to make that deal? We'll put it on Peacock. We'll put it on Amazon Prime Video, whatever.
I would be. Well, look, they're already doing these stupid Friday night Apple TV games out of nowhere. So I would do it because ultimately it's about the fans. It is about the people who want to be at the ballpark. And it drives me nuts. We have a sport that openly is like, F it, nobody show up. And then I got to hear the league bitch about their TV deals. So which is it, guys? Your TV deals suck, unless you're the Dodgers or the Yankees and you own your own cable system, and you do everything in your power to make sure nobody's at your games the first month of the year. Sick business plan.
You see that, and that doubleheader plan actually kind of works because that helped. I think the owners would like that because you get more people in the ballpark. More people are going to the ballpark than if they do all these games earlier on in the summer.
Kenny, I can't speak for everybody. I mean, growing up, doubleheaders were like, man, you wanted to go down to Tiger Stadium for the doubleheader.
Think about, too, if we didn't start the season until today, it would have given them a little more time to finish the 1901. We could have got the Bunsen burners for the little buffet they're going to operate
Hot
down
dogs.
there.
All right.
People could have had some food.
There you go.
It was a tough opening day.
It was.
Hey, some heating plates, you know?
Hey, how's the food down there? Oh, well, guys, you son of a... Actually, it's just the view right now.
I can't believe they set her up like that. They did her dirty.
That clip was amazing.
She's probably... Whatever you do, don't ask me about the food. How's the food? Son of a... Right. I'm putting cases on all y'all.
How's the food? Oh, no, you didn't.
Told you.
You damn well knew there was no food here, and you still asked me.
They did her so dirty, man. They should
rotten.
not have done that. That wasn't
Rotten.
right. Hey, Daniela, what do you think?
Was that Benetti or Dirks, or who was that?
Let's find out.
Oh, play this.
Right.
Benetti just rolled the hand grenade down the hallway and walked down the stairs.
Everybody but him knew not to bring it up.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, let's go down to Daniela.
It was like the third question he asked, too.
Just don't ask about the food. You know the producer's in his ear. Psh, don't ask about the food. There is no food.
No, she probably said before you come to me, there is no food.
Hey, so how's the food? I'm sorry. People, I apologize. We're enjoying that too much. All right.
Speaking of Tigers, Mike, I'm proud of you. You've gone all day without mentioning a certain something.
A certain something's on the 10-day IL with a slight oblique strain. And they're being very careful with certain someone.
Well, you know who's not hurt? Max Clark.
Yeah, maybe he's going to the movies tonight. Hey, you know what's interesting? Max Clark will have the same amount of production as Wyatt Langford the next 10 days. Now you brought it out of me. All right.
I just had to make sure the day wasn't complete without one of those.
That was very kind
You know
of
what,
you.
Kenny? We may need a few more to carry over for next week.
Just get to the blitz. 97.1.
Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way. It's starting to get warm outside. That means pretty soon you're going to be out trying to cut your grass and take care of your lawn. Well, you may find out you got some crabgrass if you did not do what I'm telling you to do and call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service.
Okay.
Because they will come out there and take care of your lawn. They will custom design a specific plan for your home and your yard. And if you call right now for a limited time, tell them Rico from 97.1 said to give you a call at 888-GET-GREEN and purchase the full lawn program. You will get free grub control, but you got to mention my name. Why? Because they're going to come out and take care of you. And with that the time they come out to work on your lawn, they're going to take care of that crabgrass, because by the time you see the crabgrass, it's just going to be too late. You got to take care of it now. Call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service right now, 888-GET-GREEN, or go online at naturalwaylawn.com.
afternoon, one of a great weekends of television all year round. Elite nap time on the couch to the soundtrack. But we want to have some fun. The rules of Augusta and the Masters are something to behold. Not only taking your cell phone, but all the things you can't say. Let's get into it, shall we? So here's what we're going to do.
This music kills me.
The music is so smug.
It's so pretentious.
So I'm going to tell you the words that they can't say. You have to tell me the words they have to say.
Oh, okay.
Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay.
And there's one that I know, so I'll jank myself on that one.
Okay. So we start out, gentlemen. When you are calling the Masters, you are not allowed on television to call people fans. You have to call them this.
This is the one I'm janking myself on.
Sit this out. Kenny.
Can't call them spectators, that's for sure.
I'm going to guess the audience.
Kenny says audience. Rico.
You know what? I'm going to go something even highfalutin. Patrons.
You are correct.
It just sounds...
The patrons. Cannot call them fans.
So we really got to snob it up is what I'm learning about this game.
Yep.
Oh, and dude, when they make
Douchebaggery.
when they make the mistake on the broadcast, they are so quick to correct themselves.
You can't say fans?
No, they're patrons, man.
No, because then someone from Augusta says...
Oh, yeah.
So,
and kicks you out.
Now, you want smug? You want elitist? Here we go. Mr. Rico Beard. You, when a player hits a ball, you damn well better not say they hit it in the rough. Instead, you must call it this.
Okay. The high grass.
Rico says high grass. Kenny.
I'm going to say tall grass.
Tall grass. Evan Jenkins.
High grass sounds very good right now, but I'm going to say second cut.
That is correct. Instead, broadcasters are instructed to use second cut. As a style guide, they are expected to abide by firmly stated there is no rough at Augusta. They're above such things.
That's right.
Okay. Now, oftentimes, you will see...
I broke my glasses. I feel like I should put my glasses on for this.
That would be spectacles.
Great
for
job.
The win.
You often see sand on a golf course, and you're like, oh, my God, he's ended up in the sand trap. Not at Augusta, you low-rent bitch. Instead, what do they have to say?
Beachfront property.
You landed in Hawaii.
You can't say sand trap.
No, you cannot.
What else would you call? Evan, I'm leaning for you for this one.
I was going to let Kenny guess.
I'm going to guess bunker.
Yeah, that's what I would guess too. Because I just have to refer to it as a bunker.
Correct.
Or the sandy place.
You are never to refer to them as sand traps.
Beachfront property. That was good, Rico.
It's sand.
Now, a common occurrence in sports, in golf, is after you've played the first 9 holes, you then play the
back 9.
Not at Augusta, you don't. What instead do the announcers, have to say?
The reverse front 9?
Rico says reverse front 9. That sounds like a move Benito pulled in a Hammer video.
I would say this.
No, please stay with reverse front 9.
Okay.
Kenny Kahn.
The final 9 cocktail lounge.
Kenny says the final 9. Evan Jenkins. Can't say the back 9.
The final stretch?
At Augusta, you are instructed in their style guide. You will call it the second 9.
Oh.
The second 9. Oh. People, I'm not making this up. They are literally handed guides.
Oh, yeah. Hey.
Now, when you're not playing and you just want to work on your swing, you go to a
driving range.
Right. Not at Augusta, you don't, you peasant.
You have to be kidding me.
Oh, okay. I know this one.
Okay, do you want to stay out of this?
I'll answer last if I'm right. Maybe I'm wrong.
Instead of a driving range, what do they call it, Rico?
A practice tee.
Close.
Jeopardy rules?
It's close. Kenny.
You know what? I'm just
okay,
going to
so
go make
close.
some red velvet cake.
So it's got to have practice because it was close. I'm going to say practice area?
Close. So close.
Practice grounds? I thought it was area.
No. It's not the driving range. It is the tournament practice area.
Oh, I got that.
Also, you want to know how much that costs for them to put in? $140 million.
Oh, my Lanta.
I think they have the money, but.
Okay, well, yeah, I would say so. All right, hold on. Now, many golf courses are called golf courses.
Okay.
Or a golf course is at a country club.
Uh-huh.
Not up in this Humpty Bumpty. You cannot say golf course. You cannot say country club on TV. Instead, what do they have to call it?
Bunch of rich guys.
Rico says rich whites for 400, Alex. Kenny.
You can't say country club and you can't say what?
Golf course.
Golf course. Can you say golf club? Mix the two together?
Yes. But that's not totally it.
Oh, the Augusta National Party Time.
Yes! No, stop right there! You must refer
As Augusta National.
as Augusta National Golf Club.
I hate this game.
Not the place
Imagine
for rich white guys.
broadcasting it. You're being told they're turning you into like a trained little puppy with a lanyard.
And this is the only tournament that they do this, by the way.
What do they call the broadcast booth? Because they can't just call it a broadcast booth.
Communication specialists.
The communication chalet.
All right, hold on.
Can't do rich white guys.
That is definitely not permitted. All right. Now, when Evan plays on the course with three friends, he's in a foursome.
Right.
Well, if you have one buddy, it would be a twosome. Oh, your Roseville days. The point is,
He got it.
a twosome. Well, you can't say that at Augusta. Instead, what do they have to say, gentlemen?
A pairing?
Rico Beard!
Yes! Get this guy on a course. We need to get him his own golf cart.
Wow.
You know what? I'm going to go ask for a raise right now.
Okay, hold on.
Renegotiate. Time to renegotiate.
Guys. I got one of those right.
Here we go. Fourth round would be the Sunday, right? The fourth round. You can never. Jim Nantz would be fired for such an egregious offense. You cannot say the fourth round. Instead, what do they have to say?
Final round.
Rico Beard, he is a rich white. Oh, my God.
Does he have the sheet up on his computer?
No,
Is this guy cheating right
Dude,
now?
the guy got into Harvard. He does have brain cells.
I mean, it's only so many synonyms you can use.
I know.
Now, I'll give you the last one. You cannot mention any sponsor who sponsors a PGA Tour event. Not one. So, for instance, like the FedEx Cup and things of that nature, absolutely forbidden. Forbidden. They are forced to omit all mention.
So any tournament that they can't mention the John Deere Classic.
Exactly. It's not the Valero Texas Open.
It's just
the Texas Open.
So if somebody,
it's not the Waste Management. It's the TPC Scottsdale Open.
Yeah. It's not the Rocket Mortgage Classic.
It's the classic
tournament
thing.
in Detroit.
Okay, so if somebody happens to be all, logoed out in Rocket Mortgage,
they can't say that.
You got to act like you don't see anything.
For instance, in 2019, Nike came out with their own Masters shoe collection. Masters had it pulled completely. They never got released because they had a pair of hands praying like Amen Corner. Nope.
And they'll say, or instead of saying Rocket Mortgage Classic, they'll say the tour event in Detroit.
Yeah. Isn't that great?
No freebies. Forbidden. Wow. You will be thrown into an alligator-infested pond.
I respect. I can respect that.
I'm glad you do.
If you ain't paying for it, we ain't saying it.
Evan's transition into elitist white man is complete.
They're not running a charity.
So if you win this, you can't talk about the other majors for the Grand Slam?
They're not sponsored. It's the U.S. Open.
Okay.
It's the Open.
Okay.
So you can say those.
Okay.
All right.
That's a pass.
I'm learning.
Gentlemen, I'll tell you, I'm very impressed. Really nice job by all. And it's just
We're going to get pictures this weekend of Rico golfing, aren't we?
one of those
Swagged
Masters
out,
things.
Beating Rieger, yes.
Wearing David's hats backwards.
Right before brunch. That's exactly what he's doing.
Oh, yeah.
And that
I'll
is
join
your,
the association or the club or whatever.
the golf club
There you
at
go.
Augusta National.
There you
You know, Kenny, I forgot because we've buried them. I did mean to check in with you before we wrap the week. You didn't do what I think you did last night, did you?
That all depends. That's a very loaded question, Mike. That's very loaded.
You wouldn't have happened to have watched the Red Wings the other night.
It was background noise on the second screen in my apartment. Barely.
So when they got up 1-0, were you feeling like a little chesty, like, oh, the captain's going to power us to a W?
Didn't affect me, didn't move me in any way, shape, or form.
And when they fell down 4-1, did you spite watch? Or were
I
you
laughed
numb?
a little. I actually watched a little bit more when they went down. I was like, yeah, bury him. Take out the shovel and start digging the hole.
Were you starting to think, when are you going to lose this lead?
No.
No.
Okay. No. I had no emotion until they started to lose. And then it was like, all right, now they're dying.
Ah.
Now they're going in the ground.
Okay.
But still mathematically there, right?
The best kind of way to be there, mathematically.
All right, let's get a few ticket texts. We'll get to Woj and Riggs. I had to check in, Kenny.
The Masters is super pretentious. I can't believe the broadcasters are limited like that.
Oh, yeah. Hey, listen. By the way, does anyone believe Jim Nantz when he says he wants to broadcast through 2036? An 11-year farewell tour? Why make that announcement?
Yeah, why 36? Why not 2030?
Something historical. I think it would be his 50th Masters or something like that. Is that what it is? I don't know. I don't care. Jim Nantz, I like listening to him, but the more I know about him, the less I like him. Like how he had the oil painting above his fireplace of him.
No, him giving away the tie.
The tie means a lot to me. Yeah, well, it means nothing to the player.
You're the MVP. Here, you can have my tie.
Here's a sweat-ridden tie.
You probably don't have one in your wardrobe. Here you go. Now you have a tie, son.
Kenny.
This blitz made me like the Masters even less. That's from John. More on the Tigers coming in. I don't care. Just please give me good players to watch. I can handle the cold. I can't handle minor league shortstops playing center field.
Well, look, as long as they win, it's the most important thing. They're battling through injuries. You've lost 3 center fielders. Guys, it's not going to be perfect. Like, all of a sudden, if Colt Keith hits and Glaber's back, well, think about what the lineup looks like. Torkelson has been really good. And yes, Javi Baez, oh boy, he's been acceptable? Question mark? Back. We're not saying that. But no, I just don't think you can yell and scream about certain things like the center field thing right now. You can't. They've lost 3 center fielders. There's no team in baseball that's going to, trot out some Gold Glover or some really good player when you've lost 3 center field. Like, I don't know what you want. Hey, Bob.
Is your guy Glaber coming back tonight?
Whoa.
Is that correct?
Whoa.
No, you sent him over from the Yankees.
I didn't do nothing of the sort.
Oh, boy.
That is all. Blood's on your hands. You could have him.
But I think he's back tonight, isn't he?
Yes.
Yay.
And Keith is going to DH.
Wojo's got that extra bass in his voice.
Yeah, I'm not sick. It's allergies. I swear to God. I would not come in if I was sick.
I thought you.
Okay.
I thought I was listening to Don Cornelius over there.
Oh, is he the Soul Train guy? I knew that. See? I'm not completely milquetoast.
Again, that was a comment about NC State's football helmets. We've got to let that
Lord.
go.
So Mike's more of a bandstand.
So he really does love Augusta.
It's Friday.
It's definitely Friday.
What's on the show?
You guys should take the show down to the Masters one year.
That would be amazing. That would be electric.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe not the whole show, but
I'm sure this company's budget would really be in line with that.
Hey, Mike and Kenny will have fun.
They'd be kicked out within. Rico wears shorts to the Masters. They ask him to leave.
It ain't the shorts why they ask me to leave.
You're out.
Okay, can I just...
I can be in a
Is
tuxedo.
it the shorts? No.
Can I start vacation, please?
Yeah,
What's next?
Oh, yeah.
Are these moments the best or just trying to get out before you get in trouble?
Yeah.
Yes, and Rico's not helping.
Rieger wants to talk about piddling at the Masters. Piddling.
Oh, God, with the guy with the pond.
Ballister.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's not a pond. It's a creek.
Sorry.
Get that right.
Race Creek. R-A-E.
Are they allowed to say pond?
I don't know.
Oh, body of water. Runoff water. No. And we're also going to get into Pistons.
Yes, we did that as well.
No.
And
I am whoever they play, the Pacers or the Knicks, it's gonna be
a war.
Combative.
Yeah, nice alley-oop last night to just stoke Tom Thibodeau.
No. I was watching that at the end and looked up 7.4 seconds. Whoa.
Yeah, and Rick
Is that
Mahorn, we have the
something?
audio if you want it.
Oh.
Going, don't do this. Don't do this.
Oh, I
you
didn't know
just
that.
gave him. Yeah, Kenny,
I was
line
at
up,
the game.
line up the audio for these two. It'll help your topic.
Yeah, I was
All right.
at the game. I saw it
Rico has
live.
got you Monday. You dealing with the grandmother from Wedding Crashers?
Yes, I am.
Oh, boy.
Stoney.
Oh, boy. Eleanor Roosevelt. All right. We're
Oh,
outta
did you hear
here.
Stoney this morning? He was amazing.
He's not the grandmother.
dad jokes.
The
Hey,
pterodactyl with a P?
I'll Venmo you dinner all 5 nights. God bless and good luck.
appreciate it.
We'll talk to you later.